All right, I think that's enough.
All right.
Can
Not
I
bad.
say something real quick?
Yeah.
Mhm.
4D Man's here.
See?
Do you know 4D Man?
He's been commenting, so I am familiar
No,
with him.
he comments in the middle of the night while the stream's over.
Okay.
What's up, 4D Man?
So 4D.
So I have
fine.
I did want to jump in. I have two corrections. So we did a Verve Record Club live stream on Wednesday, and two corrections. One about the price. So a single, if you were not to join the club, a single I think is 47 plus that includes the shipping, I believe. So it's 47. So there's probably tax on top of that in most states in the United States. So it's around $50. So $50 is the price point. That is in line with Rhino Hi-Fi, I believe. So just wanted to point that out. And then also, Norman, I mentioned Norman Granz sold Verve, Clef and Norgran, and the year I said was 1966. It was 1961. That was the year. And there's a famous story behind how he involved Frank Sinatra, because he used Sinatra to go against MGM as like balance, and then he ended up selling to MCM, which is right, MGM or MCM, I forget what it was.
He sold it to MGM. So actually,
MGM.
yeah, there was a race for the catalog. So should I go about the Verve Record Club first, or?
No, I mean, whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So again, Verve started in '56, right, Mike? Because we were just chatting. So he didn't last long with Norman Granz, despite Norman being, getting so associated with the Verve label. So by that time, he had Norgram, he had Clef, and he mostly to release some artists like Charlie Parker and so on, plus all the JATP records, right? So he had these two labels, plus some of the Mercury.
And JATP is the Jazz at the Philharmonic.
Yes. So it was his like big like milk cow, right? So he used to make a lot of money there. He became a good promoter. And he was bringing, people to play, all those people that he was a fan of, and it was very popular tours. They would fill out theaters everywhere around the country and the world. In '53, they went to Japan. They were starting to go to Europe more frequently, except for the UK for like union reasons. So comes '56, is like, okay, I got 4 labels. Now I have some distribution power. I can do everything myself. So I'm going to consolidate everything under a single label so people know exactly what I'm doing. Things don't get like, all over the place. So, and for fiscal financial reasons as well. And he also decides to do that because of Ella Fitzgerald. He became her agent, and was a big, big fight over her contract to take her out of Decca. She was being really underutilized at Decca. She wasn't happy there. The A&R people were pushing her very kind of poor, crappy repertoire. He became very fan of her, very fond. He helped her a lot in her personal life to the end of her life, even when she had like her legs amputated. She was sick, diabetes, everything. She had a lot of it doesn't matter much, but she had like depression. She had like marriage issues with Ray Brown, and she became a really close friend. So the label Verve kind of started around her, and he also started putting music by his favorite artists like Charlie Parker, Art Tatum, and many others. But she was the one that's really generating the money. She was paying the bills. Those songbooks that she was releasing, and they were quite a few. They're quite popular. They sold a lot. Restated her career, right? So, but in '61, so what happens? So in '55, '56, George Wine starts the Newport Jazz Festival, which was a big, big split between what the old way the JATP were doing with the old artists and the new way, politically, musically, everything. So he realized his JATP was not going to last too long. I think the last concert was in '57, '58, Mike?
I'm not totally sure, but yeah, so I think it continued into the '50s.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, and he was enjoying this thing of being he was enjoying being an agent, and he wanted to move to Europe. So he was like, okay, I'm going to go back to Europe. I'm going to be an agent and just book concerts for American artists there. So, and the sale was about, I mean, he put Verve for sale, and Sinatra wanted to buy it really hard.
Yeah, so Sinatra was getting out of he was trying to end his contract with Capitol. And this is when he broke out on his own. So before he developed Reprise, he was looking to purchase Verve, and that was going to be his home, which would have been incredible. I would love to have seen that happen. I really would have preferred that in terms of the production direction that Verve goes after the sale, in my opinion.
Exactly. However, there was one problem. Norman Granz and Frank Sinatra hated each other's guts. Really hated them. There are many mentions of Norman Granz himself saying he had issues with Sinatra because he was a racist. He had issues with Ella. He mistreated Ella and all of that.
Yeah.
But reality is they really wanted to be the biggest star in the room. Although, I mean, Norman Granz was this really, big promoter, advocate, civil rights, and promoter jazz and music. He had a huge ego, and he clashed with Frank Sinatra over many artistic things over the years. So when it comes to sell it, he would never sell to Frank Sinatra. They had really, really big discussions about that. So he ends up selling to MGM.
Well, if I could just jump in with the Sinatra thing, sure. I feel like, just as an aside, one of the reasons why I would have loved to see Frank acquire it is because he would have, I would assume, collaborated with that roster. And if you actually look at the collaboration of Sinatra, obviously there's Basie, there's a lot of good players, but in terms of the those players that were on Verve, a lot of them they didn't have as, I don't know, I feel like they didn't have as much representation in Sinatra's recordings, which I would love to have heard. I don't know if that was so I just feel like that would have made a difference, and it would have been cool to see Sinatra go down that path, I think.
Oh yeah.
Wait, so when he sold it, they brought in
MGM.
Creed Taylor.
Runnick was Creed Taylor, right?
Oh right. Yes, so Creed Taylor.
That's when he fucked everything up by putting an orchestra behind everybody.
Well, but there was the most.
But he
financial success.
So would you say the sale happened, right? But Creed Taylor turned that made it very profitable because
what was Creed?
He made the stuff easy listening, right?
So
sorry,
go ahead, Mike.
No. Felipe.
Creed Taylor had just started Impulse, and then he got this offer from MGM to go work with Verve.
Yeah,
and he turned Verve, so he kind of modernized a little bit, went more towards popular styles, and he was responsible for the most successful Verve title ever, which was Guest Gilberto, and among other things, we know Creed Taylor's style and what he chose. He brought Jimmy Smith, right? So Verve, it became a quite popular label in the 60s.
Oh.
And they were selling really well.
Is this Creed Taylor on Verve?
I believe so. Double check, yeah. But then because he only left Verve in the late 60s to go with CTI.
I got that route down. He plays his ass off on that.
Well, the thing
Holy
about
smokes.
Yeah, he plays his ass off, but he smartly surrounded himself with younger musicians that kind of pushed him, right?
He is incredible on it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely the best. Technically.
Oh yeah. I think the organ is one of the hardest things to play. You're doing 3 different things at the same time.
Yeah,
right?
It is pretty incredible to hear. It is a good record, and I don't know, he's just killing on that record.
Yeah, get that record. It's good.
Okay, so Felipe, so Impulse. He was at Impulse shortly. Just how many records did he put out with Impulse?
I think very few, like the first couple records, and then he goes to Verve. Yeah, I think Impulse also was going in their own path with Coltrane and all that. Gil Evans was leaving Impulse as well, right? So yeah, then he goes to Verve, and then the rest is history. He makes Verve a very successful label, and then he goes to CTI to do his own thing. So yeah, that was it. That was sold in '61, and then he goes to Europe, and then late 60s, he comes back to Europe to start Pablo, pretty much, right? He wanted to, because he saw most of his idols kind of being forgotten, going kind of downhill.
Yeah.
So he wanted to start a label again to bring those people back to spotlight.
Yeah.
And,
Now, overall, in terms of him as like a historic individual, what do you think of him in terms of
Norman Granz?
Yes.
I think he was a visionary in a way. I mean, first of all, I mean, he was a very socially engaged person, which I think is very important. But he had a vision from very early. I mean, there are accounts when he was like a teenager. He would, for like 4th of July, he would rent trucks, put like 6 seats on the back of the trucks, and take couples, to go watch the fireworks and charge them. Do this kind of thing from an early age. So he was really visionary. I think he modified the way audiences enjoy jazz. He made jazz a more popular.
Did he make it? He made it worldwide. He took
Yes,
jazz around the world.
Yeah, he went to Japan. He went to Europe. He went to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he went to South America. Maybe it's short. I think he actually did. But
I was going to just talk about the production innovation that he did.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about the time when he was a producer, so he obviously had the stage piece of Jazz at the Philharmonic, but then he's putting out 78 shellac in the 40s, right? Mm-hmm. Is it like post-war?
Yeah.
But it's early, right? So he adopts that, and then he brings it into the LP era. And his recording span that whole transition. So
exactly.
And and the artists are Ellingtonians and Basseyites, and Ellington himself. I mean, the Johnny Hodges Ellington stuff that came out a little later. So the relationship was there with all of those players.
Yes, no, absolutely. And he was an innovator too, in the sense of an audience. I mean, he one of his main points is to have mixed audiences and to pay the musicians fairly. He was the first guy to do that, and he kind of helped create this culture to pay the musicians fairly and to spread the music. When he started, before he had labels, he would have this jam sessions. It would be jam sessions, and not even Jazz at Philharmonic. They'll be broadcasted by the army.
All right.
Yeah. So he really wanted to spread the word out, and I think what he did, and especially when it comes to the 50s, to making those last recordings. I mean, he had like Art Tatum recording so many records. He put Ellington, Billy Strayhorn,
Parker.
Charlie Parker. He was a huge fan of Charlie Parker, but he knew that it was hard to deal with Parker, so he would have the studio booked down for like days when he knew that Parker was in town, and whenever he was sober, he would drag him to the studio to record.
Yeah,
that's why the Charlie Parker sessions on Verve are so interesting. I mean, some are really crappy, but some are really good.
Yeah, they are like a sterling set of, like his production stuff in the 40s and 50s is just incredible. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff to explore, and it's a particular style, but like I feel like you kind of have to absorb it all and all the different players, and it is a fun thing to get familiar with, for sure. And since it's early, you can hear like influences, like there's lots of Coleman Hawkins, Ben Webster's, Illinois Jacquettes. Like, you'll have like a good basis of different styles coming out of all the different cities, and see who like takes what, like. Yeah. So anyway, and obviously it's just fun.
Yeah, and he got involved even in the personal lives of so many of those guys, helping them out, financially, personally, through marriages, divorces, or losing everything, or hospital bills. He did a lot for those people. So I think he's a figure that is hard to measure his real importance.
Rob, what do you think about Norman Granz?
Well, I believe right now he's rolling in his grave to see what this Verve Record Club has become.
All right.
No, I think now he had his friendship with Oscar Peterson, I think, was a very, They
Oh,
were
yeah.
they were very connected.
Yeah.
So I don't
Well,
I don't
there's
know.
a story that wasn't he up in Canada and he didn't
Yeah.
want to. He didn't want to talk to Oscar, and then he was driving and he was on the radio and he asked the cab driver, "Who is this?"
Mhm.
And then he's like, "It's Oscar Peterson. He's playing tonight." So they went to the club, and that's basically when it started, right?
Yeah, he met in Canada, became a huge fan of Oscar, and kind of dragged him back here. And he actually kind of directed him how to be like a stage person. He was very shy. He didn't know
Well,
how to.
he has records where he sings.
Yeah,
Well, what's the story where he agreed with
Nat Cole.
Nat
Yes.
King Cole? You
Yeah.
play the piano and I'll sing. But if
Yeah.
you get that record as a tribute to Nat King Cole, he sounds exactly like him.
Yeah, exactly. They're
Yes.
quite in the same spot. And some say that Nat Cole is as a great pianist as Oscar Peterson was.
Well, is there? I don't mean to change the subject too much,
No.
but that big box set of the trio, how much of that is just instrumental stuff? Because I don't
For
have it
Nat? For Nat?
from Nat King Cole. Does he have
He has
instrumental stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, his early work is instrumental. Yeah.
There's a lot. Like Penthouse Serenade. I think Analog Productions may have reissued that.
Probably.
That would be a cool one to pick up.
Yeah.
Where it's
Wait.
mostly instrumental?
It's all instrumental.
It's all instrumental?
And the cover is great. Let me pull it up.
Yeah,
He wasn't
you better pull it out before Mazzy comes up here and pulls his out. And starts
No, I didn't
showing
send the link to Mazzy. I'll share it with him if he wants to join.
He was a very talented musician. But when he started singing and got popular, he was probably one of the first like black pop star.
Yes. Okay.
Get that record. It's Cheap Heat, where Oscar
Mhm.
Peterson. I have it somewhere around here. This organization.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking forever. Okay, so there is a Pure Pleasure Records Capital Nat King Cole Penthouse Serenade at the piano.
Mm-hmm.
Back ordered.
So the year
Yep.
after he it is. Oh, okay. I thought Chad put this out. Maybe maybe it's all out of print. Okay, well, whatever.
That's
a cool
Pure
one.
Pleasure.
That's a great cover. That's what I wanted to show.
Go back.
Hold on, let me see if I can blow this up. I don't
No,
know. I mean,
usually
it's like a Gilded Age cover in like Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so what's up?
No, I was saying like it's usually if there's another version, he has a little link at the bottom there.
Oh,
Okay, I'll look for this one.
okay. But yeah, and there are other ones with it's just Nat King Cole Trio, I think, with the yellow cover. But he did a number of those. Who was his band?
Oh, I forgot.
Hold on. Let me look it up. Penthouse Serenade. Okay, folks, we're going to Wiki right away. Oh. Okay. Oh, so he does have some vocals on this, I guess. Maybe there's a track or two. John Collins, Jack Costanzo, Charlie Harris, Norris Bunny Shocker, and Lee Young.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let's go to his discography. Yeah, they say that Nat built. It's that the Capitol Studio is the house that Nat built.
Mm-hmm.
Is what they call it. All right, I don't know where his discography. Oh, here, is this it? Okay, sorry everybody. So, yeah, like this stuff is just trio on Capitol. You see this, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, actually, I see it right here. There's also a Japanese green cover.
Yeah, I've seen the green cover before. I think there's a US green cover too. Yeah, so there's a few of them, and these are the end of the 40s. 44, but that couldn't have been, that's 78s.
Yeah.
Oh, right, so this would be a 78 album. So his first LP is probably this. This is probably it.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like, yeah, this probably was recorded to tape. Maybe. Anyway. Let me get Mazzy a link.
All right. So can I give my 2 cents now on the record club?
Yeah.
All right.
Do it.
And that's it. End of story, right?
Well,
Yeah, we're
it's
just
never
doing
the
it
end
because
of-
everybody has said their piece, and we can't just always we have to move on.
Okay. I purchased the first month. The record came really fast, shipped in 2 days. All right. Nicely packed. I got a slip mat, which I'm not going to use, but I'm going to keep the slip mat.
It's a cool
Uh,
slip.
it is nice, but it's kind of too thick. So it changes completely the height, and then I'll have to adjust the weight again. So I'll just keep mine. But it's a nice one. You're right, Rob. I think I just don't see why they're charging $50 for that. So plus the spine doesn't match any other impulsive spine that I had. That being said, it's a Ryan Smith record. It is very thick. It's flat. Came out super nice. It's a nice jacket. Sounds very well done. I like the music on that one. I was missing that title. I just don't see the value because Chad does the exact same thing. They were doing the exact same thing together, and Chad's records cost like $38.50, right? So I don't see why someone that can make it for cheap charge more. I think it's pretty unfair. Title selection is ups and downs. I think title selection. Of course, you have to please a little bit of everybody, a little bit of everything. But yes, I just don't see why they're charging $50 for that, being their own catalog, doing in-house. I think just that. The
Like,
Tom
look at
Paul,
these. What are these? $39, $40?
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
We're not talking about those, Mazzy.
Yeah, but just
No,
as a
but
just as a-
he's comparing.
Just
He's
to compare.
comparing prices of when
Yeah.
you own.
bro, stop jumping down Massey's throat already.
Yeah, they own
Yeah.
like Verve, who owns that catalog.
Like Ryan or
Rath
Bruno,
owns
yeah.
this catalog.
And they're $40. They're $40.
Everybody.
But if you're going to compare those two, it seems to me there's more curation in the OJC. I don't know what goes in the meetings they have, but it feels like there's attention to detail. It just feels like the whole thought process of introducing the OJCs, putting them out there, getting them in the hands of people like Mazzy.
Let's talk
They
about
didn't do
OJC.
that with this Verve record.
Well, OJC has the benefit of having done it before. They're essentially doing
It's
newer.
not the same. It's not the same people. It's different people running.
No,
the
I understand that, but they're emulating not even the originals. They're emulating the '80s.
That series, yes.
Well,
OJC.
Kraft knows what they're doing at this
Yeah,
by
absolutely.
by the time
Right.
OJC came
Okay.
out.
Except with these colored Creedence records, they don't know what they're doing there. But
Yeah,
that's
but you if you got to give Kraft credit for one thing, it feels like there's thought put into everything they do, and they have a wide variety of genres. This Verve thing doesn't come off that way to me. So that's
I will
that's all.
I will say the title selection, now that I've had like a moment to think about it and compare it to like the OJC, they could have definitely started with like just 5 killer titles. Like OJC, when they came out, they did like the Miles Workin', which that's the one that AP didn't put out, so people wanted that. They put out like a few killers right off the bat. Same thing with like the classic series. They came out with like Monin and like Soul Station. So it would have been good for them to pick killers, like just to start the series, in my opinion.
Yeah, I still don't like the any kind of club thing. You know, I don't think clubs are necessary.
We agree with that.
Yeah, if like the Tone Poet, okay, you can get them with or without the club. Now maybe you don't get a special once a quarter, whatever release. But
The thing with the Tone Poet Society is like the Blue Note catalog is what they're putting out. With Verve, it's like it's a scattered catalog, right? They're basically putting out everything but the Blue Note stuff. That's like what's on the table. So I feel like when you sign up for a Tone Poet Society, if you are going to buy all the Blue Notes, like you don't have to worry about what's coming out because you're probably going to want to get it. Whereas like the Verve one, it's like if you buy the first 3 months, like the Coltrane compared to like the Hello Dolly, like there are people that may not want both of those because they're very different. Whereas like I'm just saying the Tone Poet Society, if you get like you sign up for bulk, you're pretty much getting all Blue Notes. So it's like very, I feel like it makes sense almost
Yeah, but
for them to have this.
I brought this point up before. It would be different if Verve just released these, like the Tone Poets are coming out. They're part of the club, but you could get them outside the club. I feel like these, at least the Coltrane, and maybe some of the others, desperately need to be in print. Don't make them special to the club. Put them out.
Well, the thing is, you can get them individually.
No, you can. Well, they're only making a set number of them.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we don't have to belabor this point. I feel like we hit on everything.
We should belabor every point.
Anyway, I do have records to show, so I'm going to
I
jump
think
in.
that's supposed to be my opinion because I haven't spoken before.
All right, fine. Felipe, continue.
Thank you for so the interruption ended. Thank you.
I like your new hippie look too, by the way.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, I just think it looks better. And the cover picture is blurry. And the cover picture is blurry. Picture cover. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
I was just going to show records. So I haven't been here in this is the first time I've been on Friday for like a month. So I have some really
You were on
killers.
28 streams this week, Mike.
I know I was, but I haven't been on.
You're getting to be like me and Rob.
No, but I will.
No one's like you, Mazzy.
No, but I haven't been showing records, so I have
You're close.
I have all my new pickups here. So, you ready for this? Here we go. This record everybody should get. This is Charles Mingus presents Charles Mingus on Candid. This is it's a quartet with Dolphy, so no piano. So it's Dolphy and Ted Curson, so trumpet, and I think it's alto and bass clarinet. And then Danny Richmond and Charles Mingus bass. So it's just a quartet. And my favorite Mingus that I've heard, I haven't heard everything, but it's so clearly the Candid stuff because it's him with smaller groups and with Eric Dolphy. So there's a number of them. I've been wanting this for a while. So this is a really cool session. You guys know it?
You can get it. It's currently impressed by Candid, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, it's really good. Mazzy, did you get any of your Candids?
No, I gave up.
It's really good. Definitely.
That started when that was in the very early years of
this is either 60, I forget if it's 61 or 62, but the way that they're playing on this in 61, 62, that's pretty early for how this sounds. And Mingus was always like his debut stuff sounds real edgy. And that was like in the 50s. So it's not a surprise at all, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, just check this one out. It's good.
I think I had pre-ordered like 7 or 8, and then I just gave up after 6 months. So
yeah,
and canceled everything.
Okay, I'll show one more.
Bought some
this
dirty record instead or something.
This is a improvisation.
That's good.
Yeah, it's Improvising Artist Inc. So
that was Paul Blaze label.
Paul Blaze label, and I've been sampling a lot of the stuff there because it's really good. I mean, it's
what's the year on that one, Mike?
What would this be, Rob?
Well, it was recorded early and
60,
never released. I think there's several. Hold on, I think there's 2 different recording sessions, right?
Yes, yeah. One is 64 in New York,
Yeah.
and then one is Washington.
And they were never released. And then when Paul Blaze started that label, he put that out.
Yeah, I'll just ask about the year because in '64, Paul and Gary, they were on Bill Evans 3 of Bill Evans 64.
Okay, interesting. I gotta check that out again.
And a lot of the stuff put out on that label were live recordings.
I got to revisit that for sure.
They're good. There's
this is John Gilmore.
Yeah.
So John Gilmore, I mean, he played with Sun Ra famously, obviously, and he had a couple Blue Notes, but he's not featured on all that much outside of that. So this is cool. It's a good one. Yeah, it's called Turning Point. You want to check this one out? So,
by the way, everyone, Mazzy doesn't drink a lot because he's making some sort of weird Boilermaker.
What?
After what happened today in politics?
Let's not even go there.
No.
We're here for jazz.
I know.
Is that all you're showing, Mike?
Yeah. Why don't you? I mean, I have more, but I don't want to do a.
I only believe it or not, people only picked up one record today.
Yeah.
I stopped by my local shop, which the prices are huge, but they had this. I did not have this. I haven't dated this, so this is either a late 60s, early 70s pressing.
Mhm.
It has with the sticker on it.
Right.
But I have the other. He only did 2 records for Impulse, and this is like 3 different configurations of recording sessions
Mhm.
in 63.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a bigger band, and then it goes into a.
Mhm.
Hey, Mazzy, would you be able to share the link with Dr. Robert?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So
That's a nice
it's nice condition Van Gelder stereo. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of promotion, Mike, I was showing you guys this one. I think I posted this one.
Oh, yeah.
Really recommend this one. Live at Birdland. Lee Konitz Quartet with Lee Konitz, Brad Meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that? Charlie Hayden promotion. They played together for a few years, right? So this was released in 2011. Beautiful recording. It has like standards like Loverman, Lullaby of Birdland, Solar, I Fall in Love Too Easily, You Step Out of a Dream, and Olio.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. And see if
Olio is like my favorite. It's such a great track.
Yeah. Some pictures of the band here.
Yeah.
Such a small place at Birdland. This recording has a very interesting and unique sound, a tone to it, which I really enjoyed. It's very clean sounding, very good. It's a nice ECM recording. And I think Brad Meltdown just kicks ass here. He totally transforms the songs. They stretch for like almost 10 minutes on each song.
Nice.
And yes, so recommend getting this one. I don't think it's so. Should be like a $10 CD or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, highly recommend this one. It was recorded in 2009. Released in 2011.
You know what? Yeah, keep going, Felipe.
Yeah. So it was recorded in 2009, released in 2011 at ECM. These guys recorded a lot together, and amazing. Highly recommend. Lee Konitz, Brad Meltdown, Charlie Hayden, and Paul Motion live at Birdland playing.
Yeah, I definitely need to hear
And
that.
there's with their own very particular presentations there. Speaking of ECM, there's a really great ECM release today. Mike, can you pull the page there, please?
Yeah. Quickly, I'm not gonna do a deep dive on it, but just because you mentioned Lee Konitz, he's an old school guy, and I got a Lee Konitz 10-inch. This is with Miles Davis. I think this is the last time Miles Davis was a sideman in this session, and then he became leader on Prestige.
Yeah.
And this is a fantastic record. Anyway, just it's beautiful condition.
Yeah.
It's on that blue Prestige, but this is cool, and it's been reissued before.
And he was a guy that he didn't get like stuck in time. He kept progressing, doing different things. In the 70s, he goes to Europe. He records a lot of stuff at Italian labels. There's a really nice record called Stereo Konitz from the 70s. He recorded a duo, I think, on Fantasy with Bill Evans. Really cool as well with Bill Evans Trio. And yeah, he's been very active. He's done a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so going back to ECM, a really cool amazing ECM record that came out today.
So where is it?
It's called
Releases?
Yes. It's called Just.
Okay. Billy Hart.
The Billy Hart Quartet put out this record today called Just with Ethan Iverson on piano, Mark Turner on saxophone, and Ben Street on bass.
Nice. I've seen Billy Hart.
CD and vinyl. You can pre-order on ECM, Amazon, whatever you find it. I bought a download today. I haven't got a physical copy yet. This record kicks ass, pretty much. Those guys have been playing together for 20 years. And I also think that, you say ECM, the ECM sound. This is like generality. Don't go behind that.
Yeah.
This record kicks ass. I mean, Mark Turner is in excellent shape. Billy Hart, like punctuating melodies, playing amazing lines. This is candidate to be one of the best records of the year.
Holy smoke!
I really enjoyed this record.
Is that how do you order it?
You can find on Bandcamp. Sorry, not on Bandcamp. You can find on Amazon, probably mostly retailers. I think Dusty Groove, whatever. I checked Amazon. It's
Okay.
for next month, I think. I'm not sure if it's
All
arriving.
they have is the CD or streaming.
Yeah.
It's only a CD, right?
I think there's a record coming out. If you go back to the ECM page, I'm not sure.
Okay.
No, just a CD. So
Just
So
CD.
CD
So you-
only.
just
Yeah.
get it. It's a fantastic recording, or just buy download. I bought a download and or
Cool.
the CD as well. It's really cool. Billy Hart at age 83, still producing amazing music. Amazing music.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him live. He's
Mhm.
on. He's
Yeah,
on.
it's the same quartet that you saw with Mark Turner.
Okay.
Yes.
Mike would be yelling at me right now. So I have. This is his lead stuff, but I want to see a sideman. So he played a lot with Jimmy Smith, Wes Montgomery,
Mm-hmm.
Pharoah Sanders. He's on Karma.
Mm-hmm.
McCoy Tyner, Asante. He's some Wayne Shorter. On the Corner, Miles Davis. Herbie Crossings.
Mm-hmm.
Black Unity, Pharoah Sanders. Charles Earland. Walter Bishop Jr. Anyway, Catalyst. Check that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, his own Mutima with Cecil McBee, you see there.
Oh, The Jewel and the Lotus. This one on ECM.
Yeah.
This is being reissued, and Rob's been patiently waiting.
Yeah. Hey, ECM, fucking release this record already.
Yeah.
This is probably going to get reissued. This is a Strata East.
Yeah, that should be on the line. Yeah, don't bother for no Geo that.
Anyway, so Billy Hart's on a ton of good stuff.
Yes,
Awaken, Sunny Fortune. Yeah, I mean, he's playing with Stan Getz, Richard Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's Hemi at Blewett. I mean, this is an incredible list of records.
Yeah.
And
He
did a lead record for that Horizon label.
Holy
That's
shit!
a freaking awesome record to get.
Yeah.
Cheap. It's cheap heat.
We're only in the mid '80s. Anyway,
Yeah.
I won't go through everything.
He's been on a lot of stuff. He's even on that live John Chikai that we bought from Europe.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
and
Okay.
Tribal Ghost. Yeah, he's even on Tribal Ghost.
I mean, this
Right.
is insane.
Has he outdid Ron Carter?
He may have. That's got it. That's Ron Carter level.
Yeah. So again, this record highly recommend. I think it's going to be topping many lists for the year, and yeah, it's going to be on my list very likely. I enjoy this one. And Mark Turner, who plays in his quartet, actually had a solo record released today.
On what?
I forgot the name of that label. It's the same one where the Jacob Bro has released the ones with Lee Konitz. Just give me one second.
Hold on. Is this him live at the Village Vanguard? It wouldn't be that, right?
Hang on just a second.
It's not this, is it?
It's on the same label that put Balladeering. Yeah. Let me just open it here, Mike. I'm going to share the link there.
Share it in the private chat or whatever.
Yeah. It is right here.
Where's the
And
private chat?
of course, the Mike Turner record now is showing here.
Where are you sending it?
I'm copying here. Hang on.
The orange margin. That's supposed to be analog, or whatever the original recordings were, which is supposed to be
Maybe.
their kind of version of the Tone Poet.
Yeah.
So I recently picked up this
Oh, yeah.
this Billy Hart record. I think this may have
Yeah,
been
that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. So
That
this
record's awesome.
Yeah, that is really good. Yeah.
all these Horizon. Hold on, let me shut this blur.
Mike, I put in the private chat, okay?
Yeah. So all these Horizons, they have this Horizon logo there. This is Billy Hart. They open up, and they're usually technical inside. Like they show they show the music and how everything was recorded. And it's a what are they called when you have the sleeve here?
Unipack.
Yeah, it's a Unipack, which sucks. Nobody likes that. And
in my experience, they're not the best. On average, it's very uneven, like sound wise and stuff.
So
but that one's good. That one's really good.
There's a lot of good Horizon stuff.
Yeah, I mean they're good albums, but the sound quality. There's a lot of Jim Halls that don't sound so good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that one is good. That was a good one.
That's a nice one. Yeah.
Okay, let's open up this link. So, okay, there we go. Here's the Bandcamp.
Yeah, Raise Them to Lift Their Hands. Mark Turner, who plays saxophone at Peter Harper's quartet, just released this solo saxophone. And his sound signature, very beautiful, soothing music. He goes to the extent of his technique there. I really enjoyed this record too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with Mark Turner's playing, go check it out. Either the
I'm
Billy
not.
Harper or the Billy Hart or anything else. Go check it out because it's beautiful.
I'm not. I have a giant gap in my jazz collection because I'm so focused on the early era stuff.
Mhm.
And I like that. That's what, I'm totally okay with it. But I will at some point need to dive into all these guys' catalogs, get familiar with them because I know
and just like back in the day, I mean, all these people play with each other. So there's another rabbit hole there. And so, but there's a lot of cool stuff that people should definitely check.
I like
Well,
what
it looks like this is on Apple Music, the whole album already.
Yeah,
so.
you can say it's on every streaming service. You can definitely listen to that.
Yeah, so check it out. I was going to say, what the hell was I going to say? I was going to compliment you, Felipe. Damn it.
Yeah. So there's a couple of other things that came out today. I think, right after the holidays, January, you have like this dry. There's a couple of good things that came out in January, but February starts seeing more like a flow of stuff. February and March. So, for example, next month you're going to have the first Brent for Marsalis on Blue Note. It's going to come out next month on the 28th. There's a new Sasha Berliner record on the 28th of March as well. Early April, there is a Candace Springs. She's covering the entire Lady in Satin by Billie Holiday. So there's a really good stuff coming out. But today, another great record that came out was the new Artemis, Arboresque.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. I'll pull that up in a second. I just want to address any opinions about Jerome Saba LPs. So we've interviewed Jerome twice on the channel, and he, I think they're incredibly well recorded. They're done top notch. He's into analog chains and recording quality, and he has
very nice guy. I met him in person once. Very nice.
And he plays with the top guys. And so, yeah, I mean, they're all good. You should pick them all up.
Yeah, he knows what's doing. The label's starting. I think his next release, he's actually going to be producing someone else, right, Mike?
Yes, yeah, he's coming out with something. It may have been announced. I just can't remember who it is now.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, and he played I don't know. He's super interesting. Like he plays with who's the drummer he played with last time?
It's Al Foster.
Al Foster, and they were doing standards, and the record before that, who was like the big star on that one? You remember?
Was the Kenny Barron.
Kenny Barron. So
Kenny Barron, Joe Martin, yes.
Yeah, so he's playing with great players, and it's just they're masters. It's just fun to listen to what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
so definitely recommend Jerome.
Yeah. Yeah, so on Blue Note today we had Artemis, right, releasing their third record. Artemis is it's like a super band of female players, like Renee Roses on piano, Ingrid Jensen on trumpet, Nicole Glover on saxophone, Noriko Ueda on bass, and Alison Miller on drums. The first iteration had also Melissa Aldana playing with them, but on the second or third album they stick with this quintet format. And it's called the record is called Arboresque, which refers to nature, trees, right, forests, animals. It's very inspired by sounds of nature. So it has this very open, meditative music, highly technical, and of course, this huge influence of Wayne Shorter, which I think Wayne Shorter's fingerprints are all over modern music. I mean, it's hard to listen to modern recording which does not make you think or remind you of Wayne Shorter, especially stuff like Mato Grosso Feio, Odisseia Visca, Nefertiti, things like in his 60s to 70s transition there. I think she set up a blueprint for how modern music is being played.
I like the design of this cover. It does fit in with the Blue Note aesthetic, like how they slash the personnel, how they divide personnel. It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
That typeface at the bottom though is not Blue Note-ish.
No.
This here?
Yeah.
It's
That's
more,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
looks more like an art gallery, right? Kind of stuff.
yeah, it's kind of like 90s.
I'm trying to think. I feel like they've used this type of font on some things.
Was it Bill Evans? No,
Maybe.
Yes.
Are those trees on fire?
What?
But anyway, I think that the cool thing about Artem is that they started as like a super band, but now they kind of like a fixed band, having like a regular releases, touring. It's more like a Blue Note established band.
Yeah. So you can get a test pressing. How much they want for this? $100. You can get an LP plus a test pressing.
Yeah, it's this standard. They always go $100 for a test presses. Yeah.
Interesting.
But what else? So, and the brand for Marsalis records that come exactly in a month from now, they already dropped a single. You can listen to the first song.
New releases.
Right. And wait, it's a concept album, right?
Yeah, it's a double. It's going to be a long record.
Unfortunately, not much Mike says stays in my head, but I believe Jazz Bum Mike made a joke that this is an ad for the Man's Warehouse.
Mazzy, what do you think about this cover design? How did it strike you?
Actually, I don't mind that. I mean, is this a new record?
Yes.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of those billboards you see for lawyers, like in a car crash. You know, it's like, but I don't mind lawyers. Can I, Rob? Mike asked me. Okay.
You said car. I was helping you.
Shut up, Rob.
Okay. Anyway, I don't mind this. I think it's fine. It doesn't seem like a jazz album cover. It seems like a law firm that's going to help you get, your money out of a law. Like, right?
Yeah.
It's like Better
exactly
Call
what
Saul.
that looks like.
Joe, you agree?
That is. I'm sorry, but that is a terrible cover.
It looks like corporate portraiture, like good corporate portraiture.
It looks like a billboard for a new show on CBS this fall.
It does. It looks like CSI New Orleans.
Yeah, if it was just him in the front, it would look good. But the guys in the back, it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are they standing back there?
Branford Marsalis is a doctor, and he's
anyway. This should no way discourage anybody from.
It looks like the new season for The Wire.
They're probably
Mazzy. It's the new premiere for Suits LA.
Absolutely, exactly. We're gonna do a black version of it. Oh, actually, wait. The guy, what's the guy in Suits? The black guy is the same guy in the back. What's his name? I mean, he looks like that.
I think you're getting in trouble right now, Mazzy.
Yeah. Come on, Mazzy. Let's. So this is a 2 LP with a sign. Oh, the test pressing sold out.
Yeah.
How many test pressings do you think they would have? Like 20, 25?
Around that, yes. I mean, usually when you order a record, you get like 10. Yeah, just given, but you can order more.
Yeah.
Now look at this: $38 for a double album. How cool is that?
Right.
Felipe, have you bought any of the test pressings from
Blue Note?
Note stuff?
No.
Has anybody heard this? Has it streamed yet?
That's what I was saying. As they put the first track out today, so I can listen to the first track.
Did you hear it?
Yes, I liked it.
And
I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't judge an album by its cover, please.
Mm-hmm. I think Blue Note's doing a great job in mixing. You see Nils Klein in there. It's Maya Delilah. It's a guitar player. She's putting a record on.
There's
Blue
a new
Note.
Nels Klein album coming out, isn't there?
Yes. You see, the Gerald Clayton one just came out, announced. I think this Gerald Clayton is going to be really, really good. He's one of the greatest modern composers for sure. Pianist, yes.
All right, Mazzy, what do you got there?
Well, I started showing these before, and you guys, No, I don't want Rob to jump on me because I might have shown it. But
No, I want to see them.
But
today this came out. Most of us know this album. I love this album.
Okay, can I set this up for you? So here's the deal with that album. They used a tape copy because
out of Japan.
Okay, so I said that it's going to sound fine. How does it sound?
It sounds fine. It's a 15-inch IPS tape copy in Japan. It's the best copy they have. But I don't have. I have a OJC from the 80s. This actually sounds better than it, but not like a lot better.
So I have an original mono, and it's clean, and the sound on it is not very good.
Yeah, it's not like a hi-fi thing. Orrin Keepnews is a great producer, so I like his. Yeah. It's a good album, but it's a great album, great music and everything, and it's a good sounding album. I tell you though, after I played this, and I know some people get like yawning about Joe Pass, but this is almost all acoustic solo guitar. I think one track sounds like an electric hollow body guitar. This is fucking amazing sounding. This is really good. Now it's just a great, when he gets in the rhythm of it and he gets in without drums, without bass, it's just him alone. This is really good. I was surprised. Like this blew me away more than the other one. I've never heard this record.
Yeah.
And this is from 74. And this Norman Granz produced it. There we go.
Yes,
right. So that resurrected his career because he became very popular playing on college campuses. And I think they're 4 Virtuoso records. I have them, but this is a CD box from.
Was he a cigar smoker?
From 97. I know you're a cigar smoker. Now, but this has practically all of his Pablo stuff on this.
Okay. Yeah,
so
it's good.
Yeah, this is a good.
Well, I tell you, Christian says his pickups were broken. That's why. Really, you couldn't get a guitar. This sounds like except for one track, it sounds like acoustic guitar. And if it's not, wow, it's and which is good. It's really good, and it's a really good recording. And it's a lot of standards like Night and Day and Cherokee, How High the Moon. I love that. Jazz is full of standards, right?
The thing is, if you're like virtuosic, playing standards and showing off is like
he is amazing. Yeah. I tell you, I did get this as a promo. This one comes out in 2 weeks, I think, but I fucking love it.
Yeah. Okay. Felipe, do you have that?
No, I heard of it. No, I don't have a copy, but I know this
is basically the perfect title for this.
Yeah, that's what we were talking, I think, a couple of weeks ago. Like Norman Granz spotted Joe Pass. He never paid much attention. When he saw him touring, he said, "This guy's really good," and he convinced Joe to have his own solo stuff and be like a band leader and a front, a soloist.
Yeah, that's high praise.
Was Joe Pass was Joe Pass, maybe Art Tatum, but Joe Pass, I think, was the most recorded Pablo artist, maybe him and Ella.
I think so, because he was in every single backing band of Pablo.
It's like Ella and Joe Pass, Joe Pass alone, Joe Pass and
Pacey.
Yeah. Like it says right. This is a nice booklet with this, but it says his Pablo recordings were from 73 to 92.
Joe Pass and Joe Satriani, Joe Pass and Journey. It's all Joe Pass was with everybody.
Yeah, this is a nice booklet. A lot of good information.
Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah, those OJCs, the Prestige catalog alone is just amazing. Like they have Prestige and Riverside. The stuff that Fantasy or whoever bought Fantasy had, like it's amazing. The catalogs that they have, and I wish they went deeper with the jazz because they have Savoy, and Savoy I'm pretty sure bought Progressive, which was like a small. Like 1954 I think it was West Coast. Like they put out like a dozen 10 inches with like George Wallington and Al Haig, Al Cohn, like all these guys early on, and they had such a cool sound. And I feel like that is missing. I feel like from a lot of the reissue series, like there's West Coast stuff, but I don't know. There was like a West Coast, like I don't know. I need to look into it a little bit more, but I just feel like Kraft they just have amazing stuff. So
Kraft is doing good stuff, and I pray, I know I've had this reputation. I don't know I hate to say it like that, but that I always get down on Chad, but it's only the boxing. It's not Chad, it's any box. So forget that. Chad, I know he does a lot of stuff with Kraft. He does all the blues thing, and I tell you, I haven't reviewed him yet, but the 2 new Bluesville records are friggin' great. They come out in 2 weeks. There's the John Hurt and this one, which hold on a second. Where is it? This one blew me away. And this, for a jazz artist, I think Mike would like this one. I never heard of this record. Okay, you can make me big here.
Yeah.
First of all, this is the one that I've had for years. This is a great record, and they're finally doing it. This is country blues. Okay, fantastic. 66. This came out. This is 1960. Blues and Ballads. Lonnie Johnson with Elmore Snowden. I never heard this record before. There's vocals on it, and it's very wide stereo. So some people that hate that left channel, right channel, it's friggin' great. It's bass, stand-up bass, acoustic guitar, and electric guitar. And it's not normal. Half of it is bluesy, but half of it is standards like St. Louis blues. I Get Along Somehow. And all of a sudden, when the vocals came in, I wasn't expecting it. It came in the left channel, so up front, so in your face, so alive. It was beautiful. It was almost like a 30s or 40s soundtrack. Very, I don't know.
I think
it's so good. So this is the secret great Bluesville. This is Chad and Kraft.
Exactly.
So I thought this was amazing. This is, I think it's Matt Luthans that did these, and they're great.
Yeah,
I think it's a great combination. If you think about, blues is Chad's thing. He really,
but it's not a normal swampy New Orleans blues. It's more of a contemporary. It could be like a Park Avenue blues, and I mean that not like rich Park Avenue, but the whole like New York club scene. It's more like Sinatra or early like Basie, those kind of without the big band.
Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
Yeah. It's a combination of he knows how to do it, and I think that the selection of the titles is just top notch.
Yeah, I should look into that more. Felipe got it.
I think you'd like it.
Felipe, you got this promo. This is your copy here.
Yeah.
They put a freaking promo copy, not for sale sticker on it.
Yeah, man. Co-mine, those guys are
old school. That's cool.
So
they
this
copied the Warner Brothers stickers.
So So this is the first record by Steve Lakonski. It's called Magnolia. It is
okay.
From 2002, exactly 2 years ago. Okay. I bought this record after seeing the Bandcamp recommendations for that month. I look at the cover. Okay, it looks like Tony Williams stuff. I'm gonna buy it. And it's a nice T-Bone jacket. Came on Co-mine. And I fell in love with this record. I really enjoyed the music. So Steve Lakonski, he's a piano player. He's a current for the past many years. He plays with Duran Jones and the Indicators. Okay. And he decided to cut his first jazz trio record in 2023, and now 2 years later, this one just came out. That's the second one. It's called Entrance Music. Okay. This was really cool about it, and I got a copy because we correspond. They sent me a copy, but I really dig their music from the start.
Well, and we're putting an interview out.
Yeah, we interview him and Terry Cole, who owns Co-mine Records. Both extremely fun guys. Really was a great chat with them. And okay, Roberto, yes, it kind of looks like a classical cover. It's a watercolor. An acrylic painting. It's a lot of details if you see from close. So one thing Terry Cole said is very cool. The record is like 40 minutes. I don't want to stretch too much into each side. I want them to sound good. And it has that typical Co-mine, depth tone, kind of gritty, but very refined sound. And everything is improvised. There's only one song that he actually wrote. Everything is improvised. And those guys, they shared the stage with Duran Jones. And the music is like so open, so beautiful. It sounds so there in your face, so present. And it's called entrance music because that's the kind of sound that you open the door, it comes in and it lingers and lightens your day. It's very, very light, very easy to kind of fall into. I'm probably going to shoot a video about it, talk a little bit more in depth, along with some other new releases that I got. But this thing rocks. I highly recommend you guys checking it out. Both records, Entrance Music and Magnolia.
Nice.
Yeah. And Co-mine does great stuff. Check everything else that Co-mine does if you're not familiar with Co-mine Records.
Yeah, we had Beer and Vinyl in the live stream yesterday, and he interviewed the owner of Co-mine Records like 11 months ago, which I thought was pretty cool. So, all right, Joe, what's up?
Not much. How are you guys?
Hey, Joe.
Wow. What's with the beard, man?
It's just been a few weeks. I was on vacation in Florida last week, so
okay.
Didn't quite make it down to Felipe, but
Joe just goes to like the high level area.
There was a certain line where I drew where if I went any farther, I felt like I'd be obligated to see Felipe. So
Joe wasn't let off the property of Mar-a-Lago.
Now, I sent Joe a link to a record that was expensive, but it had Brotzman's signature on it.
Yeah.
So do you have any desire for a signature? Or is that anything that you really
so I actually got I've shown this in the group. There was a woman that lives not super far from me, and it's kind of hard to find people around where I live that sell records, but let alone have the kind of stuff that I have. And it just so happened to be a few weeks ago I actually bought this record, which was one of the last FMPs I was looking for. It's called that's not the right side, sorry.
Well, that's a signature there. We saw a signature.
Yeah.
Vard, whatever. And it translates to Black Forest Trip in
German. That's a German. Well, Schwarz. Yeah, that's a German.
And I've never seen this promo stamp on an FMP before. So the woman I bought it from, I think, had probably amassed like a rather large FMP collection, because most of the stuff she had, it seemed to be signed by like Brotzman or Bennick or both of them. And this one was a promo one, but this is a duo record of just Brotzman and Han Bennick. They went to the Black Forest in 1977, and a combination of instruments they usually play, like saxophone, drums, clarinet, things like that. They also incorporated like natural sounds from the forest, along with bringing just kind of random instruments. So it's kind of a unique one. I picked up the CD of this a few years ago, but had the ability, or I had the chance to buy the LP of it. So that was that. And then last weekend I went, I actually
hold on. I just want to react to that. That sounded really cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, it's available on streaming. You can kind of check it out. It's a different sound than a lot of his other stuff, because again, it
was FMP 0440.
It's 440. Yep.
Was this her collection, or did she inherit it from someone?
I'm not really sure, because she had a handful of Brotzman stuff.
Was she older?
What'd you say?
Was she pretty old?
She actually, to be honest, she kind of reminded me of like the vibe that I get from like Nicole, where she's seen a lot of like free jazz, a lot of like jazz acts dating back.
She knows it. She knows the music. It wasn't like her.
It definitely.
I think what Mazzy's getting to, Joe, is can you hook him up with her?
No, but like sometimes a dead husband, and
I'm not really sure.
Sounds like she knew the music.
It seemed like she was very with it when it came to
don't be so rude
to these artists, and I didn't really get a chance to talk to her about like where they came from, but it seemed like she had that. But the big one.
No, wait. How did you find her?
I had that in my want list on Discogs, and it popped up like the beginning of February, and I just got it.
It wasn't J-Date or something.
No, and it just so happened to be that like when the woman sent me the tracking information, she was only, I mean, it wasn't like down the street. It was still like, she lived like an hour and a half from me. But again, for me, that's close because most of the time it's New York City or another state.
Did you drive and pick it up in person?
No, I bought that one because I didn't know where it was coming from. Okay. But when I got, so this is, I know that Stunty has this, but this is, it's called, let me see, I'll pull it out of the thing.
It's like a nurse with a wound.
It's a double 7-inch, and it's called Free Jazz und Kinder. So it's like free jazz with children, and it's 15 kids that sing and just kind of make noise and kind of, part of the and then it's Han Bennick, Brotzman, and Van Hove, which was the trio that was from like around 1970 to like the mid 70s. So this was recorded in 1973. This is one of the 7 inches that FMP put out at the time. There actually is a reissue of this from, I think, a few years ago, but that's also a little bit pricier. But never really thought I was going to find this. So when this same seller had it, I met up with her.
Is she like clearing up her collection? Or
I'm not really, again, I don't really know. She had these two, and then there's another 1 or 2 Brotzman 7 inches / like Globe Unity, which was like the group he was part of in the 70s. And then there was his record Nipples, which she has, some of the prices were really high, but from what I've gotten between the Black Forest one and then this one, they're like unplayed copies.
What did she want? What did she want for Nipples?
300, which is like pretty high for.
Oh,
but I guess it's signed by Brotzman. But I mean, Chris brought up a good point in the chat earlier in the week. Like Brotzman's signature really is not. It's a cool thing to have, but it's not like maybe somebody that is like a mainstream big kind of thing. But it was cool to see that. They actually, they were both the ones I picked up from her were signed. So that was that. And then I have my eyes on one of the other 7 inches that she has. So
for Nipples, I just pulled up Nipples.
And I paid, I think when I bought it
Play Nipples one more fucking time, man.
That gets you in the champagne room.
How big is Nipples as an album?
When I bought the
we're so like kindergarten.
Is that what the first pressing looks like? Would that be a first pressing? No.
Yes, that's the first pressing. And then the one that I have is the second one, which is the red and black label that they started in like the early 70s. So
okay. So yeah, so it looks like you can get one for $125.
Yeah. It should.
So,
and again, like
300.
based on what I found from the two records I bought from her, the stuff is really nice, but $300. I mean, I bought a copy from somebody in Italy and it was like $95. So, wow. I mean, and that was a good deal. I mean, it could easily be $125, $150. It's definitely one of the more pricey, but also more sought after ones because it is his early material before he did break off into the trio with Van Hove and Han Bennick.
But Joe, isn't it part of like a trilogy of records, or no? Am I wrong?
So yeah, it's like his first 3 were for Adolph Sax was his first LP, which was from '67, and then Machine Gun is the second one, which is the big one that most people that are familiar with him know about. And then his third one was Nipples, and then he followed it up with Balls, which I actually think is
Mazzy's interested in that record.
All of a sudden, Mazzy came back on screen right at the moment that.
Yes.
But no, it's the first 3 records are a larger lineup, or actually his first record is just a trio, but it's a different trio. Like it's got like Peter Kowald and then Sven Ake Johansson, who went on to actually found I guess the SAJ record label, which was a subsidiary of FMP in the 70s. And then Machine Gun incorporates a lot of musicians from kind of the Globe Unity era. So it's got like Evan Parker's on it. You've got Van Hove, Bennick, again, Brotzman. And then after that, or after Nipples, and then when it goes to Balls, it then becomes the smaller ball. It's just a single. It's just a single. So.
Is there a song on there called Cough? Now, I'm being serious though. You can get those all on CD. You can find the CDs of these.
Yeah, and they're actually, I don't know which. Some of the early material hasn't been. I think For Adolf Sachs might have a reissue, but Cienfuegos, which is out of Austria, it's the subsidiary of Trost. They put out in the last handful of years pretty much the majority of Brotzmann's FMPs. So that's a nice way. I mean, it might be a little bit harder to find them in the US, but if you're willing to pay a little for shipping, you can easily get those records for $25, $30. So if you're not looking to spend the mega money, I mean, even the originals are not super expensive. They're usually under $100, except for a few of the titles. But after that, I went to Florida, as I said at the beginning. I talked about this in the chat, and I think Felipe, you had said you've been to. It was called Uncle Tony's Donut Shop.
Did you get a Knish?
You muted Felipe.
It was a great.
That's in Orlando. It's a great show. They have you can buy online from them as well.
Okay. Yes.
Is that a record store? That's a record store.
Yeah, it's a record store. Yes, and they
Go for it. No. So this guy, he also has a huge, super fancy store in DC. Rob, I'm gonna figure out exactly where it is. But he only sells like
Felipe, I think that store actually closed in the last year or so. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Because
there was one that was in like a hotel.
Yes, he has like the cream of the crop, super expensive stuff. You know.
Yeah, and it was they're mainly a like the owners is do you know, Felipe, where the owner is from? I know it's like a Latino based business, but
yeah, I have a local friend here who knows the owner. I'm gonna pull that out for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
but it was a great shop. They specialize like jazz, funk, African, hip hop, reggae. So it's kind of a nice mix of things. So if you're interested in, I found stuff. I mean, a lot of the stuff I didn't really know too much about, but when I was there, I had the ability to listen to stuff. They had a listening station, and they allowed you to be able to listen to everything. But this was one record I was not familiar with at all until I got there, and I actually listened to it. And while it's not maybe what I traditionally listen to, it was really, really great. It's K Frimpong, and I don't know if it says and it's harder to read in the middle, but it's and his Cubano
yes. Cuban parties, yes.
And it's like this African funk, like high life is what they described it as. It's just got this really chill vibe to it. It's really, really great. The singing, so he's the singer, K Frimpong, but it's got great guitar work as well. And it was not. This is the reissue. This isn't the original. The original came out, I think.
What's the original?
Yeah, Ghana. It came out in Ghana in 1977.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, all this African stuff is really tough to get, but there's a lot of great European reissues.
Yes, and that was this was a 2011 reissue, which I was, and even on Discogs it looked like that was tougher to find. So I was happy to find that. This was the one kind of more jazz centric record. This is I've never seen this or even heard of it. It's Charles Tyler, the Adelphi, or sorry, it's what does it say? I can't even read the cover. 60 Minute Man. It's from early 80s, 1980 on the Adelphi jazz line. Again, I was not familiar with it, but I love Charles Tyler. He plays only the baritone saxophone, which he, I think, started experimenting with in like the late 70s. Most of his early stuff, like ESP disc into the 70s, was just like tenor sax, and then he started to incorporate the baritone as well. Really nice sound to it. It's definitely more on the freer side, but it's not like squonky, anything like that. I think it's pretty. It would be a nice kind of bridge for those that maybe were looking to get into more adventurous stuff. So that was a cool one. Not super expensive. the big one, which was the one that I actually purchased beforehand. Was really happy to have seen this Oneness of Juju. So this was I've been this has been on my radar for a while. So this is, I believe, I don't know, Felipe, if you know, this is, I think, their second record under the Oneness of Juju, right? Because isn't the other one, I can't think of what it was called, but do you know what I'm talking about? There's another one that was on this, the same label that I think that one came first, and then there was this one, but it's just killer jazz funk, plunky. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if you pronounce the N as in his last name, Nakan Bindi, killer saxophone player, and he's all over it. He was kind of the head of the group, which I think started as just Juju, and then it became like Oneness of Juju, because there is a Strata East record. It's like live in Mozambique. It's got a black cover. That one, I think, is their first session from like the early 70s. This is from 76. So again, really, really nice condition. The owner was really nice. His name was Jonathan. Talked to him directly on the phone, and was able to, I wanted to make sure that if I was taking the trip, because where I was staying was a few hours from Orlando. We were staying, my in-laws live near Fort Myers, and so
near Tampa. Did you go to Tampa?
And so we were going to Disney to take my daughter there, and I was like, well, if we're going to near Orlando, I'm going to check out Uncle. But to be honest, Felipe, I thought that Uncle Tony's Donut Shop for years, because I've known about the shop for a few years. I thought it was in Tampa, and so I kind of just always like
in Orlando.
Wrote it off, like going to Florida multiple times in the last few years, and I've just never. I'm like, oh, we're not really going to Tampa, so I'm not going to think. And then recently I was like, oh wait, it's in Orlando. If I'm going to Disney or somewhere, I should go there. So
Tampa has some good shops. They have Bananas. Everybody knows this, and Pete. Water. Sound Exchange. They have Mojo. There's a couple good records shop in Tampa.
Yeah. So, but that was so that's what I found from Florida. It was a great trip. The weather was much better there than it is where I live. So I was happy to get out of the 15-20 degree weather and more 70s, 80s. So that was nice.
But next time you come stretch over here, man, I'll take you to Found Sound. You're doomed. You're gone.
I will. Yep, I'll definitely. Next time I'm there, I'm going to definitely come down to Miami or near Miami, right? Because you're not in Miami, right? You're like
more like Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. So that's what I found.
All right.
Cool.
What's up, Chris? Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I had to drive to Dallas and back. That was a nightmare.
Okay.
Bingo. I like the way how we have like a 3 bums in a row thing going.
Yeah, that's cool. And you see, we even put our guests like above us, Yeah.
No, you should not. You shouldn't do that.
Yes.
Put me down. Put me down. Yeah.
All right, Chris. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I don't know.
Okay.
I just drove 2 hours in horrible traffic.
Chris, so are you still into the jazz scene?
Nah, I've sold all my jazz records. I'm gonna move into dad rock.
Dad rock?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, has anybody got the new batch of Tom Poets?
No.
I just got mine today. I got the Curtis, Amy, and Fruck Better.
Oh shit!
This is really good. It's
wait, hold. Put it up again. Come on. You can't show a cover of that with some cool ass hats and just do it for like a split second.
Yes.
Look at those hats, man.
Very
I
nice.
love it. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, that's Curtis Amy second release on Pacific Gas. Pretty good.
Have you listened to that yet?
No, I just got it. I know the record. I listened to it, but I haven't. I just got it on my door. Liner Notes by Thomas Conrad. Pretty good. Perfect. And the second one that came out, a record that I already knew very well from the LT series, is a Hank Mobley third season.
Ooh.
Beautiful, came super nice.
The usual stuff.
Immaculate condition. It's a 1967 session. Only came out in 1980, I believe. He has a lot of people here like Lee Morgan, Jay Spalding, Hank Mobley, Sonny Greenrich on guitar, Cedar Walton piano, Walter Booker bass, Billy Higgins drums. So this is like a late 60s session. And I think both for Hank Mobley, guys like Hank Mobley and Lee Morgan especially, I think it shows their kind of transition to where they would go to if they have endured through the 70s. And you see people here like James Spalding, Billy Higgins, Cedar Walton. There was more like a more adventurous type of music, well done, well constructed. Unfortunately, it was just released many years later. I believe this is the Japanese cover, of course, not the LT series. All compositions here are by Hank Mobley, only one by Lee Morgan. Okay, and yeah, funny fact about it. I mean, the record is absolutely pristine. No ding cover, no ding corners, no anything. And so I got my FedEx box today. There was no tape on the sides. The record was just like bouncing in and out. Jeez. And actually out of the box, actually. I share some pictures with you guys. It was just there. And fortunately, no major issues here.
That's good.
No issues there.
Cool. I'll just train
two good ones. Those are two good tone poets.
They're great. And I'm not going to go on Facebook complain about my box, okay?
Yeah, that's kind of old.
Right, yeah. Oh my God.
I got 3 clicks. I heard 3 pops.
Oh my God, that Rhino page. Oh my goodness. So there's another record I got. Last thing I want to show. This is a Brazilian record. It's being reissued by the Spanish label Vampi Soul. They are specialized in Brazilian and some Hispanic music. This is an ultra rare record. This is by a singer called Evinha. This is a 1971 release. It was the first time it's ever been repressed. This records like this, they go for thousands of dollars. She's a soul singer. So this is a 1971 release. So 71 was like the whole soul thing was kind of starting. Tim Maya was like really exploding. So really well done. It sounds absolutely phenomenal. Came on Vampi Soul. It sold out most of the spots. I communicated with Forced Exposure. They will receive a new batch. I'm not sure how many more they will receive. Forced Exposure.
Yeah, they have 15%. They just started 15% off right now.
Yeah, and I talked to them. Even if it's not in stock, you can place a back order because they're going to honor it because they will receive the record. Should be in this next week or so.
I like that he has a Davy Jones hat she's wearing.
Yeah. So if you guys think it's like ultra rare Brazilian records or even like ultra rare records in general, this is the one to get. You'll never get an OG of that.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Rob, is that where you bought did you buy the Byard Lancaster box from them?
From them. But I didn't get it when they had a 15% off sale.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was
but
like a week after I bought it, they had it. So.
Their price was considerably lower than the Bandcamp.
Souffle Continue as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that sale, yeah.
Yeah, First Exposure is amazing, man. Those guys are really cool. They're really nice on the emails.
Not in stock.
Yeah.
That thing sold well, I think, for them, no?
Yeah. Email them, see if they're going to receive more. And, they're going to tell you can place a back order or not. So, yeah.
I'm going to head out. Nice seeing you guys. I want to head out before Rob shows more records, but it was great seeing.
Say hi to all the widows in Seattle.
Great. Yeah, it was great.
I'm waiting for a message from like 4 weeks ago. You told me you're going to send me something, but that's okay.
I never got an address. You never put an address in.
Okay.
I don't remember what I was going to send you, but I remember you sent me something, but didn't put an address in. So I forgot what I was going to send you. But send me your address. Send me your mailing address.
I'll do.
I'll find something to send you.
Okay.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. Well, what did I miss in the first hour and a half? Anything?
We're trashing Verve. You
Okay.
want to trash Verve a little more?
I mean, I heard a little bit of it, and then Rob started yelling at Mazzy for no reason, so I just turned it off when I was in the car.
Yeah, they're good for you.
Yeah, but No, I thought your criticism of $50 being stupid was right on.
Right? Yeah, I think they could easily do for like 35 tops.
Yeah. Now, does that include shipping though? The $50?
Yes. So they do free shipping, quote unquote, and they don't only charge for our sales tax.
What was pointed out yesterday to me is that it's essentially like Rhino hi-fi prices, where it's like 40. If you were to just do like the 40 plus $7 shipping from Rhino plus taxes, it's about the same price as what this would be.
Yeah. I mean, there's not such a thing as a free meal at the end of the day, right? Everything is being charged.
But it's still $50.
Yeah, it's still $50.
Yeah. Still.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and it won't go on Amazon to be sold for like 20 eventually.
Yeah, well, it depends on. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Like,
so
secondary titles.
Yeah.
Don't seem like popular.
Yeah. So, Rob, that Coltrane record, what was the last reissue that was? Do you know?
Yes. Universal Germany did, I think, maybe less than 10 reissues of Impulse titles.
Mm-hmm.
The one they did was quite good, press at optimal, digital, but very good for $25.
Yeah.
I believe the first two ones were never available on UDiscover, but they started issuing them. There was a Michael White one, there was a Marion Brown, Vista. They started putting them, but the Coltrane one was never. I think you could get it in the U.S. some places. That one's very good, but the cover's better than this.
Yeah, yeah. The spine is like I don't know. Looks like a strawberry juice.
Did you show it to show the difference?
I will go pick them up downstairs, Chris. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Where's mine? Mine's somewhere around here.
I want that record though. I mean, I got the CD, which is awesome, but I would like to have a vinyl of that.
Chris, I'll scan the titles real quick for you. So you have this Coltrane, Nina Simone, High Priestess of Soul, Hello Dolly, Bell Evans, Empathy, which there is a double 45, which I think you have actually.
I do have that.
Ella Swings with Nelson Riddle, so that's probably going to sound like Frank Sinatra arrangements with her. The Steamer, the Stan Getz Quartet. This looks really good.
Steamer.
Yeah,
this whole series is like a Cleveland Steamer.
I sampled it. It's a good quartet. This is one, and it's mono too, because I think it's like a 56 recording. You got this. This is like a 55 Billie Holiday mono.
Yeah.
Stay with me, and she's with like Conti Condoli or like I forget who. Anyway, Oscar Peterson, Ahmed Jamal. There's a Verve Record Club exclusive release that's not announced, and that's going to be November.
They did send this email out this morning.
What is that?
It says last chance for exclusive John Coltrane, so it must be selling, or they're selling out of it.
Wait, exclusive? Oh, that's for the first title. Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, it's marketing. I mean,
mine came warped. I filed a claim. It's still pending. Maybe they found out who I was. I don't know.
I doubt they give a shit.
Okay, so they have the November Verve Record Club exclusive release, Dizzy Jazz Recital. This is a mono, and it's him with a big horn section. Yusuf, Jazz Around the World, the one where he plays like, I mean, there's a number of them, but it's a good one. Sarah Vaughan, Close to You. McCoy Tyner, Night of Ballad and Blues. That's the Impulse one. You know, with the dark cover.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and then Archie Shepp, The Way Ahead. That's the one with the circle, that green circle.
I have a lot of those.
So those are the first titles.
Right here.
Oh yeah. Is that good or is it boring?
No. All his impulses are awesome. So who's on here with him?
I don't know.
You got your Richard Williams on trumpet, Hugh Lawson piano, Ernie Barrows bass, and Lex Humphreys on drums. But all of his Impulse records are awesome.
Yeah. And there's like 3 or 4 of those I would be interested in.
Yeah.
You know, so I definitely won't be signing up.
But for $50, are you interested in them for $50?
No, there's probably maybe one or two I would be interested in.
But if there were a sale, you'd probably pick them up. Am I putting words in your mouth?
Yeah, I mean, yes, if I could get them for 30% off like every other reissue.
But I guess they are limited. They're not pressing that many.
I don't give a shit about limited. In 5 years anyway.
But you can still buy them, you know. I think it's not 2,500. They didn't sell 2,500 yet.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. But I'm saying, yeah. I mean, I was just.
I don't know. I just don't like the selection that much. Maybe it's because it's Verve and there's a lot of boring shit on Verve. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're doing Impulse too.
Actually, not to keep beating a dead horse. Here, it would have been a perfect opportunity for them to go, if it is Verve, just do Verve titles.
Well, hold on. So that's a good point.
Hold on. Don't
yeah, but the problem is it's not called Verve Recordings for a long time. It's Verve Group. They own Decca and own Impulse.
I know. But the Impulse titles are so different than the Verve titles, you know?
So hold on. So Chris, these are Impulse. This Sarah Vaughan is a Mercury, which means they have access to MRC and Mercury.
Sure.
That's Impulse. This is the Norman Granz stuff. This is an Argo. So they could put out Argo stuff.
That's weird.
Right? That's an Argo title. Then that's more Norman Granz.
That's basically everything that Universal has is jazz except for Blue Note.
Yeah. And then there's exactly. It's just the UME, what UME has, except for Blue Note. Exactly.
It'd be
Chad's
great.
Verve is 100%.
If they could do MRC, it'd be great if they could do some of the Clifford Brown titles.
That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's what I said on the live
stream. To shit, and so like the originals, and you're still paying like $75 for some of those records.
More.
And it's because I watched Mike the video that you did where you were outlining the titles, and the one thing that I was thinking was like maybe most of those titles are not really for me. It's just not. I'm not a big vocal person, and I do like some of the 50s bop type stuff, but it just I don't know. There has to be like a swing to it. It can't be slow, melodic type stuff. But the one thing that I think may sell some of those titles to people is that the alternative is, yes, you could go to Discogs and you could buy most of those records for $15, $20 for a decent copy. Maybe some of them are $30, $40, whatever. But like you're buying Verve is not really known across the board for having the greatest vinyl. And it's like Riverside, where like you find a Riverside in VG++, it's like a 50-50 shot between it sounding like horse shit or it sounding great. And I think that like you have a high likelihood that if there isn't any warping or no non-fill or whatever, that with these reissues, now granted the price is insane. That's crazy for these. These are like marginally desirable titles, if that. I don't know what the marketing for some of these is. I think the one thing that has frustrated me for a number of years, especially as I've started to look at reissues for certain records that are just unattainable for originals for either price or especially condition, that like Chad, like what he's doing with some of those titles, and it's so clear. And I don't really care because I don't really buy him, so I don't really care who hears it. Nobody knows me. I'm like an irrelevant person anyway. So that it is so clear that the records he's putting out 95% of the time are things that he wants. And I know that has nothing to do with Verve, but like
not 99.5% of the time.
It's insane because it's like he has some of the best manufacturing production of records in the US. He has a great system for packaging, a great thing. Now, returning records is, I think, a different story. It seems like it's a nightmare to try to return stuff.
I wouldn't say nightmare. It's just
but Joe. But at the same time, he presses records for others. You know.
Yes. Right. And so it would be great if there was. I mean, but anyways, but that's not the point. So like back to Verve. It's just the fact that with these titles, if you're willing to shell out the money, and again, hopefully we'll see what the manufacturing is like with the records kind of come out like packaged.
Well, there are now. For the RTI?
They're RTI, but I feel like it feels to me like if RTI doesn't care about the record, then that's when there's QC problems.
Well,
if they
that's kind of the silliest thing I've ever heard.
No. I'm being honest with what I get from them. Like the Tone Poets, they seem to care about them, so they come out nice. But it doesn't feel like there's any love in the Coltrane. It just doesn't feel like.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
Okay, Felipe, what do you think about that?
I think Rob is correct. It sounds like it feels just like something just throwing out.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that's what they're doing. It's just how it feels, because Blue Note, Chad, whatever you can say, you know who is doing, you know what they're investing on, what their thinking is.
Well, hang on. Hang on. Rob was talking about RTI doesn't care about the record, so it's different because he got I don't think that makes any sense.
No,
I have a Chris. You say this shit to me. I can tell you a story.
No, I agree with Chris.
I was standing in a group while the head of Insurrection, that what's his name, Shane,
Insurrection,
he told a story where they trashed a bunch of his covers without telling him. They just said, we're not holding, threw him away. He had to call to find out they trashed all these covers for him. That is a story that tells me for that particular client or those albums, they didn't care. They would have messaged him and said, look, we're not holding these covers. We're not holding these covers for you. So information, I'm not just flippantly making this comment.
Well, you do have to qualify.
Hold on.
You have to qualify when you say they don't care about this. It's like, well, how do you know?
Hold on one second, Mike. The qualification is me saying it comes off to me. I'm not saying this is what it is. You should believe what I believe.
Okay.
This is me.
Yeah.
It's my opinion. Okay. So you can say it makes no sense, but now I'm qualifying it with stories I've heard that's not the way you run a business, and that's not how you treat your clients.
Okay, we're done with
that in my head. When I get a record, look, the Tone Poets are awesome. I don't feel that way about the Tone Poets. They do. But in this particular case, that's how it makes sense to me.
I just feel like if you're on this live stream and you say that RTI, if you have an opinion that RTI is botching these on purpose,
I didn't say they were doing it.
You have to qualify that. I'm just saying, like, there are standards on the stream.
You're adding things to something I did not say.
I'm saying you have to qualify if you're going to make those statements, because this is, these are, I don't know. This stream tries to take itself serious.
Okay, the second record I got for the Sun Ra reissue that was put out by the Sun Ra, whoever controls the estate, was pressed at RTI. It was warped.
Okay, that's fine.
So they're not a big client for them. They don't do a lot of records through them. Universal is. Tone Poet is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's my.
No, Universal's putting out the Verve stuff too, though. Same thing.
I don't think those are pressed at RTI. The club ones are.
Yeah. Now, dude, don't get me wrong. Warped records are a horrible problem more from Chad than RTI half the time, but I think it's just a problem with 180 gram vinyl records to begin with.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not a professional at that, and I think it's very easy for us to, this guy doesn't know this, Kevin Gray doesn't know that, whatever, guys. Things happen, I just received a box of records that was open. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. It happens,
Well, that's
with everybody. Yeah, right. So
you know what they ought to do though is.
But you guys want to know one thing? So Kevin is pressing his next record with MoFi.
Really?
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the guy from RTI moved to MoFi, so probably
Who moved to MoFi?
One of the guys from RTI that Kevin, I think, we used to work closely. He's with MoFi. Yeah.
What other record? Isn't there a more recent record that was pressed by Fidelity that's not part of MoFi? What's the first?
They're pressing around people, and everything I got from MoFi so far, and the feedback I got from Kevin, they're doing an amazing job. Those records, they're nearly perfect.
Hold on one second. I don't mean to interrupt. Jeff Myers reached out to me about this live Coltrane record that I think is some sort of gray market 3 LP, and he can't seem to find any answers about it.
But Engraved Mike showed it?
No. Jeff K. Myers.
No, he says, does anyone have the Coltrane at the Half Note 3 record set Engraved Mike showed yesterday? No.
No, I don't know about that. I haven't watched it.
I've seen it at Amoeba. It's on the shelves at Amoeba.
Well, let's wrap it up because you guys made me go downstairs to compare the spines and show.
Yeah, the spine.
God.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the Verve Coltrane.
Yeah.
I can barely see his face.
Yeah.
Right? It's really blurred. Inside is very nice. Everything's cool here. So this is one of the Chad's ones. This is from 2020. Remember this one? It's Chad's.
Yeah.
Let me put the spines. I don't know how the camera is going to deal with that.
No, it's fine. One's red, one's orange.
Yeah, so the red one is the new one. The red is the new one.
Yeah.
Every single impulse cover.
Good. It looks fucking stupid. It shouldn't be red.
You guys
That's
are
the worst.
Dude, it's a different series produced by a different company. They're going to have different art design.
You're in marketing.
Yeah, sure. Like the blue
apologist.
Like a diaper.
No, I'm not. If you get any reissue ever from Impulse, they all have different colored spines. The hues are all over the place every time that thing's been reissued. So this is a different series.
That literally is red. It's not orange. It's not a shade of orange.
Let's make a blue note a green because it's a different series.
This one is red. This is Albert Eiler. You see that? This part of the deal. Like the spines are never going to be exactly the same. That would be impossible.
It
really wouldn't be. Different printers with different ink. They're using different source files. If that was the acoustic sound series, I would say you have a good point. Like, why would they change the file that they're using to print these? But it's a different thing, so they're just going to be different. You can't say they should be just like Chad's.
It's Verve. They own the whole thing. It's not they don't have file.
If they did it to a Sinatra record, Mike would be singing a different tune.
That is true.
Of course.
Well, now I want to know: was the original one more red looking? Maybe it was.
It was Chris. It was pressed every year after it was released, like multiple times. The variation on the spine color is going to be different. They printed jackets everywhere.
Now, when I went to college for graphic design, when I went and studied graphic design, you get this Pantone color spots thing that you tell them the number. That's what you want printed. They didn't do that.
Exactly.
This is a good point that Chris has here. I want the laminate peeling just like the original. Oh shit, that's funny. Now I'm curious to see what the original one looked like. If it was orange or not.
Well, if you watch Steve Westman's stream from the other night, which Mazzy and I were on, the Michael T guy, he pulled out a close. I don't know if it was a third pressing. The cover was much lighter. You could see the picture very nicely.
Yes.
But I didn't notice the spine.
What do we got?
This is a 72 Van Gelder stereo.
Okay.
Doesn't have a glossy jacket, but that's the artwork. And the color of the spine looks like that.
It's orange.
Now, question for you, Mike, because I just picked up that Freddie Hubbard, which obviously I think they had extra covers. Do you think?
Yeah. They probably did.
And they would just put the new pressing of the record in the old
Freddie
covers.
Hubbard? Which Freddie Hubbard?
Here, the Freddie Hubbard artistry, but it has a sticker over the thing because it was a mono cover.
Yeah.
Here, it's somewhere here. Here.
I have it too. I'll show you.
Right. So this is a later pressing, right? It's either a 67 or 72. But then they put the sticker on there, right? Because they had old covers, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I have a few of those.
The stereo sticker or mono or whatever? Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's on both sides.
I'm gonna hop off, guys. I'll see you guys later, okay?
Are you really actually gonna hop?
Yeah. I'll see you guys later. Good talking to you.
Thanks,
all right, see you, buddy. This is not an auction, Patty. Not yet.
Even when they went into the green labels, it seemed like sometimes they had old covers.
That's possible. A monistic.
About
Oh,
that.
Rob gave me this. Rob, remember this was when we first started chatting. This is that mono that you sent me, and I sent you what the
just a Alice Coltrane cover.
Yeah, so it was a swap, and this is like VG minus condition. But honestly, I thought it was cool. It's a nice cover.
Nice.
What's the
what
spine
does
look
the
like?
spine look like?
Yeah, what shade of orange is it?
Hey, look, it's fucking orange, not red.
Yes, not red.
Well, I showed one that was.
Yeah, that doesn't count. It's stupid Albert Eiler.
When is that Albert Eiler? What is that from?
Look at this. Okay, this is an OG, and it has that sticker.
Yes.
Okay. So let's compare both of these.
Okay, let's look.
Look at the difference.
Still
So
okay.
This is just how it is to collect impulse. People need to get over it.
You get over it.
I am.
You get over it. You're getting paid by them.
Yeah,
I wish.
Me too. I don't want to shit on the whole series. Look, I mean, with the shipping and everything, $50 isn't like the worst thing in the world. And a lot of people are into vocal jazz and stuff. They're not everybody's complete nerds like us that want, certain things. So whatever. I mean, Chad does a lot of that vocal stuff, and he must sell or he wouldn't press it.
Of course.
But let's say that you're like, I think Joe is not like everyone, right?
No, of course.
But Mike,
a
long time ago, Mike was an impulse completist guy, right?
Me?
You were about getting all the impulses you could get.
Well, I was looking at the catalog seriously.
Here's my point about the Verve Club. It doesn't, like, the titles don't flow together well.
We could have picked a killer dozen titles.
Well, but can I just put this out there? Do you think in a meeting when they were hatching this idea, did someone go, pick a track? Would it be more appealing to you if they had an impulse track, a Verve track, and whatever, the Argo track?
All likelihood, they probably looked at sales and just saw that, like, the Louis Armstrong probably sold extremely well back in the day.
Okay. What's the first rule of Verve Club? You don't talk about Verve Club.
Yeah, we're done with Verve. I'm so done with Verve Club. We've spoken about them now for like 4 hours.
Well, no, you talk about it
from Wednesday to now.
What if they titled it the Verve Club for Men?
That would be sexist and problematic.
Right.
I don't know. It's fine. I'm not really into clubs anymore anyway. I'm cool with the Tone Poet one because you can still get all the records and they have the exclusive thing, which is kind of fun for the members. But I'm kind of over the I don't really like what Rhino's doing with their shit or this Verve Club with you can only get it from the label. That kind of sucks.
Well, I think
it sucks for record stores and shit like that,
Yeah, Rhino started changing that though. They started releasing the titles to record stores.
Well, they released the titles to record stores they couldn't sell.
Well, no, they put out the Black Sabbath.
Did they?
Okay. Yeah. So they realized, but what I don't like what they did is changing the label on the record, not using the OG label. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's kind of like MoFi doing their MoFi does the same thing, right? Like they have their own labels too, right?
Yeah, and their own that thing across the cover too.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I always thought it was kind of neat. Some covers it's really ridiculous on though. Like the what is the one I'm thinking of? Undercurrents. Just kind of ruins it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
But I think it's kind of cool.
Well, hey, I just want to announce because he shared with us privately. Paul's starting a Joan Armatrading record club.
Absolutely, Paul. Any club you want me to join.
Can you drop the link?
By the way, while we're talking shit about clubs, join the Jazz Bums Club now by clicking the join button for $5 a month. Thank you. And you'll get absolutely nothing except for some emojis.
That sounds great, Chris. I think that's the biggest support ever.
Yeah, that's the best club you can join.
Yeah, and it's only $5, so come on.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, Roberto, that's a $5 question.
That is a $5 question. They should use orange colored vinyl. That'd be cool, Jill. I like colored vinyl.
Hold on, I got a record that Rob has shown here, and maybe Brandon. I forget. who else showed it. But
free T-shirt. Come on, dude.
I was
it's a gang. It's not a club. It's a gang. It's a Jazz Bums gang. I like that.
I was at a record shop that I go to called The Archive, which is like a movie restoration studio, and they sell VHS tapes. And then upstairs they have vinyl records. And I was talking with one of the guys there, and he's like, across the street there's a bar that has vinyl that you can buy. And I was like, oh right. So I went and checked it out, and I found this there. And I remember you guys were showing it and saying how great it was. It's this Max Roach Lodestar on Horo, and it is great. It's a freaking awesome record. It has Billy Harper on it.
Yeah, Horo kicks ass.
Yeah, Horo's good. Billy Harper's on this though, which he's incredible. And then Cecil Bridgewater, who I think Billy Harper and Cecil Bridgewater were in the same bigger band together.
Yeah,
and then Reggie Workman. Yeah,
so Auto is it's an Italian label that was recording the U.S. More like vanguard artists in Europe.
So cool. This is so good
for those guys.
It's like it's one track per side, and it's so good.
Yeah.
What do you think our gang sign should be?
Like it's got the Italian import stamp, I guess, or manufacturing stamp.
Oh,
There's a little deep groove there. You see that?
Yeah. So Auto is it's named after the Egyptian god Horus.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah. That's why that symbol there with the hand and everything looks like.
I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to show you our gang sign. Bump sticker. We need to come up with a sticker design, Mike. People want stickers.
Mike, you should make a vote. What do you guys want more? A sticker, a slip mat, or whatever?
I don't know how we do that.
How about designer toilet paper?
Sticker mule for printing. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. We'll figure that out.
Okay. So this is that record. So this is Lodestar. There's Max, and you can see it's really 2 tracks split between 2 sides. Yeah, it's expensive, and you might have to import it. But what I wanted, let's see how much it is. Yeah,
I imported mine. No tariffs though.
So it'll cost a little bit to get in the United States.
What about, is there a CD version?
Probably. Let's see.
Because that would be cool. Then it wouldn't be broken up across the sides. Yeah, damn, the CD.
Oh wait, let's see. Let's see if there's any others.
There's a 2x45. That's weird.
So you could get it for $40 from Sweden. This is a reissue on Klimt.
But it's covered in sauce.
It's also communist, the communist version.
But that was it. It's called the Lodestar, and it has Billy Harper, who's incredible on it. And then
when was this recorded?
It was recorded in
77.
77.
And was it recorded over there or what?
I think so. I'm pretty certain.
If you go visit Chris, he'll give you a tattoo of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain because it's produced by them. So
my 16-year-old's got a tattoo gun. I'll let her loose on you.
Yeah, in Horror Records at Mama Dog Studio, 1977.
Mama Dog Studio.
You don't mess with Mama Dog.
Rome, Italy. It says Horror Records, Rome, Italy. So I don't know. Mama Dog may be in the U.S.
Mama Dog Studios, Bay Area's premier soundstage.
So it's Bay Area.
I mean, I don't know how it's been there. If it's the same thing.
I thought Mama Dog was like a Swedish term.
I don't think so.
All right, you ready for this, Rob?
About us.
Let's say you might get me angry. I'm very touchy.
Have you ever seen this?
Down.
New York.
I have that. Yeah, I have it.
I found a first stereo pressing at a record shop here. And
how much? $40.
$60.
Yeah, that's like how much it goes for. Mine's over here somewhere.
It goes for a little bit more than that. So I was really happy, and it's a first stereo pressing. And if you look at the lineup, it's just right off the bat, Milford Graves is on percussion. Right, it's a quartet with Milford Graves, Lewis Worrell bass, John Takai saxophone, Roswell Webb trombone. So that's a lot of the guys that play on the Archie Shepp 4 for Train.
Did you say Roswell Rudd's on trombone?
Yeah.
Now I'm interested.
This is really good. And there's another one that I have that I haven't shown, but I have an original Sonny's Time Now, which is a very similar group. And you have Leroy Jones does a recitation on this, and he is I forget, he changed his name, but he's part of headed or founded the Black Arts movement in Harlem.
Amiri Baraka is one of the most important American writers of all time,
and extremely influential writer. So he was a jazz writer, cultural writer, did liner notes, did spoken word, did this Black Arts movement in Harlem. He's on this record. He has a Indian Navigation. He's also on that Sunny's Time Now, and he's cool. I mean, I don't know. It seems like the guys he's associating himself with here are just incredible.
You might have to go see Ken tomorrow. Look at this. There's a huge box set of New York art.
Yeah. He had a very inflammatory speech sometimes.
So, but really nice condition. It's a plastilite pressing. There is an ear, and
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I like your Noble Record shirt.
Thanks. I got this a while ago.
Yeah,
like before we had a channel, probably, right?
Probably. Yeah. This is the old artwork.
How's the QC on that T-shirt?
It's held up. Is it like a shitty vinyl thing, or is it like silkscreen?
This?
Yes.
I don't know. It's like a junky old shirt.
I'm sure Dylan would be happy that you're saying that.
Yeah. I love it. It's a great shirt. If he doesn't have this in print, he should run another. This was cool.
It's a cool picture.
The old van, that's where, that was part of his journey.
Oh, okay.
Roberto,
outside his shop.
Roberto, what do you call a huge box set? How many LPs are in it?
More than 2.
So
I'm gonna guess 4. No, huge. Just did that like Chad reading a record.
What?
Looking over your glasses. Yeah.
I finally got a copy of this. So In Your Face, Felipe and Rob.
I've had that for like 3 years.
Got this for $30. It's a one of these pressings.
Oh my god, that's
you can find mine.
I have an OG. Woo! So In Your Face.
This sucks ass.
And it has the stereo sticker, so double cool.
That's the bad stereo sticker. It's got white.
It's a mono on the spine.
But
stereo.
It's proper
what's
orange
interesting
on the spine.
The inside is stereo. So when they just use the outer mono and then an inner stereo. So
well, wait. Sometimes I will say, sometimes the impulses don't say anything. It doesn't say mono or stereo.
So Mike, would you say that was an impulse buy?
Huh?
Was that an impulse buy?
No, I wanted this, and I've listened to it twice now, or 1.5 times, and he does green sleeves on it, which is interesting because it's just typical Coltrane, like starts familiar and then takes off.
Now you have to get the Africa brass too. Do you have that?
Yeah. All right, and just a few more, and then I'm gonna go.
You're not going anywhere, bro. Just got here. Come on, man.
I gotta go. I've been on for 2 hours. I gotta go.
Yeah, I might leave in a half hour or so.
Okay, this is I don't know, like it's a 50. I think it's a 57 or 58 pressing, Miles Davis Volume 2. So it's early. The jacket's a little beat up, but I mean it's fine for me. This is totally fine.
Is it?
Miles Davis Volume 2, and people, when I first started collecting, people dismissed these records to me. And I love early Miles, and I love these. These are great records. They're definitely different if you're into like his second quintet stuff. I mean, they're going to be like a shock, but his early stuff is my favorite. So these are essential records for me.
I can't find my copy of that.
And I've said this before, but like Alfred Lion just started the 1500, their first 12-inch series, and the first 2 titles he selects Miles Davis. And this is before Miles had his first quintet. This is 54 stuff or earlier. So Alfred Lion, before he got famous with Coltrane in that quintet, I mean, not that he got famous, but before that even happened, he put him as the leader. So I just feel like Alfred knew that Miles was the guy, so he put him out. He could have selected Thelonious Monk, J.J. Johnson, Hank Mobley, Horace Silver, like all those guys had 10 inches. And he picked the Miles 10 inches. So I just thought that it's kind of a cool thing. Okay, and then one more. This is
those are the first 2 1500s or something?
Yeah, 1501 and 1502 are the Miles Davis.
That's a good one. It's a nice comp. One of the cheapest impulses in good condition that you can buy. It's a really good one. The Monk.
Oh,
Prestige.
Yeah, Prestige. The same as Prestige. Yes.
Yeah. So this is still affordable. This is a 58 reissue of this. So this came out in 56. And Rob, look at this. This record came out in 56 as a 12-inch, and it's this record. This record, Rob. Are you getting it?
This is in the box. This is where your pile is.
Even in G condition, that's still like a $200 record.
Right. Should I charge you that much?
Yes. So anyway, so this record is a comp of all of this and then a few of these tracks. And the thing is, this 56 pressing of it is, I think it's it could run like $1,000 or something crazy. Let me know in the chat if anybody knows how much that goes for, but it's expensive. And this is just the reissue in 58 with a different cover, different catalog number, but it's just a repress basically.
Yeah, this is a $50 easy.
Yeah, it's Deep Groove, AB in the Dead Wax, Abbey Manufacturing pressing, RVG mastered, RVG in the Dead Wax. So it's the same metalwork. The only thing that's different is the old catalog number is scraped out and then they wrote a new one in. But the point is that if you don't have Prestige Monk, because he only put out this and then I think the Sonny Rollins one, I think that's it.
No.
There's more?
There's more, yeah.
There's not much more on Prestige. It might be like one more 10-inch, but that's it.
Well, he's a sideman.
Oh, well, maybe, but lead stuff or co-lead stuff. I think there was just those two, and then and those are all, I think, the 10-inch material. So he put out 4 or 5 10 inches.
Hold on.
Anyway, I just feel like people focus on the Riverside, and probably because the Prestige is older and not as well recorded. But this is a like a 53 or 52 Hackensack, which is like the earliest of Hackensacks. So anyway, this is a great historic recording.
I'm looking up his discography to see what else he had on Prestige.
That's a good one.
Share your screen, Chris, if you can.
All right, I will. Let me make it square. Mike doesn't freak out and yell at me.
Okay, Roberto shared the link. That's the box set, 300 and
oh nice.
$5 piece for the buck. Yikes!
It's back, but it's back ordered. So,
oh well.
Which website?
A new thing?
They only did 665 copies.
I don't know why this is so weird looking, but whatever.
All right, so there you go. Prestige. Go down.
Hang on. I'm trying to fix it so it doesn't look bad.
Okay.
So don't cry.
Good.
All right. So this is 10-inch stuff. Thelonious is the one that one that you have. This one's a different one. See that?
Blows for Rollins. That's
for LP.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Quintet.
Who's that? Frank Foster. Okay. Okay. So I don't have this.
Frank Foster, Curly Russell, Art Blakey, Ray Copeland. That looks cool.
Yeah, it does.
So he recorded it in 54.
Nice. That'll sound good.
Yeah. Thelonious Monk plays. That's the other one that you have on that record, right? Or no?
Yeah, there's 2 tracks. I think it's like side B they put on this.
So this one is Monk, Percy Heath, Art Blakey.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's only trio. So what I just showed is the trio record.
Okay. Then there's Sonny Rollins with Thelonious Monk, right?
I think that's it. I think he leaves after this one.
Thelonious Monk. Well, what about the Miles stuff?
No, Riverside bought his contract. Remember? I think it was $1,000 or something.
Yeah, so 54, right? And then 56, yeah. Riverside.
Where's the Vogue?
Vogue is over here.
In Europe.
Go down. Yeah. That's a good record. That's a really good record.
I have the Mosaic box that has that.
I love that cover too. And original is super rare and very expensive.
Then you got, of course, the
Blue Note
1000 series.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Riverside out. Yes, jazz. Now what about the okay, so Bags Groove. Well, where was that at?
That's Miles.
Yeah, that's 50.
Oh, he's a sideman, I guess, on those. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So he is a sideman a lot on Riverside. On Prestige.
In your face.
Having the sideman here.
Fair. But I'm just saying his lead stuff. There's only this one and then Sonny Rollins, and it looks like that Frank Foster one.
Then you got a bunch of the old 78 stuff, which is kind of cool. Blue Note.
Yeah, that is cool.
All Blue Note. Sideman. Hang on. So yeah, Miles. Okay, yeah, there we go.
What was his first recording? What year was it in the 40s?
47. No, it doesn't say.
Yeah, sounds right.
47, I guess. Yeah.
47. That's kind of crazy because he was playing at Minton's in 41. So that means from 41 to 47, he wasn't recorded.
No, it surprised me that he didn't get shit. He didn't get anything, dude.
Crazy.
He basically invented the new music and didn't get any credit for it.
There was like war, there was strikes, and then
his music nobody was recording, but they could have recorded him before 47.
And he was not getting gigs.
No.
Recording started to open up in 44, and then the majors opened up again in 45. So they could have done 45.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he wasn't getting gigs even.
Yeah, and one interesting thing about Monk, I was just reading this Jackie McLean book. He talks about Monk a lot when he was starting. Then I say in the early 50s when Monk starts to get recognized, people talk about his style. And then Jackie said it was the same shit he was doing 10 years ago, but all the publications, all the reviews, all the critics were shitting on him.
Yeah, correct.
Right. Yeah.
Hey Louis, if you want to come up,
please come up. The other guys are gonna leave. We can talk about Serial again.
Yeah, because I gotta run. So now you guys can talk about Gremlins.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
We'll get like 40 more viewers now.
What's that?
So we'll get like 40 more viewers now.
Oh, probably. Somebody's got to come up. I mean, I do have to leave, but this stream's way too short.
Yeah, because you haven't been here like in a month, and then you're only here for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Friday. I gotta go hang with the wife.
That's fair. I'm the friggin' bench warmer. That's true.
Yeah.
MIA, Louis.
All right, guys. I'm gonna run. See y'all.
See ya.
I'm gonna predict what Louis will say when he comes up. Have any of you guys ever wore nipple clamps?
Well, have you?
No.
Sounds painful.
Yeah, Roberto, yes, it's correct. He's launching a solo career.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's a $5 comment.
Yes, I agree, Rob.
It's more like a $2 comment, but I'll agree.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm going to compare Mike's solo stream to our normal stream to see what gets the most views.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to listen to this Freddie Hubbard record that I picked up.
Which one?
Yeah, that's good. I like this one.
I've been wanting that for a long time. Verve by request did it, but I refuse to buy those anymore. So
now my record store, which is very expensive, they price their stuff way too much. This was actually a good price.
What was it? $50?
36. I paid $40 with tax.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
But I was going through there. They had a bunch of records like ECM, and they were pricing them in the 30s. It's like, what?
That will never happen, Paul.
This is not Impulse Red. This is Sonic Diet Cherry Limeade powder.
So I blame Felipe for my diatribe about the red because I also have a red-looking Impulse record.
This is the Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard.
Is that an OG? Yes.
67 or 72. I haven't, but it's Van Gelder.
Okay, yeah. Now, what is that? What is it? You already looked at that's an orange color or a strawberry red color?
This is the proper pale orange. Someone wrote something, scribbled something on there. I think. I don't know. Someone tried to Sharpie the edges.
Yeah, I pulled the ERC.
Yeah, this is going to be good. So I'm going to listen to that after I leave.
Well, I would love for Notes and Tones to come talk about his new purchases.
I don't think you'll appear.
Just use like your browser. I don't know.
What? Hold on. Logic is what I use for my sound butthole.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's funny.
It's for your farts.
I don't know. Oh, that's pretty good. That's funny. Hurry up, Louie. Come on. Yeah, man, I had to drive all the way to Dallas, and that was not great. Oh, I hate that drive. Yes.
Hey,
what did I
is it true, Paul? Hey, Paul, is it true that you have snot running down your nose?
What did I miss that you picked up this week, Rob? Do you have any highlights?
Well, I picked up Mike begged me to do a stream last night, so I showed a lot of the stuff I picked up. Let's see if it's in the stack here, because I have to clean a lot of stuff. Let's see. These are all my.
You're a nerd, Roberto.
I don't know. Let's see. It's here.
Well, that's
here.
Showing
okay, this is a lot of stuff I picked up.
Did you already show it tonight?
No, I did not show this tonight.
Okay, that's like on
Jan and Bobo Stinson, Dan's. This is a OG ECM German processor.
Okay.
The kind of plastic stuff coming off of the thing.
Yeah, that's fine. Just peel it off.
I picked up a record for Kimbo, and he sent me Talking Head 77, but then he also sent me this Neutrals Tempe Dispari. It's Fusion from where are they from? Where's the inside there? I have not listened to this yet.
Is it jazz?
It's Fusion, he says.
Oh, cool.
But it looks like it's in Spanish. So I don't know. Do you know this? On a park bench. Magma. Oh no, Felipe's asleep.
Be careful if you might melt your record player if you put that on
it. Okay. No, this is I picked this up Black Saint with George Lewis, and I don't know Douglas Ewart. This is on Black Saint.
With the two of them?
Yeah.
Oh, what does Douglas Ewart play? Is he a bass player?
He's Jamaican, but he plays all types. On this, like here, it says on each song, I guess, he's playing flute.
Oh, okay.
Then he plays saxophone and percussion.
So sax and piano?
Yeah. Percussion.
No, but the other guy's the piano player, right?
Okay. Here. This Mike claimed this already, so I have to clean it. I have a copy of this already.
Don't let him claim that.
And there's the lineup on there.
Does it have the sticker on it from Rob Ballard or whatever?
No.
No.
What is this? Oh, this I picked it up because it was in the cheap end at Amoeba. Okay. Billy Hart's on it. Yeah. This guy I don't think did a lot of stuff. He's a piano player, but it's on Concord, so it should sound very good.
Cool.
I picked it because Billy Hart was
it would sound good.
This Anthony Braxton, I think this is a second or third pressing because the original had a different cover on Delmark.
And how wild is that?
I haven't listened to it yet, but here's who's on here with them: Leroy Jenkins, Leo Smith, and Richard Abrams. So
before the Mahal.
Yeah. Hey, I have a Mahal solo record if you're interested in that.
I am interested in that. Is it on Black Saint or something?
Yeah. I'll show it to you. It's I have to flatten it. So
I can flatten
unless you want to flatten it. I found a 33 of this.
Oh, cool. That's great.
Is chat, but I'm gonna keep my 45 for one reason. This was on a recreation of 6-eyed. The 45's on that original green label that Chad did.
Is it?
So I like for that reason I'm keeping it.
I think I have that one. Let me see if I can pull it out real quick. No, never mind. My Columbia's out of order. I couldn't find it if I wanted to.
Does anyone know this?
Star Dobry Circus Interplay. Is that Polish or what?
Someone informed me that's a Czech record label. But this
is
all
Czech. Yes, looks like Czech.
Check 1, check 2. Louis, is your logic working?
Louis.
Hey, have you guys ever worn nipple clamps?
Damn it, Rob already prompted you for that.
I found
only with you, Louis, only with you.
This Steve Tibbetts.
Okay. Speaking of Magma,
I have to listen to it, Paul, because Kimbo sent it to me as a gift. Steve Tibbetts on ECM.
Magma.
This is with him and Mark Anderson.
Cool.
And this one is Gong. Do you know Gong? So Gong's first album came out on BYG, and they're reissuing it, part of their reissue campaign. This is like probably their 5th album.
What the hell is an angel's egg?
Well, Louis could tell us.
So the anime that is important for Angel's Eggs is Evangelion, Neon Genesis. Yes.
So this is not an OG, but that's a cool label, the Harvest label, because Virgin label. I'm sorry, Virgin. The original Virgin label is black and white, and then I think there might have been a red one.
Kind of missed
cool label.
If it's not orange, I hate it.
Here's one. Who's the punk? Oh, look. Watch. Let's see what how Louis will react.
Dickies, that's cool.
I said the highlights of jazz records that you picked up, not every random piece of shit.
Just shut up. That's what he sent me. So it's there. Cool. I found I have a copy. I put my copy. This is a Monarch pressing. This is an awesome record from the 70s on Atlantic. So that'll be my next auction. But this is a kick-ass record.
Cool.
Kick-ass cover. And okay, that's not jazz. You'll yell at me. Yeah, that's kind of what I picked up the last 3 days.
Would that include the band Nucleus, Nick B?
No, that's Ian Carr. I think the main guy from Gong was in Soft Machine. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that?
I don't know.
There's no way to know for sure.
So who knows about what the hell's this guy's name?
Can you demonstrate your butt plug that makes noise, Louis, please?
That's a weird one.
Not for free.
Did you see that thing I posted earlier, Rob? It was a Mal Waldron duo with the guy that plays Vibes.
Yeah, no, I saw that, but it's not even a CD. It's just digital, right?
Yeah, it was really cool though. I'm trying to find it.
You know, actually,
is there a label there, Chris?
I don't know. That's what I was going to look for.
But I'll tell you this: I only stream. I have Apple Music. There is a ton because Mal Waldron had a relationship with Embryo.
Yeah.
So there's a ton of digital only Mal Waldron and Embryo stuff on Apple Music.
He is on one of their records.
Yeah, he's on a live at record. But this other stuff here, I'll pull it up.
You bring that up, but that's exactly the guy I'm talking about. I think. Let me see. Time Warp Volume 1. So I'll share my screen and show everybody what I'm talking about. 1 second. So Embryo was a band, right?
Yes. So the record that he's with, there's a record called Rock Session from '73. Mal Waldron plays with them. There's like a fetus on the cover.
It's like it's hard. It's a live album. And it's rock.
So this is what I was talking about though. So we got Mal Waldron and Christian Burchard, who started that Embryo band. So he did prog, he did jazz, he did all kinds of stuff. He was a vibe player. And so anyway, there's like 5 or 6 volumes of this on.
Yeah, it's right here. Music. Right here.
No, it's something completely different than what I was just showing, but yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Sure.
Memory Lane. This is Mal Waldron. It's like 3 volumes. It's good.
Right.
But they're playing more straight jazz on these, not like Krautrock.
This is more just kind of, I wouldn't say free, but definitely different with just piano and vibes. Ian Carver's Nucleus.
Patty, reach out to me if you want that record.
I'll have to check in. I'll have to get into some of this stuff, Nick. But I'm not really familiar with any of it. Sounds cool though. I like British jazz.
That Embryo record, I don't know, there's sort of a gray market reissue you can get.
Yeah.
It really hasn't been officially reissued, I think.
There was an OG here, very, very clean for 150.
That's how much that thing goes for money.
Yeah.
Well, CJ said there's a CD of Mal with Burchard called Into the Light. Okay, I'll check that out. Because I like the vibe piano thing. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a dumbass. I don't know who Burchard is, but apparently he was a legend. They did all kinds of shit with Embryo and Krautrock and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I would like them to put out a good official reissue of that record.
But he did a shit ton of stuff with Embryo, right? No, not Mal Waldron, but just
not just Embryo. So the Call, that other record on ECM Japan, which I have, I think one of the guys on there is from Embryo, right? Am I right about that, peoples?
I believe so, Rob. Yeah.
Let's see. So it's considered a world music band. Okay, interesting. Let me share my screen.
Well, here everything that's not in English is world music.
Well, that's what they actually called it.
They're technically krautrock. They're krautrock.
I know, but that's what they called it. That's what this guy called it, was world music. Christian Burchard. So yeah, so it's from '69. Wow, Christian Burchard, Dieter Surface. The most eclectic of the krautrock bands. Okay.
Yeah.
Progressive rock, krautrock, jazz, fusion, world music. Okay.
Whatever way you can contact me, Patty.
So they made a bunch of records, like a shit ton of records. Holy shit! I think this is the one they were talking about now.
There's a version of the band still together.
Is there? Yeah, I think his daughter took it over. So Christian Burchard was like the founder, pretty much, and I think his daughter took his place after he passed away. That's what I was reading today earlier.
There she is, Marja.
Yeah. Yep. Correct.
Maria.
But I don't know anything about that. Well, that's Maria Archer. Anyway, Marja Burchard is her name. Well, I said I'm not really familiar with it, but it's interesting. Anything Mal Waldron did is interesting. What's up, Louis? You haven't spoken.
I don't know. What's up?
Nothing.
I've been getting some records.
No, it's good. Do you have any jazz records?
Yeah, I'm just adding to my Tone Poets and classic series stuff. Right. But I got.
I'm gonna Amstrade because I'm tired.
All right. See you, bud.
Have a lovely evening, everyone.
You too.
Bye, Rob.
So what'd you get with Tone Poets catching up?
I got Down With It.
Mm-hmm.
And I got.
Where did you procure these from?
I get all my Tone Poets from Amazon.
Oh, okay.
I've never had a problem at all.
No.
Bird and Flight.
That's great.
Mm.
I know listen to that again. Who's on that one?
Jackie McLean, Hank Mobley, Duke Pearson, Doug Watkins, Reggie Workman, Lex Humphreys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bird and Flight kicks ass, man.
This one?
Is that the new? Is that classic series?
Yeah, new classic series.
I don't have that.
I have no idea how new it is. I just needed it.
It's pretty new. Who's on that one? Quit going so fast.
Yeah, it's recent. It's recent, Louis.
Wayne, Freddie, obviously, Wayne Shorter, Cedar Walton, Reggie Workman, Philly JoJo.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like the Jazz Messengers, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Mike was talking about that one earlier.
Yeah, he's got an early copy or an OG or something of that.
Yeah. Yours probably sounds better.
100%.
Mine sounds fine.
I actually like that one better than the other one because I got the other one and I didn't like it as much, but that one, I like that one better.
I was mentioning this in the chat when in between Notes and Tones being exceptionally cruel to me. I asked him if he had this. He has it, but he said he's getting tired of James Brandon Lewis doing the same thing. I'm still new to it, and I still really like it. So
I like that. Streamed that 3 or 4 times.
This is from last year. Check the one from last year, Louis. It's really good.
I think I have it.
Yeah, I think I have it too.
With the teal blue cover, red, blue and green.
I don't know. It's in the other room.
Not the Mystatics. I'm talking about an actual jazz record. Yeah.
No. I think I have it. I just can't remember the cover off the top of my head.
Hey, the Mystatics is a jazz record.
It's like yeah, but I'm saying more like pure.
Yeah.
This I think I don't know that it can categorically be called jazz, but it was I see why they. No, it's this is a collective group from Vermont that's headed up by 2 people, and it's called MV and EE. So it's Michael Valentine and Erica Elders.
Okay.
And it's experimental. I wouldn't call this jazz. but it does have horns in it and stuff like that.
Cool.
I mean, you could call it free jazz, but what the fuck can't you call it free jazz, right? So, I mean, this is an amazing record. I just saw the cover and I'm like, I don't know what this is. It's in the jazz section. I'm fucking buying it. It was $10 and it's awesome. And they're prolific too. So MV and EE, they've got a bunch of records and they're all really experimental and cool. This one, I think that this is like my favorite of the whole batch that I picked up. This is great. I love this.
Where'd you get that
at our spot that you never go to anymore because you don't want to hang out with me.
Hurtful.
Hashtag hurtful.
Yeah,
but this is really cool. You got to listen to this. This is cool. I don't know if you can. I'm sure you can stream it, but it's MV and EE Fuzzweed.
Fuzzweed.
What else? Oh yeah. Got this. I just listened to this again today. I think it's good, but it's like a big production. This is like an Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. This sounds a little bit different to me. The arrangements sound different to me. It's great.
Yeah,
I mean, I have to have every tone poet. So whatever. Yeah, it is.
Where'd you get that, on Amazon?
Oh, you don't have this one, Chris. It's a very tone poet. Like I think
they repressed it. Holy shit! I have to go get it right now. Yeah, they repressed it.
So this record came, I think, at the same month as a Katanga, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, that was
No. Katanga came with Witch Doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got both of those at the same time too. Yeah. This is really good though. I mean, it's really good because the Messengers are always really good, but this one isn't. It doesn't stick out as my favorite, but I've only listened to it twice.
I've been wanting this forever though, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy it.
What else?
Oh, it's not on buy. They don't have it though. Some bitch.
I can whip through these real quick. This is my stack that I've gotten most recently. They're not jazz though. Do you want me to
go quickly? It's fine.
This is a like near grail to me.
Now, what is that pressing?
It's a shit press. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a shit pressing. It's a music on vinyl pressing. It sounds. It's industrial. Yeah, you have this?
Yeah, of course.
Well, of course I have it too now, and I'm really happy to have it. I don't know if there's
a such last year, bro.
Huh?
I saw them live last year.
I know.
Yeah.
But
don't this record, surprised to have an industrial record, fucker.
This record to me is really important.
Yeah.
From nostalgia reasons, right?
Yeah, it's not my favorite Ministry record, but I love it.
It's got thieves on it. That's all I have to say. And then I needed to
hang on, pause for a second. What is your favorite Ministry record then?
Jesus Built My Hot Rod.
That's not a record though, is it? It's just a song. So what's your favorite album from Ministry?
Well, I got to say that one because I'm not going to go out and buy any other Ministry records because I'm not that much of a fan. But that record means a lot to me because of my 15, 16-year-old self.
Well, okay. You need to listen to Twitch.
Okay.
It's a different era. It's earlier.
Send it to me. Do you have a record of it?
No, I don't think it ever came. It didn't originally come out on vinyl. I don't think. I need to figure that out. I want to get all of Ministry's. Mine's a Terrible Thing to Taste is great too. Psalm.
That is that record. That is that record.
Yeah. Filth Pig. Hang on. We'll come back to this. We're gonna talk about Ministry for a minute now. Filth Pig's great, but it's like I don't know, man. That's like when I quit listening to them, basically. Like in 95, I guess, when that came out, 95, 96, right? Yeah, Psalm 69 has Jesus Built My Heart. That's right.
Oh, is that what I think? Is that what I was trying to say? Or the land of rape and honey.
Yes. 69.
Let me show the rest of my records, fucker.
Hang on. Do you have any Revolting Cox records?
I don't.
Oh, I do. Here. Check this out. Let's kick ass. Do you know who Repco is? Are you familiar with the band?
I mean, I can't tell you their members, but I understand that they exist.
Well, it's basically Ministry and like dudes from Front 242 and shit like that. It's one of the mini bands that Wax Trax had back in the day. This is one of my favorite records ever. So it's Revolting Cox Big Sexy Land. What's cool about this is a 2 LP that this label I found years ago called Mechanica. They kind of did some weird shit. So there's the front and the back is like upside down. So I don't know if that was I guess that's on purpose. I don't know if the original was like that. But so anyway.
It's like Working Man's Dead misprint.
Yeah. So what's cool is, so here's the band. Luke Van Acker, Richard 23 and Alan Jorgensen. So Alan Jorgensen from Ministry, right? Mm-hmm. What's cool about this label called Mechanica.
Mm-hmm.
They're from, I've forgotten, a small Eastern European country, right? And they put out all kinds of interesting shit like this. This is a 2 LP, so it's got some live tracks on it and some other shit that wasn't like on the original record. This had its 30th anniversary, I'm guessing. Like 1986. Goddamn, it's been a while then.
That's cool.
That's what, 30 years ago? No, 40. Oh God, almost 40 years ago. So I think it was about 10 years ago, I guess, or maybe it was in 2016. They got back together and did a tour for that record's like 30th anniversary or whatever. And I got to see that, which was pretty kick-ass.
That's super cool.
Yeah, I know. So Paul, Ministry is touring right now and playing with Sympathy.
Yeah,
which
they
I don't believe they're playing with Sympathy, dude. They always say they're going to play with Sympathy, and then it never happens. But I'm going to go see them when they come back down. Are you into Ministry, Felipe?
Yeah, they're cool. I like them.
Al Jorgensen is insane. I mean, like that's what you're getting into. It's like the Butthole Surfers in the same way, right?
Yeah. They're
or even Ween in the same respect. Those two guys are out of their minds.
About the band.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Go ahead, Felipe.
Yeah, I like Ministry, I think, and those guys are absolutely nuts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's chilled now in his older age because he seemed really it was really fun the last show I went to, and he seemed like he was having a good time with the audience and shit.
Yeah.
You know.
But they were like Ozzy. I had a friend in Brazil who interviewed them.
Yeah.
And they just don't remember anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. And speaking of reunions, right? I mean, we had just had the Wu-Tang announce the reunion.
Yeah.
There's a couple of podcasts this week that Reza went on a podcast with Rick Rubin and also the New York Times podcast.
Really? That's cool.
Amazing interviews. It's going to be the last tour with the full gang. Everybody's going to be there.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I wish I would have seen them back in the day.
They're great. The interviews are great.
I was obsessed with Ministry for about 4 years.
So in the 90s, because of their lyrics and everything, Hot 97, the New York station, took them out. Right, they were not broadcasting them anymore. So that made a big impact on them in terms of like selling and touring.
Are we talking about Ministry or Wu-Tang?
Wu-Tang.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ministry played in the first Lollapalooza as well.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
Yeah.
Wu-Tang is forever.
Vinyl Kicks 86 says with Filth Pig they kind of moved away from industrial and more sludge oriented, but I dig it. Yeah, I mean I like that record, but I just kind of fell off after that. Third Son Ministry's first album, With Sympathy, I like it. Do you know that? So the thing about With Sympathy was Alan Jorgensen supposedly hates it and has hated it forever because it's more of a Euro pop sounding record. I mean, he sounds like and he claims the record company made him do it, but I think that might be bullshit. And then he just tried to be cool industrial dude afterwards, after he made his gay, new wave record. That's my opinion. That's what I've always thought. But I love that record. It's great.
I need to listen to that because I don't know it.
Twitch though is Twitch is the shit though. Twitch might be my very favorite actually.
Do you have it?
Maybe. That shit's all kind of mixed up because it's not jazz. Let me see what's that over here. Hang on. I don't know why that was mixed in with like. For some reason, my Ministry records are next to Steely Dan. That's kind of weird.
Fucking Dan Steely.
Here's some other cool shit. Let me find it. Hang on, I got a bunch of shit here. You can show. Yeah.
Dude, Spandau Ballet was great. I love that song.
I like that one song. The rest of the shit's boring though.
Yeah, probably. But that one song is just killer.
True.
Yeah.
True and Gold are their two good songs. The rest are so sport bogus.
I never heard Gold, but.
Well, you know what Spandau Ballet means, right?
Uh-uh.
So when they hung the Nazis, they did it at this prison called Spandau. Ballet dance. They were hanging.
Yeah. Spandau was a famous prison in.
So I didn't hear what your explanation, Chris.
Okay. The explanation was Spandau was this famous prison, right? Where they executed the Nazi war criminals, and the ballet was them dancing as they were hanging.
Oh, yeah, I'm with that. I love it.
Cool.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of related shit to Ministry. So this is a great. And Mechanica reissued this too. This is like a an EP originally. It's called 1,000 Homo DJs.
Oh yeah, that's super cool, man.
We're not, and
Put
so
that in my pile.
there's no fucking way. So I got this. Actually was Cleopatra issue. I think I actually bought this from my Ingrid Mike because when it came out like in 2020, I think is when this came
that's
out.
cool. Let me see.
So the original version of it had Al on it, and so it's Supernut, Hey Asshole, and then Supernut remix, and then on side B, it's Supernut with Trent Reznor doing the vocal.
Yeah,
a couple others.
Oh, that's so cool.
Just a second, Paul. Just settle down, bro. Just settle down. Chris, he says, "Do you have Palehead?"
Oh, yeah.
I got really obsessed with wax tracks back in the day, so let me find that one. So then this one is actually from Mechanica. That same label I was talking about. So here's Palehead with
Oh, that's cool.
With Ministry and Ian McKay. Are you even looking?
I am looking. I'm also finding these things as you.
Yeah. So this is just another one of Alan's projects. It's basically Ian McKay, Paul Barker, Alan Jorgensen, and Eric Spicer. Paul Barker is like one of my favorite dudes ever. He's was a bass player for Ministry and a bunch of other shit. Yeah, it's a weird matchup on Palehead.
Cool, yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
Looks like the house from. So it looks like the Capitol.
Yeah, it looks like the Capitol or the former Capitol or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's just
put that in my pile too.
Putin shithole.
Yeah. So yeah, Ministry actually covered Lady Lady.
Yeah, they did. Here's Lana Raven Honey.
Yeah, God, I want that.
We'll buy it. This one's really cool. So this one is this was a Vans collab they put out. It's Industrial Accident, the story of Wax Check Records, and there was a concert that it included tickets for, which obviously I didn't get to go to. But check this out, though. So let's get the tickets in there.
Oh, that's fucking cool, man.
So this has shit from Front 242, Rolton Cox, KMFDM, Ministry. Oh, y'all know, My Life with the Drill Kill Cult?
Yeah.
Liebox on here, Mussolini Head Kick, Young Gods, Pancal, Chris Connolly.
Dude, you're cooler than
you.
Your non-jazz stuff is cooler than your jazz stuff.
That's funny that you heard him do Lele before Dylan. That was on Lele. What was that on? I don't remember. And then this was the first Ministry thing I ever listened to. So in case you didn't feel like showing up, it's a live record they put out. I had the CD of this.
In case you didn't feel like showing up.
Yeah, and they do like it's got a lot of great tunes on it. So they do like Stigmata on here, I think. They do The Missing, Deity, So What, Burning Inside, Thieves, and Stigmata. You would dig this one, though. It's super raw, cool. Too.
God damn.
That one's cool. I don't have any Leah Hazelwood stuff, Mark.
You have Twitch, right? You have Twitch, you said?
No, I don't have Twitch, I don't think. Here's Mine is a Terrible Thing.
Yeah, so good.
And then this one, what is this? Oh, You Often Forget. This is a 12-inch single of a Revco song called You Often Forget, which is pretty awesome. And then this. This is what is this even? Shit, I can't remember what this is called. Oh, Acid Horse, which is another Al Jorgensen side project. So I think this is a 12-inch too. The Mechanica put this one out too, that label I was telling you about. But this, does it say who's on here? Acid Horse, I know Al's on here, but I don't know who else is on this one. But yeah, it's another little. Oh wait, so it says produced by Hypolux and Hermes Pan, which is Alan Jorgensen, his like one of his nicknames, and I can't remember who the other guy is. Maybe Bill Rieflin. Do you know Felipe?
Not for the head, Chris.
Yeah, but then the second track was produced by Cabaret Voltaire on that one. So anyway, that's most of my Ministry.
Do you have any? While I'm thinking about it, do you have any Butthole Surfers records?
No, I never got into them.
I ordered some. There's a reissue campaign going on, right?
I'm looking at it.
I ordered some of those.
Hey, Lou, you want to sell my Steely Dan records?
No.
Okay.
Dan Steely haunts my dreams.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Butthole Surfers are amazing, and
I just so cool and creative, and I love it. I'm creating the biggest Amazon cart in the universe right now.
I will add this to your cart if you don't already have it. It's one of the best little compilation records of all time.
What is it?
Nick Drake, bro.
Tell me more.
You don't know Nick Drake? He's a tortured singer that drowned, I believe, or killed himself on.
Early 70s UK.
Yeah.
singer-songwriter. His originals go for like hundreds.
Yeah, this is really cool. You and me put this at Island Records. I think it's a comp.
Yeah.
So yeah, check it out. It's really nice. The inside's really nice. People got turned on to him. Oh yeah, Jeff Buckley drowned. You're right. Hey, I'm high. Give me a break. You're right. Pink Moon, yeah, Pink Moon. And that's a record, but I think that tune's on here. So let's see. Make sure it's not. Anyway. So yeah, this is cool. Love Nick Drake. But people got turned back onto him, I think, in the 90s because Volkswagen used one of his songs in a commercial.
Exactly, yeah. I think a biography of his came out last year.
Oh, really?
One more, yeah.
He just straight up killed himself, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay. Birds. And Jeff Buckley drowned. I have that Jeff Buckley record, the one that everybody has. You know Jeff Buckley?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you looking at, bro?
I was looking at Butthole Surfers records.
Damn
like
you.
It's funny how the OG of Electric Larryland is like super hard to find and expensive and shit. And that's one they're not gonna. I don't know if they're reissuing it or not, but
yeah.
That's
the Stairway to Heaven one is cool.
You mean the Hairway to Steven?
Yes.
Yeah. But Pepper is on Electric Larryland, and that song is so crucial to my nostalgic memory and everything. Like I remember hearing that song, and at the time I was taking a lot of acid in high school and stuff, and it's just really core memory for me.
Locust abortion technician or them.
And I think they play with the two drums at some point.
Yeah, they're out of their minds. And I love that. That's just crazy. Like I just love like people who are like, oh, we don't care how many people are in the band. We don't care how much it's going to cost. We're just going to do it. Mm-hmm. And that's like, to me, that felt like the spirit of them.
You know, Louis, this comment: Nick Drake overdosed on amitriptyline. Sleep meds that was also an antidepressant. I'm fixing to be taking sleep meds and an antidepressant, so this is very promising for me.
Which one are you? Tell me everything. Which drugs are you going to take?
I don't know. I don't even know what they're called. You want to see just a bunch of random non-jazz shit?
Oh, well, you didn't even let me show the rest of my pile, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, it was better than your pile.
I love talking about drugs though, like because I'm really good with the especially over the counter stuff. But like, do you don't know what? Yeah. You like I went down the whole rabbit hole of like trying to understand how antidepressants affect different neurotransmitters and all this stuff, and we don't necessarily know how all these drugs work, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I heard it's a good idea to take like a handful of them and then drink like a 12-pack of.
That's a great, like Steel Reserve is the best way. Steel Reserve, a couple shots, Boilermaker, Steel Reserve, then it's just lights out and you're done. Okay. Right.
It'll be a good time.
But you don't know what drugs you're going to be taking?
No. I wish I had some alcohol right now though.
So the thing that helped me with sleep the most, I take it. I still do take it. I try not to sometimes. It's called mirtazapine, and it's not a very effective antidepressant, but it's an incredibly effective. It's the most effective sleep drug you can take that isn't a sleep drug.
A sleep drug, you're right. Right. So I don't know. My doctor told. I forget what she said she's giving me. It's something similar to that though, but. I mean, fuck it. I'm an open book, so I don't mind sharing this kind of stuff. My problem with sleep is anxiety, right?
Oh yeah, I fucking know exactly what you mean.
My mind just like spinning, and then not even just anxiety, just my fucking brain not shutting off. You know?
No, like, dude, I'm telling you, man. I went through the whole thing. I was suicidal from insomnia. I know. Yeah.
But the thing that's crazy with me is like I'll be yawning the whole time, being tired as hell, and still can't.
Yeah, it's like fatigue is different than insomnia, right? Like your body can be fucking worn out, but you still can't sleep. That's like I've like middle fingers to the universe when that happens, right? You're sitting there awake as fuck in your mind with your eyes closed, laying quietly in your goddamn bed, but not sleeping. It's the fucking worst, man. But like
anyway, the point was she said the drug she's giving me will stop that, so I can go to sleep. Which sounds cool.
Yeah, and the reason I bring up mirtazapine is because it's not a brain melting addictive sleep drug like Ambien or whatever. So I was like begging my psychiatrist for like just put me to sleep, give me something that's going to work. She's like, no, fucking no, dude. You can't take Xanax. You can't take fucking Ambien. You're going to ruin your fucking life. Don't do that. And I'm like, fuck you, bitch. You know, like, she's like, no, just try this. And we tried a bunch of shit. And finally mirtazipine's fine. The downside to mirtazapine is it's a better appetite stimulant than almost anything. They give it to cancer patients.
Yeah.
And believe me, I fucking was so hungry. Thought I was going to lose my mind, but I did sleep.
Oh, she's putting the other one's Wellbutrin, I think she said to start with, to try out for antidepressants. We'll see.
Yeah, everybody starts on that and tries it. Sometimes it really works wonders for people and whatever. There's all kinds of shit. I'm on this like new experimental one.
Yeah,
I'm on one called Trintellix, which is relatively new, and it's fine with me. I'm fine. Like in my world, I'm fine now. Like everything's good.
You've had some. Let's just show your records. Show your records. Okay. Yeah, Xanax is horrible. Being addicted to benzos sucks. I never really was a prescribed Xanax, but I did like abusing it in the 90s. That was fun.
Oh, it's so, dude, I talked to my psychiatrist and my psychologist. They're like, yeah, Xanax is the perfect addicting drug. It's got a half-life of fucking 15 minutes. Yeah. Like it's like, oh, you're having anxiety? Bam. Fucking no longer. You take some Xanax.
You want to be on it all the time, though.
Yeah, but it's absolutely.
My favorite related thing was Valium. I had a buddy that used to get Valium all the time. We used to do those all the time. It was fun.
Valium and benzodiazepines work on the brain the same way that alcohol does, right? And so the addictive nature of them is, because of their half-life being so fast, is so much higher, and it's just terrible. I want to do, dude, if I could, like, if I thought I wouldn't absolutely definitely die from taking that shit, it's the best. You know, it also makes you not want to do very much. But anyway, I love Against Me. I just needed this, so I bought that.
We've lost our core audience.
Do you know Against Me very much?
No, not at all.
Well, she's Laura Jane Grace is big in the news. Well, she's relatively famous because of her because she's transgender.
The operation,
yeah.
Okay,
dude, but more importantly than that, she
we're done.
A great songwriter, and holy smokes, she can sing.
She hot?
I don't know. I don't think of her that way.
No, I'm just fucking with it. What's next?
Black Flag.
Oh yeah.
Damaged.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm down with some Black Flag.
TV party.
Yeah.
And then I was looking for motivation to cut myself with a paperclip. So I got some.
Yeah.
I love how I always do a wiki deep dive on stuff like this when I'm getting into a band or whatever. I love the fact that they fucking hated the production on this.
Yeah, well, I don't care about that.
It makes
Go
sense.
ahead. Go ahead, Felipe.
It makes sense. What's the year on that one?
It's a reissue. I don't know. I just
check this out. Check this one out.
Yeah, Chris has the German one.
Yes.
Does it have texture on the cover? Is it texture? Yeah, that's cool. This one does too.
Yeah, the German cover is the one you want.
I assume they all do. But
one of my favorite records of all time, absolutely.
I think that here's the reason why I pulled the trigger on this and didn't know anything about Joy Division. It's because Henry Rollins, he went on camera saying this is an absolute perfect record from front to back, and it's perfect. And he was really effusive about it. You know, I'm like, okay, fine. Henry Rollins is like the mother of all record collectors, and like if he's like, you of all records, this one is in the top, 1.5, then all right, I'll spend $25 on it and like try to really take it in and sit there and listen to it. And it is great, but it's fucking dark and sad and
that's just kill yourself music for sure.
Yeah, it'll make a sunny day overcast if you just spin it, but which I love, but it's also like
I'm jealous
Morrissey and the Smiths and all that shit. You gotta be in the mood. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This one,
you don't have to be in the mood. No, I reject that, and here's why. If you're not in the mood, if you listen to it, you'll get in the mood.
Yeah.
I'm in that mood all the time anyway, so.
Yeah, but for me, it's an exorcism less than like, oh man, I wish I was really fucking melancholy and nostalgic and sad right now, But
for me, it's more. For me, it's more. It would be fun to take a bunch of benzos and this be the last thing I hear. Record.
Please don't do that.
You know the Joy Division. There's a great doc about them. You know, right?
What is it called? Because I'd love to watch it.
It's by Anton Corbin, the photographer. It's in black and white. It's really nice.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah,
it's dark humor to deal with the horror of this country.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Stained Glass Stories. Who? Okay, I'll find it if it exists because I'm interested. So this,
it's fair.
Homeboy's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I didn't know. I never really knew much about the Stooges and like the whole thing. And so this is a 2 LP where it's just one record has been remastered, and the other one was the OG mix or whatever. Fine, whatever. It's done really well. It's gatefold and all that stuff. But so this is my first sit with this. I feel like I'm just a little bit too old and just a little bit too young to like have missed the boat on things like this. So I try to fill these blanks in.
Yeah, that's what they call it, proto punk, right? Because it's like a precursor to punk music.
Yeah, I mean he's heralded as like the dawn of punk, you know, and like those types of things. So it's like I'm okay. I have to know this. I have to know this in and out, and I have to like understand it. I don't have to like it, but I have to know it.
I think the Stooges are the very first original punk band.
That's my favorite song of theirs, probably. Delphina.
Uncooked Power.
All right, I'm gonna switch out 1 second. Yeah. So I love Joy Division, but I love New Order too. I only got a couple of records, so this one's amazing. This is feeling blank on what it's called. What is this called? Corruption and Lies. Duh. By the way, I have some Doc Martens that have this cover printed on them.
That's cool.
And then still I have theirs.
That's a great cover.
Yeah. I love New Order. But anyway, this is called Technique.
I also admire your Tank Girl t-shirt.
Yeah, well, hey, check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
How about this then? Yeah, I'm failing at life. Oh well, never mind. Go ahead, Louis. We'll come back to Tank Girl.
I only got 2 more. Viagra Boys EP, Common Sense. The song Common Sense is so good. I love these guys.
Viagra Boys is great.
They are. I mean, it is such a strange mixture of lowbrow and highbrow at the same time. It's just great. The commentary, the social commentary that you can suss out in these lyrics and these songs is just absolutely fantastic. I just saw this and I'm like, I don't have, it's an older AP or whatever. So I'm like, I'm going to get this. And I had never heard the song Common Sense before, but it is so great. It was just so good. Yeah. And then this was a massive discovery. My favorite.
What? Yeah. How about this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, the soundtrack.
Yeah. Belly's on that. The Belly King RSD thing I'm going to pick up.
Oh, that's a good idea. I love this soundtrack. This was one of the top soundtracks for sure. I love this movie. As terrible as it was when it came out, it was super cool. I was 18 when it came out. It's got, Army of Me by Bjork, which is one of my favorite Bjork songs, probably. Devo's on here. Magnificent Bastards, L7.
L7 was great.
Red, Bush.
They're still they're touring, Louis.
Who is?
L7's touring.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Shitlist is my favorite L7 song.
Oh, awesome.
No?
Oh my god, I love Veruca Salt with all my heart.
Really great.
We're just talking about them, right, Louis, last week.
Yeah, Veruca Salt, so good. Oh my god, so good. All right, let me go back to my stupid Amazon.
This and like the Crow soundtrack are both just kick ass.
Veruca Salt. So hey, I made a discovery though, bros before hoes. It's my last record that I wanted to show here. Make me big. And I feel like super happy to have discovered this. And because I was like sometimes you're like, oh man, life's good. Maybe I'll buy some records. And then a cover is really cool, but you don't know anything about it. And you don't want to get on Discogs because your fucking phone isn't logged in. And you're just like, whatever. And it's cheap. So you buy it because of the cover or whatever. Yeah. So I love Heavy Psych. I love Heavy Psych Sounds. It's one of my favorite labels ever. I love Doom. I love Sludge. I like all that shit. So when I see a cover like this, make me big. When I see a cover like this and the title of it is As Above, So Below, I'm like, this could be solo flute and I'll still be happy with it.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah. So Stonefield, it's 4 Australian sisters.
Oh, cool.
And the drummer is the singer, and it is amazingly good. And I put this on having literally no idea.
So what is the music like?
It's like heavy chick psych. Like it's like female led fuzzy hard rock. Like,
when was it recorded, you think? Do you know?
This was 2017. This was 2017.
Oh, so it's a newer record. It's a newer recording. It's not like from the 70s or something.
Correct, right? They're new.
Oh,
look at Nick B.
Yeah,
they live about 2 hours from me in Melbourne. Holy smokes,
that's cool.
Well, dude, I mean, like, you know how like there's
I didn't know the internet went that far.
Huh. Right. You know how there's not too many moments in life where you're like, here's something cold, new, and it's like, and it gets you right away. Yeah. Like, those are amazing moments. This was one of those. This is fucking great. Do you know anything about these guys, Felipe? Have you ever heard Stonefield before?
Yeah, we were talking about it last night, Louis, and I was streaming.
Oh yeah, we were. Yes, because I like effusively like, oh my god, whenever, because I'm the friend who's like, oh my god, you got to listen to this, and they're like, yeah, I totally will, and then no one ever does.
No, I do it. I loved it.
The best song on this record is called "Lonely," and it's just so good. It's got cool, it's whatever. It's modern. It's got this kick-ass red vinyl. Mm-hmm. It's not orange though, so Mike hates it. But
yeah. Well, we're the ones that got mad about the red.
Yeah,
I blame Felipe for bringing it up though. Do you want to see a bunch of random shit I bought before I bought jazz records?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. This is Jazz Bums After Dark.
Yeah,
there should be you guys should have a separate little.
I got a bunch more shit, but
I got a little splash like with Duke. You know how you have Duke? You should have like an after hour, like when it switches to Jazz Bums After Hours. You should have a little splash.
Go together like
I got my Slits record last weekend, man. I'm so happy about it.
It's cool.
Sweet. Y'all know I've shown this before. I'm not big. That would probably help. Do you know this record? First Aid Kit, Stay Gold.
Oh yeah, I love them.
Yeah, they're sisters. They're like folk singer.
Swedish. They're Swedish. I think they've been around since like 2008 or 9 or something like this.
Yeah, this one came out in 2014, and man, I have some of the other records, but this is my favorite. They're so fucking awesome.
Dude, you know what I remembered last night that this reminds me of, that we're talking about like Stonefield and this and everything? Sleigh Bells.
Oh, Sleigh Bells, yes.
Oh my god, I used to love Sleigh Bells. I forgot all about them.
Remember, Sleigh Bells, the first record kicks ass. That there was like a one slow song there called Real Real. They sample Funkadelic.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, so anyway, First Aid Kit, this Stay Gold record, I would recommend to anyone. It's like probably.
They're very good, Chris. Good.
I'd put this in my like top 100 albums, probably. Honestly,
yeah,
I love it that much.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm fucking buying it right now.
Yeah. They have a tone. They're just beautiful.
They do a song. I don't remember if they do on here, but they do a tribute. They do a song called Emmylou that's just wonderful. I don't think it's on this one though. But they did a concert for her, and she just cried the whole time. It was pretty sweet. Yeah. So I got that, and then I love this record. You know this record?
Oh, yeah. Is
that Billie Eilish?
Yeah, that's her second one. That's great. This person, I wish. Oh man, so these two records are awesome, but they sound like shit. There's bad pressings. Y'all know Tosh Sultana? Have you ever heard of her?
Oh yeah,
dude. You have way cooler non-jazz records than you do jazz.
They're pretty cool too. This is cool. So she's like a guitarist singer that does like looping stuff. So she like just builds the songs up, basically doing loops and stuff. This is the first EP she had, but unfortunately, both of them, the pressings are pretty horrible. I probably could put them through my Humming Guru though and check them out again.
God damn! The First Aid Kit has a few records, man.
They have. I told you they started 2010ish.
This is a kick-ass record.
It is.
David Byrne and St. Vincent. Love this.
Oh, that's super cool.
I think last year she had probably the best rock record last year.
Yeah, I need to get her some more of her shit. I love her.
Her last one is kicks ass, Chris. You should listen to it.
Oh, so Tosh is from Australia. That's right. Yeah, I bet she did bust around the city. I found out about her in probably 2020. She did a Tiny Desk concert when we were all locked down. You know. This is another St. Vincent. I actually do have Daddy's Home.
Oh yeah,
that's a good record. This came out 2 years ago, probably.
No, this is I think a little earlier. 2021, 22, I think.
I think this was like some kind of reissue I found with a different cover or something.
My Amazon cart's like $600.
Yeah. Anyway,
we're gonna choose. We're gonna be picky.
Well, I love this record too. So this is Sia. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
Sia. I think she just came back with a new stuff recently.
Yeah. This is like my chick section, basically. One of my smaller chick sections. You know the song Chandelier? She sang that. It's on this record.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? Oh, it's first I could close that. Let me put some more shit.
Yeah.
I'll just do all my crap.
Yeah. And speaking of Sia, Chris, I don't know if you guys if you guys enjoy, but the Caesar, she just re-released her last record with bonus stuff. Caesar, it is amazing.
I got into St. Vincent because I saw her. This is a cool story. Back in 2013, we went to a Pearl Jam show here in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the Pearl Jam shows, they do Rockin' in the Free World a lot of times. You know, the Neil Young song?
Mm-hmm.
And they did it, but then she came out and sang it with them and played guitar. And then Carrie, what's her name? From Portlandia, Felipe?
Carrie Brownstein from...
what's the band she has?
Yeah, Letterkenny.
Yeah, Letterkenny, yeah. So they both came out and sang with them, which was super kick-ass. They did like a 20-minute version of it in the show. That's how I got into her.
Yeah, Annie Clark is probably one of the best guitar players alive, to be honest. She's so good.
Awesome, dude. She was pretty awesome. So I got this too, Louis.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
You like Perfect Circle?
Dangerous Slug, yeah.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a cool cover. Got that one. Got Motive. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
What else? This is a fake. This is a bootleg of their latest record before they actually put it out. What else we got here? Bush, 16 Stone.
Yeah,
16 Stone. Oh no, dude, I was too salty about
Machine Head 95. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I was too salty about Kurt's death.
But I think the record that came after that with Greedy Fly and Swallow is better.
Yeah, that's fair. I like this too. Cranberries.
Bears, oh yeah.
Is that like a greatest hits?
Yeah, it's the greatest hits. I have a bunch of other records, so I don't know where they're at. But yeah, this is just a greatest hits collection that came out.
Right on.
What else? Oh, Mad Season, fucking great.
Oh, I don't hate Bush. I just didn't like. I was like, in 1995, I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't.
Well, the problem with Bush for me for a long time was Machine Head was played every 15 fucking minutes on the radio.
Yeah.
Do you remember from those days, kind of in that same? Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
Remember the Nixons?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that was cool. I like the Nixons.
Yeah, remember Nixons. But this was one of my favorite records ever that came out back then. Mad Season. Mad Season.
What's the big song on that?
I think they're just doing a reissue of that right now.
What's the big song on this? I'm trying to remember the name of it. Let me see. River of the Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's an anniversary coming out right now, Chris.
Yeah, I've had this one for quite a while. I've got 2 copies of this. This was like a $100 record at one point, but they've repressed it a bunch, so it's not anymore.
Toadies?
Yeah. Toadies are cool.
They're touring right now. He looks like a grandfather. He looks like a quintessential grandfather.
It probably is, man.
No, it totally is, but it's fine. It's fine. It's interesting.
Oh, I got this. It's good, but I don't ever listen to it because he's such a scumbag.
Yeah.
Unplugged, you know.
Yeah, Hey Jacob, I hate it when shit like that happens. Like I can't watch Braveheart anymore. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I got to know Geo this last Saturday, Chris.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
This came out, I don't know, when did this come out? 21?
This 98.
No, in the free issue I bought like in 2021.
Okay.
That was cool. What else? Oh, this is great. So this is Middle Kids. I think they might be Australian too, but I don't. Maybe not. This is a cool band that opened up for another band I went to see. So about their record.
Yeah, that's cool. I love that stuff, man.
One of the 7 people that have it. Saw Veruca Salt open for Bush in St. Louis, 97.
Sick.
Oh, man,
Sick.
so good.
This sick. Already saw that. Okay, you want to see more?
Yeah.
Sure. What are we here for?
Yeah, exactly. What else? This is all like literally a bunch of the shit I just bought before.
Yeah.
I got into jazz and I stopped buying this kind of stuff.
See, I'm always diverse like that because I'm always like really voraciously listening to shit.
Yeah. I am too. That is. Fuck. Too much crap. I need to sell some of this shit. What do we got here? Oh, D-Light. That's cool.
Oh my god.
Right.
Oh my god. Is that their first one?
No, the first one is World Click from 1990.
Yeah.
I love World. Okay, I need.
This looks like a single. This looks like an EP, right, Chris?
I need World Click.
No, it's not.
World
Click.
Click.
It's like an EP.
Yeah, it's an EP.
Dude, World Click changed my fucking life.
Yeah, World Click is it's brilliant.
This is my favorite of theirs though, because I was going out to the club and shit when this came out in 90.
Oh my god! Oh, there it is. I'm buying it. Fucking Jesus Christ! Have to own World Click.
Vinyl prices go down. It depends on what it is, Jill. And mostly they don't go down. Sometimes they go up. It just kind of depends on how popular it is. For jazz, I would say that a repress doesn't necessarily make the prices go down for OGs, unless it's like a $10 record to begin with, then it might. No, Black Crowes.
This is dangerous.
Cool. Yeah. This record? Huh? How dare you? Okay.
Remedy.
Yeah, exactly. Mother's Milk. There you go. Yeah.
What's that?
Come on, Chili Peppers. Chili Peppers, Mother's Milk.
Oh, I hate the Chili Peppers.
You're an idiot.
I have all the Chili Peppers OGs, man. I love them.
It's killing me that they're still allowed to make music.
That's so stupid. Don't be such a dick.
They make it perfect melodies. They're great to me. They're very
so bad. Just the worst.
You're the worst.
It's like they're trying to like punish everybody who has ears.
Don't be a fucking idiot. Seriously.
I'm serious. I hate them so much. I hate them.
Hits. Yay. That's the only thing I have of theirs. What else? This is a good record.
Yes, that is a great record. Yes.
Yeah. I believe you lived next to them in the 90s. That's fucking awesome, Lawrence.
nice.
You do any drugs with them?
Dude, like people are coming out of the woodwork with like killer stories based on like all the random stuff we're showing, you know?
Oh yeah.
Sugar's fine.
Lady Miss Keir is the D-Light lead singer person. And
yeah.
Oh my god, so cool.
Yeah.
What about this record? Is this stuck too?
Yeah.
It doesn't suck, but I don't like Radiohead that much.
No, yeah, people. I think they're too hyped. If you want to talk about art stuff, I think Talk is like 300 years ahead of them.
I like Talk better.
I equate Radiohead with Coldplay, and in my mind, it's boring.
So I would say Coldplay is like Radiohead for elevators.
Yeah.
Right?
At least they turn on some strange pedals in Radiohead, but I just don't like the. It just never took.
What about this? Incubus.
There's at least one, if not two songs on there that are great. Which ones are they?
I don't know. These are my wife's records. These two. There's other Incubus. I don't know. Like,
wait, come on. There's one Incubus song is so good.
There's probably more than one. I mean, they're a good band, I guess. Counting Crows is a great record. I love this record.
Yeah, that's a great record.
Oh yeah.
I think this QRP pressed this too, which is weird.
Quarp.
Radiohead is an excellent band. Also, I agree.
Yeah, but they did what Radiohead was doing like 15 years earlier.
So what?
Yeah.
People do shit.
I don't care how good the band is. I'm I'm not like commenting on the band being tight or not. I'm just like I just don't like listening to it. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm bored with that. Morning View is a great record, yeah.
Yeah, yes. Morning View, I think, has the song I'm thinking of. I just can't think of the name right now.
Yeah.
Super cool though. Man, that was a fun segment.
I mean, the whole overhyped, underhyped, I don't know. It's kind of like overrated, underrated. It's kind of bullshit.
I think the only thing I ever comment on is whether I like listening to it or not. I never was like, oh, these guys are a bad guitar player. Like I would never say something like that. But like,
well, if they were a bad guitar player, though, that's fine.
Like for instance, the Chili Peppers like are Hall of Fame great rock band, like absolutely fantastic rock funk band. I just really don't like it. I really, really don't like it. And I really, really don't like it the way Anthony Kiedis sounds. But I'm also a singer, and that's sort of like where my life experience lens sort of like will get them out of that funnel. But and it's fun to make fun of them because whatever, they're the fucking Chili Peppers. They're like, yeah, I'm laughing all the way to the bank. That's the sort of thing.
Yeah, but don't you think that Joe Frusciante was one of the greatest guitar players from the past couple of decades?
I wouldn't say best technically. I'd say
no,
creative.
I don't say best, one of the greatest. He's very creative.
I'd say he's incredibly creative. He did a lot with. He did more with a small amount of notes than anybody else in his in those decades where he was prolific, and he still is. But whatever. But I don't care about. I mean, like for instance, Under the Bridge. That was John, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the best songs ever written for guitar, right? Yeah. And I can admit that after I just shit all over him, right? So you see my point. I don't have to like the Chili Peppers. I'm fucking sick of them. They're goddamn everywhere. And for like 5 years in the late 90s and early 2000s around there, it was like, just get away from me with the Chili Peppers. It's just so much, all the time.
Yeah, it was the Californication years, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was that, yes. And it's like, oh my God, this is ruining my ears. I can't just get out of here.
Well, I think if you had been with them from the earliest stages, it would have been different.
Yeah, sure. That's okay. I mean, I don't have to like everything, but I
need to get their original. I would love to get an original of their first album, Felipe.
It is cool. Sounds cool, Chris. It's really good.
Yeah. It's got that song "Real Men Don't Kill Coyotes." That's a cool fucking song.
Yeah. I think
it's pronounced coyotes.
No, it's coyotes.
Hollywood is there. I think Jungle Man also.
Yeah.
Jeff K. Myers hates Fish. I love Fish. I just bought some Fish records. So fucking Fish rules.
I don't hate Fish. I just try to get. So I had this phase where I did mushrooms and grow them and stuff for like 3 months because I thought it'd be fun.
And it was. It was
for a bit. It was for a bit, and then they overwhelmed me and made me freak out. So then I just stopped.
So
how did you solve? I got a question about growing mushrooms, and I'm just going to make a sweeping assumption here.
Yeah.
How did you deal with the insect problem?
There isn't an insect problem, really.
You didn't have one?
No, not at all.
Oh my God! Everybody I know that's ever tried to grow mushrooms. These little fuckers, you got to do this whole, like, you're like, everything's great and the mushrooms are great. And all of a sudden, like after your second flush or whatever, you notice these little fuckers in there. And there's a whole thing you got to do.
It's usually not insects that are a problem. It's fucking mold.
No, not for me.
Mold will ruin your shit. Quick.
Well, nevertheless, I did the same exact thing. And then once that obstacle became something I had to like spend money to overcome, I was like, all right, I'm done with this shit. It's like fucking money.
I just grew mine in a plastic bin with like
this the bin you put sweaters in the summertime and roll under your bed. Yeah.
Well, with like some with some material that you used, like some clay bead material you used to grow hydro weed back in the day. So because you have to keep it super moist to grow the fucking things, right? That's the whole point. So you put your water down there with some peroxide, and that helps prevent mold and stuff.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was more fun growing them than doing them. Yeah, you have to sterilize them. I mean, I had fun doing them until I didn't. I took like 5 grams one time, and it freaked me out real bad. So I stopped.
Well, there's a way to do everything, and that's not the way. That's like taking a fucking 300 milligram edible.
Yeah, that's true. It was.
I don't need to fucking have arm wrestle with God today. I just like would love to have a little bit of a gateway into a blissful world for about 6 hours.
You want to wrestle with God? Yeah, no shit, dude.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fair. I forgot who I was for about an hour.
Yeah,
which is a problem.
Dude, fish changed my life. I love fish.
Yeah. Was salmon or?
There was a time I was eating so much salmon I got sick of it and I couldn't eat it for like a couple of years.
That's fair. I can see that happening totally. I can totally see that happening.
Getting sick of salmon. Fucking salmon everywhere.
It's like a fucking salmon. It's gross. Like a good piece of fish.
Dude, I'm so happy to be able to like collect again and like, you know, add like meaningful pieces to my collection that I'm going to listen to a lot. Listen to so much fucking music. It's so awesome.
I haven't bought a record in months.
Yeah, but you're on your CD kick, right?
I haven't bought a CD either.
Oh. Well, it's time to come out of your shell, bro.
I've been spending all my money on my stupid phone game. So.
Oh, really? How's that going?
Fun. That's good.
Are you like you got the Disco Kitty bass that's like impenetrable?
No, it's not impenetrable. It's just cool again. You want to see it?
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to see.
I play Hearthstone. I still play Hearthstone, but
it's gonna be impossible to see. Never mind. Well, fuck it. I'll try. Now this is just the Louis and Chris and Felipe doesn't know what the fuck we're doing show. There's my little kitty base. See?
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it's got a shield on right now. You know what happened last week? Fun story. When I was on the stream getting drunk last week, I forgot the shield, and someone came and killed all my troops in the first 20 minutes of the stream. So like a week's worth of work I built up to build all this shit, and this guy just showed up and killed them all like in 30 seconds.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was a bummer. It was a bummer.
Just because you had your shields down?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it was wartime. War starts on Friday nights. Like
war starts on Friday night.
War starts on Friday nights. Yeah. So there's a war every weekend that we play, and so one of the biggest players from the other server showed up and just killed me. Basically, like hit me 5 times, and I lost 30,000 troops or whatever.
Right, and he was like, "Look at how much more money I spent on this game than you."
100%. Yeah, no, 100%. What's up?
You don't know anything about microtransactions, you fucking peasant.
Yeah, I love the church. Church is awesome. Does anybody know Metal Church?
Yeah.
Do you remember that band? Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that stupid song they had? There was like a video that I watched back in the day like 100 times when I was a kid. It's like On the Road or some shit. Hang on.
I don't know. But I can't wait to watch it because you're about to go find it.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna listen to you. Okay.
Okay, I don't blame you.
Bye, Felipe. Sorry, I'm here.
No, that's okay. I gotta crash.
What the fuck was it called?
All right.
I don't know. Whatever. They were like a metal band, but kind of probably wore mascara and shit too. Metal Church is ass, but I liked it when I was like 12. Shut up.
Metal
Church. Metal fucking church.
Metal church. Metal school. Metal bakery.
Jacob, I'm 2 months new albums. Oh, Jacob, if you want to join us, you can show us some actual jazz records. Let me know.
Let me know in the comments below.
Don't say that ever again. It's a banned phrase.
Is it? Good.
Yeah. Fuck that shit. Speaking of fucked up shit, how about the White House today? That was fun.
Yeah, this is an embarrassing time. And it's also a really strange time, and I hope that all the fallout from all of the things that are going to happen over the next 4 years end up being poignant learning and teachable moments for not only the Americans but the rest of the world. Yeah. That's the best way, the most succinct way I can say it. That's my hope, and that's what I hope.
Yeah. Yeah,
if we're not going to learn from this shit, then we deserve it.
I mean, it was an international fucking clown show by. I saw a Democratic congressman that said it the best, by a fucking cowardly puppet of Putin and a puppet of Trump. So that's JD Vance. So it was fucking ridiculously.
Yeah, I saw that too. Hey, how's your TikTok algorithm doing?
Great, man. It's good. Well, actually, it's been a little shitty lately because I keep getting right-wing horse shit on it.
That never happens to me.
I don't know why. I think I made a comment on one of them once that you're a fucking retard or whatever. Excuse, I didn't use the R word, but the guy was like, "Look what they did. They passed the bill with the overtime taxes and the Social Security taxes," and they didn't. But all the Democrats voted against it. It's just like this Russian propaganda bot bullshit that has infiltrated my TikTok, which has made me very upset.
Well, okay. So aside from that, like what I mean is, like, when I say, how's your algorithm? Like, what's it like? Like, what's your current, because it changes every week, right?
Yeah.
What's yours like now? I'm always curious about that.
I don't know. It's kind of a personal matter.
Don't be a bitch. Okay. So the pie graph goes like, so the pie graph of your algorithm is like, how big of a slice of the pie is thirst traps?
Probably 75%. Yeah.
Really?
Well, it's thirst traps / left-wing thirst traps and left-wing politics and communism, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, mine is studio nerds, music, new artists trying to break.
Right.
Cooking. Dude, one of my things that happens all the time now.
I like cooking too.
It's like fucking dude, Hobbit and Lord of the Rings cooking shit. There's this one channel that just does like, you know, like this is a meal and the dwarves would cook in Moria, you know, or some shit like that. And it's all really well done and like themed well.
Dude, you see that new cartoon or whatever that's coming out on Cinemax? It's like a Hobbit adjacent.
No.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Hobbit adjacent.
Lord of the Rings, Knights of some shit. I don't know.
That's a great name for a band, for a shoegaze band. Hobbit adjacent. What else is on my friggin' TikTok? That sort of like cooking, like chef reactions type of stuff.
Okay, hang on. I want to answer for Jeff K. Trump and Putin need to get a room. Why was Vance even talking? Because Trump couldn't understand what the people in the fucking room were talking about, so Vance had to interject. And then finally, Trump just praised Putin today for all the good he's done. Russia collusion was completely true, and they're just trying to gaslight us until it wasn't 100% facts.
Yeah, yes. Without a doubt. Like to the point of the obvious truth is
yes.
Like, and their motives are obvious too.
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't mysterious.
It's called use the Rohan cartoon. Yeah.
Oh, Rowan. That's cool.
Yeah. The Rowan. Yeah. Back to fascism though, real quick.
Well, we're here, so it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, you know, anyway, I don't know. I don't want to ruin everybody's day by talking about that shit, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad.
I don't care what. I don't care if you're, you know, if you're like an old school Republican, I don't give a shit. That's fine. I don't have a problem with like small government, leave me alone shit, like the true version of that. Versus, you know, hey, let's take everybody's rights away while we're promoting freedom. You know, like that's fucking not old school Republican conservatism. Definitely not the party of Abraham Lincoln or of Martin Luther King. So.
Yeah, of course. Well, the best thing I can do.
Reagan, for that matter.
Huh?
I said, or even Ronald Reagan, for that matter.
Right. Well, the best thing I can do is try to stay positive and do whatever I can for my own well-being, is to keep my head out of that as much as I can while still being informed. And then just realize that people are people, and until we can come together on a better idea for the whole planet, then we're just going to have these growing pains. It's going to be tough and people are going to die.
Yeah, I just hate the reaction to progress that fucking people have.
Yep. Well, we're always going to have these problems in a capitalist society because we are in constant competition. There's always something to win. There's always someone to exploit. There are always resources from other people that we want to try to transfer to the rich. That's just the way capitalism works.
Now, I agree with you, Rivers. I'm not saying Reagan was saying I think he's a complete piece of shit, but he did have, there's shit now that they're talking about that he definitely would not have supported, that he actively was against. Like he was all for immigration. Like, you know, he wasn't trying to throw out all the immigrants. Like,
be careful. Just be careful. Because we're dive bombing into a fully political rant, and that's fine if you want to do that, but it's your channel. I'm just saying. Hold on, Lawrence.
Yes, good, Lawrence.
I want to know where, and I want to know. Yeah, self-care is important. Fuck yeah.
He might not want to tell you where he's going to a protest, bro. Like you don't announce those things on the internet, man. Come on.
Oh, I just want to know what city. I don't need to know the address. You know, because I love seeing all the. Oh, and then on TikTok today, of course, like protests, rotunda protests. Yeah. That's good to see.
It is good to see. I mean, you know, and so far, I mean, the good news is so far democracy has held. Like he was duly elected. It was a fucking dumbass decision by the country, but they're basically.
Oh, dude! Look, dude! Check that out.
Yeah, that's great.
That's so cool. So
dope.
cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I'm not gonna say burn it to the ground, but if it were to be burnt to the ground, worse things have happened.
That's awesome.
Be a waste of lithium.
But anyway, you know, and so far the courts have mostly held. So
we'll see. And we'll see. What are you going to do?
Supreme Court's going to make some terrible decisions, I'm sure, like they already have. But
I'm going to spend money on records and fucking listen to them in full volume and continue to try and say to other people the most reasonable things I can think of and whatever. What do I know?
Or the most unreasonable.
I'm pretty fucking reasonable. Uh-oh, you opened it. Oh no, you just dropped Pandora's box.
Well, I'm gonna show those band people if they come up. I don't
thousands of listeners, viewers.
There's 87 people watching us. Besides, most of the normal fuckheads have been banned from this StreamYard for months. No, we do not have a full constitutional crisis yet. That's correct. That's kind of my point. Yeah.
Any day now.
Yeah. Shut out all the bullshit for an album length. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the Democrats were like amazing by any means.
No, they fucking ruined our chances for this not to happen.
Yeah.
Fucking
Joe Biden kissed my ass over that. It's his fault that he's in power right now.
Yeah. Well, a lot of things had to happen for this to happen, but
yeah.
The worst part, the most concerning part is that of the voting public, more than half thought this was a good idea. That's the concerning part. Whatever happened.
That's not true, though. That's not remotely true. Here's why. You said the voting public, but the amount of voters that didn't vote this time was way higher than it was in 2020.
Okay, well, what I meant was of the people who voted, of the people who voted, half of the actual voters, without going into like whether there was suppression or whatever, or who decided to sit this one out, right? Without that component, I mean, more than half of the people who voted thought this was a good idea. And that should be the most concerning part of all of this. Like what happens after you elect a fucking psycho is it's like more obvious. And it's like, oh yeah, of course this is on fire. What did you think was going to happen? And of course it's not exactly what you voted for because you're a fucking dummy because they spent the last 50 years trying to recruit the dumbest possible fucking voters that there are. So that's not the concerning part. That's the obvious part. The concerning part is that they did a good job of getting the low IQ voter to vote. That's crazy. That's fucking concerning as fuck.
Well, here's the good news on that though. I mean, to me, hey Jacob, the good news on that point to me is that the fact that a lot of people didn't vote this go around, there's a reason for that because Joe Biden was a nincompoop of an idiot to try to rerun, and then Kamala Harris didn't impress anyone in the 6 weeks she had to fucking put on a campaign. Right. I mean, like, come on. But, people weren't motivated to keep the Democrats in power because the last 4 years of the pandemic did kind of suck. Like, inflation was a thing. They didn't do anything to stop it. So, Anyway, what's up, Jacob? You got new records you want to show us?
Sure.
Rest from the political talk?
I was going to say I could go down that rabbit hole too, but...
No, that's fine.
That's one fine looking mid-century modern lamp you got there in the background.
I mean, so very relevant story is I found this on Craigslist. I'm very much into mid-century modern Art Deco stuff. Everything is really kind of catered to that. And I found that for like $10-20 on Craigslist. Great, let's go pick it up. And I pull up to this is like 3 years ago, and I pull up to this house and guy comes out, opens up. It's one of those, like, he has to pull up the garage, and it's full of refurbished antiques and just whatever stuff he's selling on Craigslist. And he was probably one of the most like Republican, he opened the garage and there was just like a Confederate flag hanging on the wall. I was like,
yeah, great.
I'm like, do I want to give this guy my $10 still? I'm like, I want this lamp.
It was only $10.
It was like $10. I was like, and he was like nice to me in the moment, but it was just a weird feeling. And I'm like, So I just took it and got out of there real quick.
That's fair.
So, but it goes with my stuff. So
now this is a fair point too. Kamala's whole campaign was about dancing with joy, not separating herself from Biden when people were hurting. They totally blew it. So to me, the thing that ruined her campaign, y'all remember when she went on The View and Whoopi gave her the best chance ever to really separate herself from Biden? She's like, hey, Kamala, what would you do different that Joe Biden did? And she's like, I really can't think of anything I would have done different. I'm like, just handed Trump the election basically in one interview. Anyway.
Yeah.
Jacob's house does look immaculate, but this is a StreamYard stream though, bro, not Zoom. Come on.
Well, that's why I needed a minute. I got to move up. It's mostly to I literally have to flip my couch. Normally the couch will be facing the speakers.
Oh, okay.
So I have to literally flip it around because this is the only decent light source that I have in here.
Right.
But yeah, just over, doing the label thing and just visiting with infinite amounts of record store owners and vendors for the last 4, 5, 6 months. It's like I'm in multiple shops all the time, and I want to be supporting their shop too. And I'm just browsing, and so I was just accumulating stuff, and especially like November and December. Accumulating stuff, and then I had someone gave me a gift card to one shop, and I got a bunch of stuff. And then at a certain point, because I do CDs, you can't see, I got CDs too. And at a certain point, it was like probably 40 plus LPs and CDs of that I just haven't even opened yet, let alone, or some of them maybe they were used and I listened to it once, but I can't say I really truly know the music. Yeah. So it's like I don't want to just accumulate stuff. Like I want to have stuff that I really like and appreciate. Yeah. And so that's been my thing. Like since maybe the second week of January, I just put a halt on any kind of purchasing. And I'm still going to record shows, doing promo stuff, and I'm just visiting shops all the time. I went to 2 stores today alone, and it was like, God, it's tough. But I'm trying to. Yeah.
I want to. It's like pretty long stretch already.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a thing of like I literally just stacked up. It's like I don't, especially if it's something that I've never heard before. I don't know what it is at all. I want to get turned on to new stuff, and I want to support independent shops, or if it's local people that I know. But also, I can't just keep like I'm never, if I get too much, and then I'm just never going to get to stuff that's been sitting there for too long. You forget like what is in the new arrivals bin.
So such a beautiful problem to have.
I've got like 8 new arrivals bins, man.
well, that's the thing. It's like I'm in this apartment. It's, I've probably got in total maybe 4-ish, maybe just under 4 crates worth of records, which I know is like nothing to most people. I also have 4 drum sets in this apartment.
Jesus. Yeah.
Plus a Rhodes, instruments, like priorities, of like I can't
exactly.
So, and I mean tons of jazz stuff, but also like the last month, like this is what I've been listening to like all month. Yeah. And to be honest, it was like I've always heard their name. The only thing I really knew about them was that they kind of became the butt end of every joke from that 500 Days of Summer movie. Mm-hmm. So I was like, I should really dig into some of these groups that I had heard of, but just wasn't super familiar with. And the frustrating thing is, I think this is a British thing, because similarly, I know this is not the British edition, but a lot of the Beatles stuff, they would have their full-length LP or like the album, and then all the singles were never on the album unless it was the Capitol stuff, and they, changed the order. But same with the Smiths. A lot of the singles of theirs that I have learned that I really like, they're not on any of the LPs, because that was like, I think that was like a thing they did. It's like we have singles and we have the album. We don't combine those. Yeah. So that's frustrating. It's like I don't want to get a whole second LP just for I forget the name of it. There's a singles compilation with the blue cover.
Yeah, but here in America, most of the singles were on the LPs. Like they did them totally differently.
Yeah.
So yeah, and especially for the Beatles stuff, they would just like, we won't. Mazzy's not here. We won't get into a whole thing about that. But they would totally just deconstruct the track order and what songs go on what records.
100%. Yeah.
But it's kind of cool. I like it. I want to get the Meet the Beatles, that first one in mono. Yeah. I have my dad's childhood copy where he like wrote his name on it. Oh, cool. But the record itself is just trashed. Like it's completely like melted. It does this on the edge.
Oh shit! Yeah.
So it'd be nice to get another play copy.
Well, be careful. You give it a bootleg all over the place. That record's been bootlegged more than just about any other record in the history of the world.
Well, I'll probably just go get the new like. Yeah. Who put it? Apple or Capitol? Who actually put out these?
Oh, that was That was BJ. BJ put that out. It was the only record they put out.
Well, VJ put out. VJ put out. Meet the Beatles is Capitol. VJ put out introducing the Beatles.
Okay. That's what I was thinking about. Okay, never mind.
So yeah, I still want to. I want to get.
It's not both. It's like the same fucking concept. Like we already got introduced. We don't need to meet them again, bro.
Yeah. Well, they put it out like that was there's a whole story to that, right? Like VJ put like didn't Capitol get like offered the deal and they turned it down, and then VJ took it up, and then
I don't know.
I have to. That's a whole.
This is the Mazzy hour thing. I have no.
Yeah.
Louis already fell asleep. Louis hates the Beatles.
I don't hate the Beatles. I just hate their fans.
What?
Ouch. I mean,
Jacob's a Beatles fan. You don't hate Jacob, dickhead.
No, I don't.
Booker T. I met Booker T.
Really?
A buddy of mine is his Ty is his drummer currently.
Oh, wow.
So I got to go meet him, and I was like one of the most nervous moments of my life.
Super cool.
He was super nice, but it was just like, oh my God, like Green Onions, like Stax, American popular music. Like it's you, like you're the guy.
Yeah.
I didn't say that because that would be really embarrassing, but it's true. They opened with, what was that song? Hang 'em High. And it was just like, you just felt the entire audience was like, this is so real, like organic. He's got the beef. He had 2 different Leslie speakers. Like hearing that stuff in stereo, it was awesome. So yeah, I mean, I just kind of pulled a few little pop rock things here since that's kind of the thing we're in. I mean, this is honestly the stuff that I really grew up listening to. I didn't listen to almost any jazz until senior year of high school, maybe. So just listening to like Motown and doo-wop and Stax and
chiffons. That's cool.
Yeah.
Radio pop. I mean, this is
I just
all I listen to.
Aaron and I just saw Ain't Too Proud at the Bass Performance Hall in Fort Worth.
Oh, sweet.
It was awesome. The Temptations are amazing.
What is that? Like what is Ain't Too Proud? What is the context? Like I don't even know what that is.
It just tells the story. It's a musical, right? Obviously, it tells the story of. It tells the entire story of the Temptations.
Oh, sweet.
It's like that movie that they did a really good movie on the Temptations. I forget what it's called. But
like an American Story, something. No, that's the Beach Boys one. The one that's like multiple parts long when you watch it on TV.
I don't know. It was a feature length movie, so I don't remember. But that movie highlighted the problems with David Ruffin, and all that stuff, and just like it was really it was drama. It was that drama focused. But the musical goes through everything, literally everything, and it's like packed with music. It was great. The sound was bad, actually.
Really?
Like nowadays, and I don't know why, because I don't know the challenges, but everybody in like musicals like that, dance musicals, the microphone is here. They put it through their hair and it just barely sticks out right here, and you can see it still. So it's like, what's the point? But the David Ruffin character just didn't sound great because like there were huge bands of frequency where it would dip in amplitude. So when he would like hit high notes and stuff, like really important parts of the story where it's like, this is the David Ruffin character, his voice is so amazing, it sucked. And so I was like, what the hell's going on? But it's a complicated production to put on, so I can't tell you what went wrong. It just didn't sound that great. I could tell the performers were doing a good job. It's just the actual sound.
Well, that's kind of unacceptable. I mean, that was an expensive show to go to, probably.
Yeah. We were disappointed, but it wasn't like the show was fucking great. It was amazing. Yeah. But then again, like looking back, like Beetlejuice was perfect, and Beetlejuice was 10 times bigger of a production than Ain't Too Proud.
Did you see any Republican congresswomen jerking off, their boyfriends at Beetlejuice?
No, I was looking, but I just didn't see anybody. Yeah.
Or there's like a e-cigarette or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Vape or something.
Yeah, it's a vape. Yeah.
We go to the next one. What's the next one we're going to? Oh, Clue. We're gonna go see Clue Oh my God. Clue. So awesome.
What else you got, Jacob?
Some pop rock stuff or some jazz stuff?
Let's do jazz because everybody's just snoozing over here looking at all our non-jazz stuff.
I'll do one. My last pop thing.
Okay.
This record is so good.
Yeah.
And I know like some people hate on it because it's very commercial, but
invisible touch.
Yeah. This is like you'll want to sing along to everything on that record. Which it serves a different purpose.
I got 2 ears and a heart, don't I? Phil Collins, bro.
Yeah, Phil Collins.
But some jazz stuff, like for example, a lot of this isn't even open yet because, like I said, I've just been sitting. I mean, True Blue.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I've got that's right behind me. Right there.
There it is. And I'll be honest, this
great record, one of my favorites.
Yeah, to be honest, like I've heard one track from this a few times, and I know that it's held in very high regards, and everyone on here they're all really great players, and I felt like I should know this record, so I've been making an effort to like, there's stuff that you already love, and it's great to listen to, but you want to learn more stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know a lot of Tina Brooks playing. Everyone else on here is who I really know, and I don't know Tina Brooks so much. So it's been on my list. And I typically, I tend to go for like either OG stuff or some kind of older copy. But so for a lot of the tone poets, the classics.
I've said this before a little bit. Jacob's basically the professional version of Jazz Bum's Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm different because like I don't have a nostalgic interface with jazz the way that you might, and so to me, I love jazz and I love getting into it. But a tone poet or a Blue Note classic is always going to be just fine with me, right? It would have to be a really, really special record for me to spend $100 on it to get an OG or something. But it's different with like, for instance, here's a great example. Today, I bought an OG on Discogs of Steve Miller Band's greatest hits from 1978.
Well, that should cost $6.
It was like 18 for a VG Plus copy or whatever. But I just wanted like, see, dude, that it's a $5 record all day, every day, whenever, wherever, right? But like, I wanted the 1978 copy, US copy, and that's a really special record to me because of who I was when I was listening to it. So I need to have that little artifact, right? But I don't have that same special relationship with jazz that you might.
That's fair too.
I mean, I could, in a similar vein, I have a lot of rock and pop stuff that I have on CD that like I could fish them out, but like the Donnas, Spend the Night, like there were so few LPs of it pressed at the time anyways. Like it was very much in the CD era.
Yeah.
That was I listened to that record all day, every day for a while when it came out. And so, you try to go online and find, there's some reissues of it now on LP, but finding an original copy, it's like $100 to $300. And it's like, that's not even the version of it that I listened to, whether it's the mastering or the effect. What I remember listening to that record is on my Walkman with the little wraparound headphones, sitting on the bus for like 3 hours a day, just grooving to it. So that's like, or in the car, like that's the aesthetic that I remember listening to it. And similarly with a lot of the, let's say, Blue Note stuff, I was getting into that when the RVG CDs were coming out. So that's how I heard it sonically, and also in that same setting of being on the bus, being in the car, whatever. And so now I can maybe have more of an appreciation for a vinyl mastering sound for it. But, my original copy of Dexter Gordon Go, one of the first things that I ever bought, the RVG CD, there's something special about having it, even if I maybe put on a different vinyl copy or something.
Right. So for me, so that like when I decide something needs to be collected, my preferred version is vinyl because of the shelf life of it, and because you have to deal with it a certain way when you play it and take care of it. It's an investment, right? So even if something was a CD, like that has that sort of same pull to me, like as a kid or whatever point in my life I was when it made an impression, I would prefer to have the vinyl copy of it, even if it's a reissue, for that reason, so that it's like, now it's mine. Now I have to take care of it. Now I have to listen to it authentically to some degree, right? I have to like deal with it. It's no longer a streaming situation. So it's less the sound for me of vinyl and
the CD is just like a little record, Louis. It's not really any different. It's the same thing.
Say what?
The CD is basically like a little record. It's the same process. You have to play it.
Yeah, but I'm not saying CDs are bad. I'm saying my preference is vinyl. Its shelf life is much better anyway.
I think that's overblown, and also I think I'll be dead before my CDs rot.
Yeah, but it makes me feel good.
And that's,
I want whoever inherits my shit to get screwed, and they won't be able to listen to anything.
You know what makes me feel good? Another thing that makes me feel good in the same vein is just shitting on people who are collecting CDs right now, because CDs suck. And you suck for collecting them.
We both have CDs.
They're the worst. And they're the worst. Jacob's CD collection is fine. You, however, are a terrible fucking person.
Why?
CDs are the worst. And every time I see you with your CD little Instagram thing,
Jacob went away now. You didn't make Jacob go away with your lunacy.
I mean, Lou, you're saying my CD collection is great, but does this count as?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I don't know.
Doug Carter, the pianist on the record.
Look at him doing one of these. Look at how artsy he is.
Yeah.
Like no other album artwork captures how you feel when you listen to the record. And same thing. Like, this has just been stacked up. I haven't put this on yet. This is more kind of for fun, for laughs. But
Shatner.
You know, like I don't think I would spend $40 on a reissue of this on vinyl.
No,
but it's a fun thing to have.
Yeah.
And
dude, I had a Joe Pesci record. Did you ever heard the Joe Pesci record?
When he's a kid?
I don't know.
Like Little Joe?
Maybe.
Something like that?
No, I don't think so. I had one in the 90s.
I mean, there's certainly a thing to I don't want to undervalue that thing of what Louis said about just the enjoyment you get from doing it. Like, I like going into the shops and browsing around. I've been going to the OC record show every month for over a year now. And the last 2 or 3 times, especially because I've been trying to not take anything home, I still love just hanging out there and looking through everyone's bins and talking to people and the social hang element and just seeing tons and tons of records, even pulling up something that I might already have. I saw a copy.
Holy shit!
This is what I was talking about real quick. So it's the character from My Cousin Vinny. He got the idea to make a record, so he did.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like he's singing shit. It's pretty funny. It's like, wise guy shit, of course. So
I think there's a record of him as a kid. Like, it's a for real record. It's him as a kid.
That's what it said, Rufus.
I mean, same with this. Like, this record, I actually never even had a CD of it. Somebody somehow, I still say iTunes. I know it's Apple Music now, but I say iTunes because I only have iTunes on my computer. It's basically whatever, and maybe I've added files to it over the year, but it's just whatever MP3 waves that I got, in the Kazaa, Aries, LimeWire,
LimeWire,
and like some of those files that I've just been saving for 20 plus years, and it's in that player, and I know like where the pops or like the digital ticks and things are, and so somehow I had a copy of this in some format like that, and I don't know, like, is that the 80s Ron McMaster transfer? Is it an RVG transfer? Is it somebody else's bootleg? Was it from, I know that it's on my iTunes, but I don't have a physical copy of this. And I don't even know the whole record. I know like some of the tracks. And, I just felt like it's finding this. If it's a record that I know I already really, really love, then I maybe feel more compelled to go get a really, really nice reissue or an OG or something. And I know this is a great record, but it's not one that's like, I'm not super, I don't know it super intimately. So I didn't feel like I want to go spend $100+ on an OG, but I know this is going to sound great. And
yeah, that's exactly my point, right? I mean, if it's something that's in your past and it has a link, well, all right, whatever. But if it's not core memory, like core memory stuff, I'm gonna find the LP. I'm probably gonna find the OG, you know. But if it's not core memory stuff, then I'm fine with the classic. I'm fine with the Tone Poet. I'm fine with the Impulse Reissues, whatever.
And similarly with this record, I see this all the time. I've seen the cover a bunch. I know it's talked about. I just have. It's just
so good.
Yeah, and I'm like, and especially as a drummer, I'm like, I really, I love Pete's playing on other albums. I just never have had this before. Never really dug into it.
So that's still sealed.
These are all like I picked these up. Well, this was like end of December, early January. I had a gift card to Fingerprints, the record shop in Long Beach, and I just got like a stack of stuff. Came home that day, got really sick that day, and like just on and off health things for a while, and then just never opened this stuff. Like I was in no place to like open it up and sit down and listen.
Back to Basra, you should make it a priority that be the next thing you listen to.
That is in my top 10 for sure. That's
one of my top 10 Blue Notes for sure. It's fucking killer.
Again, like literally all of these are still sealed because I haven't had time to sit down. It's like I got like 4 different Joe Henderson titles here.
It's like they call that an embarrassment of riches.
So here's what we should do: make a new stack, and we'll recommend the ones to put at the front of your listen stack.
Especially when it's a double disc. Like I need extra time. You know?
No, you can listen to one disc and then listen to the other one at a different time.
Well, and then these are ones that are literally unopened. There's ones that I've listened to once over there. Right. There's one I got the Cliff Jordan the Cliff Jordan Tone Poet, where I want to be able to, and this is kind of like a melding of music listener versus being a nerdy musician, where I don't need to necessarily know every single note of everyone's solo, but I need to be able to, this is like my own thing for me. Like I want to be able to recognize the song titles and be able to sing the melodies along at least before, okay, I'll put something else on now.
Which requires some listening.
Yeah. So I'm on like my 4th listen of Cliff Jordan so far. And now that I've been away from it for like a week, I don't know if I would remember all the titles right away, but I could sit there with the jacket and read notes and look at the titles and just reinforce knowing who's on the record and the dates and all. I just really like having that stuff.
Well, you know, the thing about that too is if you think back in time, and even now probably with a lot of people, maybe not now so much because of streaming, but before streaming, right? People didn't buy 40 records in 2 months, man. They like bought a record every 3 months, or maybe once. If they were big jazz heads, maybe they bought one once a week or something. Or there were also people that were crazy collectors that had thousands of records back in the day. But most people's experience was they bought a record like that and they knew it because they listened to it so much, right? Because they had, like, you go to these old folks' houses that have passed away and look at their record collections. Most of them had like 30, 40 records, right? Maybe 50, maybe 100. When you go to like an estate sale or whatever, it's not like most people had 2,000 records, so they actually listened to it.
I mean,
you got
not only
records,
and not only were they not buying that many at a time because of the price. The other thing is that pretty much everything I've just shown is from like the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
It's like there wasn't 60 years of music to go purchase in 1960.
True.
And so like if maybe you're buying, at best you've got 40, maybe roughly 40 years of recorded music in all of history at that point.
Yep.
Well, and also at that point you had about 10 years, like in 1960 specifically, you had 10 years of actual LPs existing.
Right.
Think about that. How crazy is that?
That would be like if this media came out for the first time in 2015. That's all. Yeah. That's as far back as you have to go.
Yeah, exactly. No shit. Exactly. Yeah.
Even in 2000.
Basra is crazy because Steve Kuhn and oh God, what's the drummer's name? Pete LaRocca. They did acid before they showed up to Rudy's to record it. Literally, they were on acid when they did it. And Steve Kuhn tried to crawl into the piano and pluck the strings, and Rudy went off on him and almost kicked him out of the studio.
I remember that story.
Yeah, I mean, all these records. I mean, here's another one. Haven't opened it yet. Andrew Hill.
Oh yeah, that was fucking great too.
And I was really intrigued because like of all the people that could be on Andrew's records, I know most of the time, I mean, Point of Departure, like I'm thinking Tony Williams type stuff. For it to be Billy Higgins on an Andrew Hill record, I was really intrigued. How is that going to sound? And I don't know yet because I haven't opened it yet. But there is a tune on here called Black Sabbath. That's kind of cool.
I mean, Billy Higgins played with Ornette originally, didn't he?
True. That's true. Yeah, he's on his first record. But I think of it. That record is still I love that record. It's still very accessible compared to like where Ornette went, where I think from the start, Andrew Hill was doing Andrew Hill.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if my understanding is right, like he put out or 6 albums worth of music, he recorded all within just a year or two. And then they put it out slowly over time.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is still unopened. Same with student of mine actually just got me this.
I have that one. I need to listen to that again.
I haven't opened it yet.
Mobes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Higgins was with him all the way up to Change of the Century. Basically. So
now here's one that I have opened a few times. Well, I just opened it once. I've listened to it a number of times. You seen this one?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I've got number 126.
126. Rob's gonna be so mad.
Yeah, number 9. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool.
I do appreciate you buying that, man. Thank you very much.
Of course. I was having this conversation earlier today with Doug. We're just talking about just the state of how people listen to music now, just the state that we're at of like the streaming thing just becomes such an easy cop out to never have to invest in yourself, with a music library or anyone else, or just a cop out to like, I don't have to value anything anymore because it's even if I'm not going to go actively listen to it right now, I know that it's for free out there at some point. Like same with like information isn't valued anymore. It's
right.
Like,
and for free insofar as I'm paying Apple for it or I'm paying Spotify for it, but it's for free in like some sort of nebulous way. Right. And even then of that $11.99 or $12.99, I'm not fucking getting any of it. Yeah. I just got paid again from Spotify. I've made $40.
That's
I have 60,000 streams. $40.
It's disgusting, and it's like, and I don't want to totally knock. Like, I'm not going to sit here and knock you for working with Spotify, but that's just something for me from the beginning. I was like, I don't see. Not only do I not see the value in doing that myself, like how much am I going to pay to get into that system versus what you get out of it? And they say, oh, it was for the exposure for this or that. I'm like, I don't.
Yeah.
Sold like 700 plus LPs in 4 months without doing any of that. You know, like I don't think it's really necessary. I feel like we're all force fed that idea and everyone just goes along with it. And I just really don't want to support that. I would rather, you know, at this point I brought the Silver Street. This Grateful as saying, it's like, yeah, like Blind Dog, Zach, like, as soon as they were ready, he just instantly, he's like, I'll take 10 right now. I would rather have that be in local shops, independently owned businesses, local communities, mom and pop stores. We're probably in about 20 different shops right now. I still have a trip. I have like a giant checklist. I've got about 15 more stops to make in LA and Pasadena. But even just Long Beach, OC, I was in Florida.
Did you get Chad to sell it? Or is it just from Mike?
Acoustic Sounds has it.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
That's through Mike. Like Mike's been distributing it to other places.
Yeah.
I didn't call it Chad or anything. Yeah. But they've got it. Elusive Disc.
Hey, Chad, I got this new record, man. You're gonna love it.
Acoustic Sounds, Elusive Disc, Music Direct, and then I think it's probably through Acoustic Sounds, but I know Rough Trade UK picked it up. Disc Union in Japan. That's all like kind of coming out of Mike's stuff. Yeah. But even just shops here in the West Coast, like I can physically go drop it off. It's so much easier for a local mom and pop shop. If they just want a few copies, you know, like it's I've learned a lot this year about all the stuff you wouldn't think about that goes into running a business like that, and just dealing, like, oh, we would love to stock that, but this distributor says we need at least this many copies at a time, or right. You get order something from Universal and you need this many pieces, and what if like 3 of them show up damaged? Now you got to ship stuff back. You got to it's just hassle everywhere. So
if it's jacked up, you're basically just fucked and you just have to eat it for the most part. It sounds like, from what Mike said, because they make it so difficult to return stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So and even still, like, I would still rather try to help minimize that kind of stuff and do something for an indie shop than like give it all away for free somewhere else and can feel like I'm contributing to this like monster that makes everyone feel like, oh, I mean, that's kind of why there's that novelty feeling for vinyl for a lot of people now. It's like, oh, that's so cool, because it's not this thing that we're all used to or what the normal is. It's like, well, we could just make that not normal anymore and make this normal, even if it's CDs or just something that's not, not even an argument about audio quality difference, but just of,
Man, dude, it's hard out there for a pimp. I'm telling you, like, like I am going to make a record every year or every year and a half from now until the day I die. And I'm going to do my best to word of mouth sell these. I'll probably press 200 at a time. And I've done a pretty good job of selling these. I've got about 30 or 40 left. And I expect to have to fight tooth and nail every single time. You know what I mean? I use Spotify as a business card. It's like, you've got your music. I'm like, here, go listen to this vinyl. Like, I'm like, no, here's my Spotify. Listen to this stuff. If you dig this song, that's where you can find my Bandcamp and stuff. And so it's like, I never expect to make money off streaming. I don't expect to make money. That's the part that sucks the most.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm going to fucking do it. Even if there's a fire, like, I'm doing it. I don't give a shit. Like, this is what I do. This is who I am. It will happen. You don't have to like it. It's happening.
That's cool.
Yeah. And it's just, I'll show this guy again. It's I mean,
I wish I had that painting still. I sold it.
You sold it?
That's that cover, the back and the front. That's a painting that I painted.
Mm.
You sold it?
Yeah, I got me $400 for it.
No shit. Nice.
That's so cool. Yeah, just the music and lyrics and harmony chords, whatever, just everything that's music being its own art, and then the art of production and packaging and art design.
I love it. Oh my god.
And layout design, and like when you finally can say like, okay, now it's ready. Like that at least the musical side of it, Joe Harley told me, I think it was Charles Lloyd told him, it's like when you get so consumed with everything, it's like you're being bit by the cobra. It's like you gotta finish it out to the end, and you can't think of anything else. And yeah, it's like a
God. I love seeing somebody else hold that in their hands, man.
Right?
It's a special moment. That's always a special moment, man. That's super cool.
I've got things that I like people to hold in their hands as a very special moment as well.
Yeah, what are they? What are they?
Yeah, those are private things.
Your butthole.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
I especially really like Jazz Bums After Dark is always cool because no matter where it goes, it either goes into top 5 sandwiches or it goes into like a deeper like music conversation that is jazz adjacent, somewhat focused too. But these conversations are always the best because it's always, I don't know, I feel like I'm part of the freak squad and we just like come out at night. It's a weird.
Well, hell, me and Louie have done this. We've talked on streaming or without streaming before. Me and Jacob did too, because last time Jacob was on the show, fucking Rob ended the stream accidentally. Like, we saw him do it, and he's like, okay, I'll see you guys later. And then he like hits end stream, and he like panics for a second before he closes his browser, and then the stream ended. So then me and Jacob just talked for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man. Like what? That's like why we're doing this. We're a bunch of music nerds in some degree or another talking about this stuff, dude. As far as design and typeface and stuff go, oh my god, I know you did it. You did it deeply on your record. I heard you talk about it. I've watched you talk about how to choose like the back cover typefaces and what goes together and all that stuff. I love that part. I absolutely love that part. I think it's almost a tantalizing part that you got to get out of your head when you're still in the writing phase, because it's like, oh, I want to it's like, what are we going to name our band? We don't even have one song yet. It's like, what's the typeface of the record going to be? Well, it's halfway written. Let's think about that later. But I always think about that stuff. It's always tantalizing to think about the artwork and the design. And I realize now that I'm into LPs and I'm into cover art and stuff like that, that early on, my decisions on that really made an impact on the songs that I wrote afterwards.
Bro, check this shit out. I'm gonna bitch about Jasmine's mic now. So I bought a record from him. It's TT Monthly, which I'm super excited to have. Sam Jones, Billy Higgins, right? It's on Timeless. But he sent it in this cheapo fucking box, and it got a fucking corner ding, man. Look at that.
Don't dox yourself.
Look, there's a corner ding. How I'm sending it back for my $6 record. How unfortunate is that?
Yeah, you deserve better than that.
God, Mike, come on. I'm just kidding. No, it's cool. I'm glad to have that. It's the only record I've bought in 6 weeks.
Dude, sales slow down for my record, right? As things do. And but Frank Landry from Channel 33 RPM, you know him. He reviewed it today.
Oh, cool.
I got a sale. Somebody bought it.
Very cool.
That's in California. That's awesome. Dude, when you're a part of Bandcamp and you sell a record, it sends you an alert. Because if you have the app on your phone, it sends you an alert. It just says cha-ching. It's like the fucking best thing in the world.
That's awesome.
Like seeing that shit happen on your phone. It's just like manna from heaven, dude. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's so cool. So I was like, because I'm just hanging out with you guys tonight. So I was like, all quick, like packed it up and, cut all the bubble wrap and everything for it and taped it all together. And it's now sitting there ready to go tomorrow. Take it to pack and mail. Like, what's life about if it's not about that? That's the best thing in the world. I fucking love that. I will love that forever. It's so cool.
I've never, the amount of times I live maybe like a 5, not even 10, somewhere between 5 and 10 minute walk from the post office. And every time, I'd wait until I have a few things, like especially when I was doing the promo CDs or sending LPs, you wait till you have a few, make a drop off. But every time I'd walk over there, I'm like, this is a good therapy tool also. Take anytime you're going to say I have to and replace it with I get to. I get to walk over to the post office and drop off like 10 LPs of people that
oh my God,
I don't even know that reach out to me that want to buy it.
Dude, just thinking about this whole idea, and like, even because I just had another experience with selling a record today, right? It activates every one of my fucking cells, man. Like, it's exactly what you said. I get to package this thing that I care so much about that maybe somebody else wanted to spend their fucking hard-earned money in this fucking economy on. Holy shit. Fucking A. That's awesome. That's absolutely the best feeling. There is no better feeling to me to do all of the things associated with the outcome of having written these silly ass fucking songs that I write,
Mm-hmm. There's a monthly art walk in my city here. And I'll go down there and I'll put a booth together and I'm just selling my album. And, dozens of people, more than dozens, lots and lots of people that come up and ask me what it is. And I talk about it. And I remember a few times, someone would be really, really interested and they're really asking me all these questions and they go, great. Well, thank you so much for sharing your art. And they walk away and I'm like, okay. I was like, I thought, just thinking they were going to buy it. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of people that would be picking up copies from me. And I think, I get to just sit here and tell strangers all night about this thing that I've been working on for the last year. and
Yep,
if
exactly.
any of them are interested and pick it up, great. If on average, no less than 3, 4, 5 people are picking it up, and usually more. But even then, it's like I can't think of many other things I would rather do than not just talk about my own music, but talk about production or especially Blue Note related type stuff, and just like literally hold up a copy of like, here's a Horace Silver record, and like see how I just try to copy this as much as I can, and just talk about the pressing and the
so
jackets.
Like, what you're talking about is the journey, right? It's like how to end up with a life well lived is the point, right? And so it's like but you arrive at those.
That was more about like drinking wine, doing coke, and banging hookers.
Well, I think those are the things that you do to distract yourself when, and this is only my case because I can't speak for anybody else, but those are the things you do to distract yourself when you haven't found, like when you overindulge in shit like that, when you haven't found the thing that you can like succinctly say, oh yeah, if I just did this for the rest of my life and then died, this would be a life well lived.
Hey man, some people, that's their thing.
And that's fine too. Whatever. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, there's
not me. I'm just saying.
The Hunter S. Thompsons of the world. I get it. It doesn't work for everybody, but it worked for him. But like what Jacob's talking about, like what we're talking about, like I get all fucking excited. It's like, dude, what did you do with your life? Oh my God, I'll tell you. Let me tell you. Sit down. Let me tell you. I fucking wasted my life until I was 45 and then got real serious about music and then started making fucking pop punk music for the rest of my life. Right? Yeah. Like, life well lived. I did it. I fucking did it. You know, like I think of success like in this way, like my success is just keep doing it. It's not like, oh, I release this record and it is or isn't successful. My path is just keep fucking doing this thing that you really like to do. And your life's going to not be as miserable. Like it's going to be okay. That's my whole fucking thing.
Again, even just going to those shows or going to a store and you're digging and you're looking around at everything. I'll do it. This one, I'll do it one more time, just to illustrate. If I hold this up again, boom! Like you get another little hit of that thing, and so you know,
dopamine
exactly.
right to the cortex.
Well, and I roughly know because I did a album recently too, like how much work. You know exactly how much work you put into it. So then when you're digging and you're looking at other things, like every single cover, you can imagine like somebody had that same thing for every single one of the hundreds of thousands of records in this.
Oh my God. Yes. It's like, it touches on the most important thing in the world.
That's a good one.
I mean, this is just one of my all-time favorites. It's classic, but somebody, I mean, like I just said, like every record ever, somebody had to put that much work and effort into it. Yeah. And when it comes out just really right, it's just really right, you know, and like the same thing, just like the heavier cardstock, the laminate, the color spectrum that they use, the right photo, the right cropping, treatment, hue and tone of the photo. And
do you think that Ray had to approve those proofs though?
I don't know how he would have.
He's never even seen it.
Never seen it. I mean, but you know, like, unless they're explaining to him. But I mean, this one. So if I have, I'd have to go find it in there. Like the first a trio record that I did with Doug and bassist Blake White. Like I was just really, really obsessed with this record at the time in Atlantic, and I just made it look exactly like this. Like we have the track listing like this. I copied like these same things. I can go grab it if you want to see it. I literally just like try to make it as close as possible to that. And it's like a 100 or 200 CDs run. That's it. No streaming, no vinyl. So it's like, well, who's going to come after us? You know, I'm like 22. It's fine.
Right. Yeah.
But just like looking at these images and that's the other side of it. Like, I don't know, maybe you've said this before, like if there was a specific thing, you said this is your own painting, but at least for that trio record and for the Silver Street thing, I knew I had a model that I was very much trying to pay tribute to and capture, where this is more of an original thing. Like it's your own art.
Yeah.
You know,
I had to start somewhere.
there's kind of like a Van Halen-esque element to it.
Yeah, you know what's funny, if you show the front cover. Now imagine the camera zooming out. Okay, so the white part the lighter part, the light blue part, that's the wing of a bee. The painting is of a geometric bee. So the blue part, like the top right blue part, that's the head of the bee. The triangle part, like where it ends. If you can see the rest of it, if you can see the rest,
there's another wing going this way, I guess.
Well, no. That's just the white part's just its wings, right? And then the blue part is its body. So imagine it's flying that way, like its head is the triangle, whatever. Anyway, that's not something that's necessary for anybody who holds it to know. But if you could see the whole painting, you would understand it's called the bee, and that's what it is. But I zoomed in so that I could, because I just like those colors a lot.
I'm gonna grab a CD or two over here real quick. Let's see.
That's some pizza.
I think I have a picture of that somewhere.
Pizza?
What?
Of pizza?
No, of that painting. I think I have a picture of it. Yeah, I do.
Here's some. These do not exist anywhere anymore. This is a trio. It's a trio album that I did.
Cool.
Here comes everybody.
Oh, that's cool. That's super
very
cool.
minimalist. And this was like one of my first forays into, like, I actually did this I made this on Pixelmator, which was like a knockoff Illustrator app. But so to the point of
graphics,
trying to capture this, I mean, I literally just
that's great.
Like that. And we even did this. If I could try to get it here, this full
spectrum.
Nice.
I love that.
Just no what's the word? No didn't
Shame.
even pretend. Yeah. In amazing stereo.
That's awesome.
I've had people asking me like, "Oh, where can I get this?" I'm like, "It is not streaming. I'm not going to repress." I don't even know if we have the masters anymore. So it would be like from a CD, and it's like 12 years old, and I'm a kid, and I'm like, I don't want people to hear that. But this was the very first one I ever did.
Oh, cool.
That's a cool cover. Yeah, I appreciate your attention to typeface.
It's a nice little packaging.
So cool.
Yeah, it's and I don't know, like, did you have an idea? Did you know that you wanted it to be that painting at some point, or from the start?
Yeah,
or?
I had set myself on a path. I gave myself an ultimatum. I said, because my therapist said to me, after I described myself and my life and everything, he said, so you're a musician who doesn't do music or doesn't make music. Because at the time I was lost in my professional work life, and I was just not putting in the work to be the person I wanted to be. And the person I want to be is a singer. I want to be a singer. I want to be a musician. I want to do this for a life. And he said, well, so you identify that way, but you're not doing anything to actually do that. You did in the past, you gave it up, or you allowed it to go away, and yet you still hold on to this identity, but you're not really that person anymore. So you have to make a decision. And I was like, fuck, you're right. So I made the decision really quickly. And so I had done a lot of paintings as in a way to like kill the pain of not being a musician. And I was like just trying to be creative because I didn't want to live if I couldn't be creative. And so the most recent painting I had I was really proud of. And so it was in my mind. Here, I'll send it to Chris, and he can maybe show it. So yeah, this will show you. This is cool because now you can see why it's totally a bee. Hold on. Let me send it to
Where'd you even send it?
I'm going to send it to you in Messenger. There you go. I don't know if that'll make it easy for you to show it or not, but it's definitely a B. It has legs and everything. You just can't tell.
Hang on.
But anyway, so my point was I just took the last piece of art that I thought I was proud of and made that the cover and like just went after that because what I had done was I said, okay, the only focus is writing good songs, write more songs, write better songs.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. I'm trying to make it look stupid. Here we go. No, whatever. There we go.
And it's supposed to be this turned over, right?
It's what the cover of the album is just a zoom in on this, but this is a B. Like the dark blue things are its legs, it's flying, and its wings are the white part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like it's flying to the right, like it's kind of hovering. Like, you know what I mean?
Cool.
If you don't see it, you don't see it. I'm not a painter, but I did sell that, and it's hanging in somebody's room.
That's pretty cool.
I really like that painting a lot. I really love. Well, one of the things about it that I like the most is that, and you can see in this picture, it's way more blue than it is teal on the cover, right? But my favorite colors are burnt orange and sky blue. And the reason why is because I'm attracted to things that are on the opposite side of the polar opposite side of the color wheel.
Mm.
And that's my story.
Super huge nerd.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like the amount, and not just, and that at the same time, like we could probably think of plenty of albums that went out super quick, and like maybe not the A&R, like an art graphic team did a real slap together job or something, and like there certainly are albums that don't have quite as a iconic look to them. But
ever record made in the 1980s.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Here's a record you should listen to. Alex is asking. Hang on. Whoop.
One record artist I should listen to this week.
Just buy this if you don't already have it. So it's Reminiscence of Sweet Mel, Waldron, and Tara Masahino. Fucking awesome reissue that came out last year. Yes, Louis has it too.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Have you heard this one, Jacob?
I haven't. I mean, I know Mal Waldron, but
yeah, no, you should check it out. It's fucking great.
I'm still. I was in one shop today, and like their jazz section was just so great, and like they had all of for the new releases or reissues, they had like everything I was looking for.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was so hard, especially when getting.
Chris, can you highlight Rufus's comment?
Yeah. You're an idiot, Baggy. Shut up. Why don't you come up here and show us your dumb 10-inch classical records?
I mean, this is certainly not jazz, but like I love this stuff. Like this is what I grew up listening to, but always like on the radio or like mixtapes. Yeah. So seeing the actual artwork, I mean, like this is cool, and this was real work back then. Now it's like, oh, you just like make a circle with a different color and you just click. Like, I would really love to know more about the history of how this stuff was done in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
like you only had a certain number of colors to choose from, and you had to blend them the right way, and that's why, the contrast would have to be super bumped on certain old photos to make the black and white pop out more, or a color wash, and it's got a certain look and vibe to it, and then getting the right typeset to go with it.
Yeah, I love that part.
If this was a Little House on the Prairie, then Baggy Rufus would be Nelly.
I'm releasing a 12-inch, an LP, and a 7-inch this time around.
Do a CD, man. Do a CD for what's his Organized Sound? Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you pay for it, I would be happy to. So, but I'm covering a Pink Floyd song. It's going to be amazing. It's a deep cut. Well, it's not a deep cut. It's from The Wall. But
yeah.
I am so excited because the artwork. Because the reason I bring it up is because we're talking about like typeface, artwork, cover art, all that stuff. Like this album has a theme, and they're going to match from the 7-inch to the LP and all that stuff. I can't wait. It's going to be sick.
How's that going to work with licensing?
Oh, you can cover anything.
Oh, really?
You just pay Harry Fox, right?
You just pay them, right?
No, they get the streaming. The licensing for a cover is commensurate. So you don't have to ask for the license; it's automatic. You can cover anything you want.
Oh, cool.
But you get all of the money, or they get all the money. So all the streaming, like, and in streaming, it's like super easy, man. You like just say, no, Pink Floyd owns this song, and they're like, okay, cool. And so every time it streams, whatever, they get the money. With mechanical copies, you have to calculate whatever, but I'm only making 200 of them.
Right.
So I'll do, like, if Pink Floyd comes to me and says, you owe me $5.87 for the whatever records you sold, I'm like, okay. But yeah, you can cover anything. That's how it works.
Roger Waters going to show up at your house and shit.
Dude, I'll fight Roger Waters on fucking pay-per-view in Times Square. I actually like him. I think he's a normal guy. I don't know what his politics are lately, but I never had a problem with him. Some people are pissed at him. I don't know why. I don't know what he said. Maybe he said some shit I don't agree with, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a little bit.
But I'm excited about it. I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm only doing a 7-inch because, like, why spend $2,000 when you can spend $3,000? You know what I mean? It's just like, fuck it, man. This is a life well lived. I'm making a 7-inch. I don't know. I have some weird songs that don't match the other songs on the LP that I've written. I might put those on. I might put those two on the 7-inch.
How many CDs did you get made, Jacob? For promo?
500.
Oh wow.
BRB.
And yeah, I mean that was really for radio, record stores, promotional booking agents type things, and then maybe some family and friends here and there. Don't have a turntable, give them a CD.
Have you put it on your Bandcamp though as an option?
No, and that was part of the branding identity of the label, and just trying to, because I made those CDs through disc makers. They weren't to me, they just really weren't on par with, here's a Kevin Gray cut 180 gram RTI pressed stout, and then here's a disc maker CD. Like I can't have these be competing with each other, like quality and representing the same label and music. And so I didn't want to do that. And then similarly, I didn't even put the LPs on my Bandcamp because, I don't want to be undercutting Mike as the distributor. Like if people know that they can get it from me directly,
right?
What motivation is there for them to go to his shop or anywhere else? Like Bandcamp is great for artists without a distribution or record label deal, or record labels themselves to put it together.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I didn't want to fight, or I didn't want it to compete with itself like that. So just digital. I think you get like 3 digital streams before you have to download it, which is cool. I mean, Bandcamp still gives you way more than any other site, but even then, like they take a little fee, and then there's some little transaction fee when they pay you out.
Yeah.
So whatever, like someone downloads it from me, they're taking a few bucks in total from that. Even if they like give you extra on top of that, like that percentage is still applied to that as well, whatever they've given.
Yeah.
But it's still like way more than I would make ever on Spotify.
That's true.
So I'm okay with that. It's limited streaming, and then you have to download it anyways, or just the LP. I feel like that's, or if someone wants to do a CD and like really make it a really nice CD, that's cool too. But I would just rather have one of those things than unlimited free streaming on some site, and a CEO is making billions and I get a fraction of a penny.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't want to contribute to that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Well, there you go.
Oh, here he comes. So similarly, I'm not wearing it right now, but like you guys have Jazz Bums merch. It's like that one thing is going to be way more than I don't know how it works with YouTube with like number of views and before like if it be something, but like selling one shirt is huge compared to that.
Yeah. Well, we make about $100 a month.
It's great.
On YouTube. That's it. So
I mean, I would never make that on Spotify.
Every 3 months we can buy a record each, basically, maybe two.
Which cool. Like I would never make $100 in my life on Spotify.
Yeah. Well, Lou made $40 on Spotify.
Okay. Total?
Yeah.
Not
I don't know, how much money have you made in total off Spotify, Louis? $49.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you exactly to the cent.
It doesn't have to be that accurate. It's fine. I'm going to go to bed soon, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Single sign on, like, Jesus Christ.
Doing it wrong.
Login verification code. Separate the windows so you can see the code.
Just guess, Louis. You're killing us.
Will you relax, bruh?
I don't even care anymore.
This is great.
I've made my total earnings $41.28.
$41. Is that OG Candid?
This is a well, it says 1977, so it's not like an OG, but it's
those are probably I think there's a French company that did those. I've got a bunch of those. They sound really good.
Barnaby Records, a division.
Yeah, Barnaby. Yeah.
And I can't remember what I paid for this, but at a local, this was at Verve shop. This was at PM Sounds, like a local, whether it's new or used, like I'd rather just pay a few bucks more to a local shop than.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've ever bought. I've certainly never bought a vinyl LP on Amazon, but.
Jeez,
like,
about hundreds.
It's just
hundreds and hundreds. All that YouTube money just goes to Discogs though, because I get it in my PayPal account. So then I'm like, I'm gonna go buy some records or some CDs on Discogs,
It is tricky when it's like just immediately available. But it's the same thing. It's like it doesn't feel like you're using it or like it's a loss because it's just like, it comes in and then goes back out. And similarly with people being able to stream stuff for free, like they don't feel like they will feel it if they have to pay for an album.
Yeah.
But then you also get to have it and appreciate it and not exactly. Like just borrow it online when your internet's working.
Free records are cool.
That's true.
Thank you, by the way. Yes, thank you again for your record. That was awesome. My record's signed, Louis, by the whole band.
Say what? What's wrong? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that Jacob would sign mine if I ever meet him. So I'm not that worried about it.
I'll tell him not to.
You should tell him not to, just so you can have a better one.
Tell you he has to throw his gum away like Brimmer did to Rob. Does
Rob have the master tapes from that session?
What session? Oh, from when Brimmer told him he had to throw his gum away?
No. From
story ever.
No. From Jacob's session, because like Rob always seems to have the OG of everything. So I assume he somehow acquired the master tapes from that session.
Yeah.
I know he's got multiple copies of the CD because that's like a thing that, initially kind of bugged me. I would see, so many record shops that I sent the promo to, and then they don't contact me. They don't reach out to me. They don't stock the record. And then they just flip the CD and like sell it in the store or on Discogs. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, doesn't feel great, but also like I'd rather it just not get thrown away. At least a local independent shop is making something off of it and somebody is listening to it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
but
that part where somebody's listening to it is like fucking solid gold, right?
Right.
A lot of the promos will end up, just like they always have, though, is people you send them to listen to them once, like, okay, cool. They do the review, they do whatever, then they go sell it at a record shop, for, whatever they can get for a pile of them.
But that's kind of like the tricky, that's like the tricky part of it for me is that like those were not supposed, like you could have an LP and then you can have promo label versions of it, but it's still an LP. Like consumers weren't supposed to see or get the CD.
Well, you can't make promos and give them away then, dude. That's like then they'll wait for the last 100 years. Come on.
I know. But it's like, I'm also not going to just ship like 400 records in the mail for free.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Fair. No,
so that would be like almost half of the pressing.
I am, dude, and all this talk.
You do that when you have like a 20,000 run.
Right. Right. I mean, that not to say that a friend of mine who has a label, shout out to F-Spot Records, David Celia. He told me, he's like, you're going to have to give out like more free copies than you think you will. Like, that's just part of it. I was like, okay. So he's like, just plan for that. Like, make more copies so that you have that. Yeah. It's like, okay. And that's very true. But, I also try to, some people say, oh, just give me the CD. It's fine as a play copy or a store copy. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you. But, it's just very different.
I went to a couple of record stores in Tulsa when I was there for a songwriting session, and I asked about your record. The two stores I went to didn't have it, but I was thinking of you.
That's cool. Did you ever hear back from Josie after you contacted them?
I'm going to say like 90% of stores that I just mailed stuff to or called, but there's like no response, like unless I show up in person.
Right. That makes sense.
Or really hound them.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
for sure.
This F-Spot Records, they have one or two that's kind of jazz, organ, funk hybrid. It's mostly more R&B, funk, Latin type stuff, but it's all analog to tape, local pressing, vinyl. There's streaming stuff too, but definitely no CD. Some streaming, and then it's all like independent local artists and vinyl OG. It's great.
Me and Louis went to a record store and they had a couple of copies of his record that they got him to sell, I guess, or to buy, right? Yeah. And we moved them to a more advantageous spot.
And then they all wound up back in the local section. Like there's like, yeah. Because every time I go, I check, of course, but it's like the local section is like, it might as well be 400 yards away from general population.
Yes.
And just like put the records in, don't like label them local, like as if that's what people are looking for. Just throw them in general population.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's not like my 3 records are taking up too much space. Like, get the fuck out of here. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all right, though. Chris, when are we hanging out again, you fucker?
I don't know.
You want me to come hang out with you?
No.
That's how real friends talk right there.
They're going to Denton. Get away from here. But I don't know if I can tomorrow or not. Let me figure it out. I'm supposed to build a garden, which I'm kind of dreading.
So that you can grow your own food in the event of the obvious apocalypse that's happening.
I mean, that's the idea, I guess, but there won't be enough food grown to feed us. So that's when you just like kill your neighbors and take their food, I guess.
That's a much better idea.
Yeah.
You can eat them too.
Yeah, sure. We have a big lake behind us too. Maybe there's some fish in it. I don't know.
No one knows, but it's provocative.
No, if shit gets crazy like that, I'm going to go out to my lake house.
Well, I've got, dude, can we go out? I want to go to your lake house and start a fire. And
yeah, we do that.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, you have to learn to play Magic, though. We'll go do a Magic week.
Dude, I will fucking play all the Magic you want.
You'll lose.
I just want to go out in the woods and hang out on a lake.
Yeah, it's fun.
It sounds like the best time in the world.
Yeah, we got to do some work down there because last time we went, there was a squirrel that got in somehow and died inside the cabin. Really fucked up.
That's a theme that keeps happening, right? Because didn't that just happen in your office?
Yeah, it was a mouse. But the squirrel, dude, I don't know how the fuck he got in there. He got trapped, though.
Mm-hmm. To the trend.
So no water, right? He got into a dog food bag and got some dog food to eat. But then he tore up all the blinds in the house trying to get out. Like running into the windows, panicking, I guess. So we go to the house. It super fucking stinks in there big time, right? We don't know what the hell happened. We see all the blinds are broken, and then we identify the smell as like on one of these beds. So just shit you not, I yanked the covers back, and this fucking mummified squirrel flew up out of the bed because it was stuck to the cover that I pulled back, and like flew up in the air in front of all of us, and we all just screamed like 8-year-old girls, like at the top of our lungs. It was so fucked up, but it was funny. So I mean, yeah, we just threw the whole bed away, like literally took it to the dumpster and threw it away.
Yeah, well, that'll happen, I guess.
Yeah. So we got to clean up and get it back in shape. We haven't gone up there in 3 or 4 years, really.
Well, but so tomorrow, if you want to hang out, I have songwriting from 1 to 3.
That's gonna make that a problem then, probably, huh?
Not for me.
Well, yeah.
That gives you time to get up and go do your fucking gardening and get sick of that shit, and then leave around 1 or like 2 or whatever, and then we can go to Denton and eat a burger and get some jazz.
Maybe.
Let me know.
All right, cool.
And if you can't, and dude, and also another thing, I know how you are. Like, if you can't, just tell me. I don't care. It's fine. It's no big deal, bro. I mean, I'm fucking easy like Sunday morning.
Dude, I was listening to a bunch of soul shit when I drove to Dallas and back. I want to get some like old Stax records. More of them. I have some, but like the stuff that Jacob was showing.
Yeah.
This one right here, this is our record you should get.
Oh, Dee Dee Sharp? Yeah.
That's great.
Dee Dee.
The cool thing with this one, I don't know if that's a known thing for this record in general, or if I just have a copy where the labels are flipped.
Oh wow!
Like they put A on B, and vice versa.
Well, I'm sure that could happen easily.
It could happen.
You know, could have been a run of them too on a single press. You know, if they put the plates in backwards.
Mm-hmm.
The labels backwards either way. That's interesting.
I wonder what NR is. I always wonder. You always wonder. It's like, was that the person who owned it before? Or was that something? You know, if it's like a stamp, it's like, oh, was that something more official?
Yeah, could have been. Louis. I don't know. I forget. I was gonna make up some dumb joke about you doing something specific to your records, but I couldn't think of anything.
No, I don't do anything.
Yeah.
I take good care of my shit.
My records don't leave my house, so I'm not worried about stamping them or anything. You know?
Yeah. I get that. I love every record that I have. I fucking love so much.
How? Have you gotten rid of anything you bought?
No, I'm real particular about what I buy. I love all the shit I have.
Mm-hmm. I probably got I've got too many records, so I need to get rid of some shit. For sure.
I mean, like, I'm not immune to the propaganda. Like, I'll buy some shit, I'm sure, at some point that I won't want to keep. But as of right now, like, I fucking love. I just sit. I like have this little ottoman thing. I just sit in front of it and just like start pulling records and decide what I'm going to listen to that week. And then I've got this little staging area where it's like, okay, these little cubbies are what you're going to listen to this week. And I'll be working at my job and have some background music, and it like requires no vocal. I can't have vocal music in the background and concentrate on work or anything analytical. So it's got to be jazz, right? Or instrumental, but most of my instrumental stuff is jazz. So listen to jazz all day long. Every single break I have, I am writing pop music or singing and practicing what I call it pop music. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's whatever's on that record, right? And then go back to listening to jazz, and then sometimes I'll listen to Doom all day, and then at night I'll polish my brain off with some fucking squonky free jazz that doesn't make any sense, and I love it, and it like resets me, and I rinse and repeat that shit, and I find new stuff. Like when I'm in a kick where I found new stuff, I'll do a deep dive on that. The Menzingers was a big deep dive. Oh my God, I love those guys. Sometimes it's like,
speaking of free jazz, though, I mean, that actually worked for me when I first started listening to jazz. I got, out to lunch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I first listened to that was some crazy shit. I mean, it's not really that.
It's not.
Like, I mean, it's still a little swanky and weird, but like, it's not compared to some of the really free shit. But no, it was great because I had so many like hard bop records.
Yeah.
I love hard bop, man, but I can get burnt out on listening to hard bop. Pretty.
Yeah, of course you can. Like just like
easily.
yeah, it's like
You
the
know?
human condition defined, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
If you
that's why I
listen to
do it the way I do it, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that was my first kind of okay, let's have a palate cleanser, listen to that record. It's like and then you know, it's just like listening to hard bop's like a totally new thing again.
My favorite free jazz record is Conquistador.
Yeah, I don't have that one yet. Is it coming out? I think it is.
It's a classic. It's been out.
No, it isn't. It's the 75th series you have.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. Get it. I'll prove it to you. I already know, dude. I know more about this than you. No, do you like free jazz stuff at all, Jacob? Like, what are you into?
I mean, I've had a good amount of Ornette. I was just listening to Unit Structures also. I know it's not Ornette,
yeah,
but that's kind of it. Like I mean, Out to Lunch, some Dolphy stuff. I was just, I think it's literally right there. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, sweet. Love that record.
I'm really going for the Ron McMaster era CD transfers.
That makes sense. Yeah, I will definitely keep my eye out for those. What you got? 2016?
14.
See, I told you.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, it's good. I'm sure. I'm just saying it hasn't come out of the classic series yet, but I think it's supposed to.
Oh,
next year.
why? What would be the difference?
Analog versus digital. That's it. Kevin Gray versus not. That's it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's
No. I hear you. I just didn't know that.
What was that? Oh, it's good.
Sorry, I'm digging through the CDs trying to find something.
Better
it doesn't change how I feel about it. I'll tell you that.
No, absolutely. I'm interested in that one. I still haven't opened Unit Structures, but I'll tell you what, that Record Store Day live Cecil Taylor put out, I thought that was great, dude. I loved it.
You haven't listened to Unit Structures?
No, I haven't listened to it yet. I need to find. I don't know where it's at. It's in a pile of shit around here somewhere.
A lot of people define free jazz by that record.
Hmm. Have you heard the live one that came out for Record Store Day?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's really good. I liked it a lot.
This I like better than Where's Brooklyn, and I like this better than Unit Structures.
Yeah. Where's Brooklyn sucks, so I don't blame you.
This is great. I love this record. Jacob, do you know this record? Do you like?
I know of it. I don't have that one. I was listening to Unit Structures this week, but I haven't heard Conquistador yet.
Me either.
It's. I mean, I've got again mostly Ornette stuff, and the double quartet record. It's like, it's just a totally different listening experience.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And I think I just tend to, whatever the style is, I tend to gravitate towards. I want to hear some kind of melody, form, and I'm not saying that that's the only way to do music or that it's the best way. That's what I tend to gravitate towards. Even if it's not jazz. Like I listen to like a lot of Spanish stuff, and this Sonora Montancera. This is like, to me, this is kind of like the Jazz Messengers band of early salsa. Like all these greats like cool. they all came out of this ensemble with various changing backup groups. But
that's cool.
And these are like 2 to 3 minute songs, but just the crafting that goes into to putting a track together. And I would imagine this is still pretty early for LPs where they're probably just collecting a bunch of singles together. Yeah. It even says here, like, these are all recorded in like different, different days and different times. More than 15, 20 minutes for me personally, like that's a long time to like make someone sit and like really continue to listen. I'm not saying it's not worthwhile or that I don't want to do it sometimes, but like TV shows and movies have commercials, you know, like give him like a little break in between.
No, I get it. Yeah, and the reason I like free jazz so much is because I'm an archaeologist in that way, and also so I want to learn and I want to know. And so if the question is why does free jazz exist and stuff like, is that Selena?
Oh yeah,
hell yeah, that's cool.
Really Shakira. That's good stuff.
Yeah. But also because it serves a purpose for me, right? So it's like listening to free jazz at night wipes my brain. It's very hard to think about melody when what you're listening to is like decidedly trying to destroy the idea of melody. You know what I mean? Yeah. And like unit structures and that kind of stuff is very, very free and very, very out there, but it only scratches the surface for how weird shit is out there. Like, I mean, look at Joe, like in his Brotzman experience.
Yeah.
There's just, that's like sandblasting paints off of barn doors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it really is. Like I'm still not there with that shit. I listened to Machine Gun one day, like for 5 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, but for me, it's like meditation. It's like, okay, this we're gonna make ourselves do this, and then like I find an appreciation in that way.
I don't want to have to survive music though, bro. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but that's you.
I know. Yeah, it's my show, fucker.
That's you, motherfucker. Do whatever you want.
Yeah. The Frank Wright Quintet, Your Per 67.
Your 67, yeah.
Crazy
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar.
Cool. Yeah, big shout.
Sounds made up.
Sounds made up. It's funny. Oh shit! No, you need to get into fucking. Here's something you should.
Language. God, Jacob, I'm sorry.
I'll show this to the 500
he curses like a sailor, really.
No.
No manners whatsoever.
Like, listen to this shit, Kurt.
I don't like CDs.
Huh?
I don't like CDs.
Well, tough shit. Oh my god, focus, you piece of crap camera. How dare you? There we go. I love this box. I've showed it like 10 times, but it's Ken Vandermark doing duets with Hemi Drake, Chris Davis, Paul Linton, William Parker. Really good.
Can you buy the LP box of it and send it to me?
There is no LP box of it. And the CD box.
I'm never listening to it then. So
just stream it. Actually,
I don't stream music.
Yeah, you probably can't anymore. Yeah, whatever. All right. Well, it's been almost 5 hours. What else? Anything?
I'll say, Louis, in terms of like stuff that just kind of washes over you and clears your head out. Have you heard this before? Survivors, Max Roach.
No.
First track, 21 minutes. This is pretty much just Max soloing on top of a very out string quartet.
Oh wow.
I go back and forth with like whether or not I like it. I definitely appreciate it, and like what he's playing is just, I mean, everything that Max is playing is just it's always classic, not just classic Max, but it's like he I don't want to oversimplify and say that he invented that, but there is a lot of stuff that he just invented, and hearing like the creator of that thing in a setting where he's in a very different setting from what a setting that he was in when he created it. It's just really interesting. That gets out.
Also, like I put that in my Amazon cart also. So now that fucker is growing, but there's different kinds of free jazz too, where it's like the James Brandon Lewis stuff. That's way more listenable than unit structures. To my ears, it's more like, oh, you can sit and relax and listen and pick things out of James Brandon Lewis stuff. Like the one I just got is Apple Cores. But there's no denying that it's free jazz, right? It's avant-garde jazz for sure. And no one would say otherwise, but it's a far cry from unit structures.
Yeah.
And that whole thing. And so it's like, I like being in that pool where it's like, it doesn't have to sandblast paint off of barn doors all the time. Like Brotzman's stuff is, famously,
Anthony Braxton.
Yeah, or unit structures, or even Where's Brooklyn or Conquistador is those 3 Blue Note examples, right? But like, there's so much, like all the international anthem stuff that Chris and I buy and like.
Where's Brooklyn even isn't that crazy, except for Pharoah Sanders just coming squonking in and ruining everything. Like every time he fucking shows up on that record, it sucks.
Yeah, I know you don't like that record, but like my point is like
Cherry though. I mean, I love the other Don Cherry records. I just hate that.
Yeah,
one.
but think about free jazz in the way like Jimmy Branch, right?
Yeah.
Think about that. That's like still like you can tell me that's not free jazz. It is. It's definitely, but it's like it's not unit structures. It's not it's not Where's Brooklyn or whatever.
The moral of the story is that things are different.
Well, but we don't have a good definition of like it's like how deep is the free jazz pool? And I like
here's the definition. Someone said on the channel a month or 2 ago. Avant-garde is the free jazz that you actually like.
Sure.
Free jazz is the shit you don't like.
Yeah, that's fair. I like being exposed to the craziest shit possible too. Like it's weird though, because like I'm with Jacob. I'm not going to sit there and listen for an hour. I'm not going to spend an afternoon listening to like melt your fucking cortex, squonky weirdness, field recording free jazz.
Right.
But I do like to be exposed to it. I really do. You know, so it's I don't know. I'm weird.
I like
exposing himself to. I don't know.
Or I like that as an element that might like weave in and out over the course of an otherwise more structured piece.
You know what the best example I can think of in the pop world is this band called US Maple. Have you ever heard of US Maple? Oh my God. Well, people have, and they're an important band, but see the thing is their whole thing. Oh my God, I'm not going to go off on a US Maple tangent, but it's free jazz for pop. It's free jazz for punk music. It's the craziest thing in the world. Like if you just go to YouTube and look at US Maple and like watch one of their videos or something, you'd be like, you will not be able to decide for yourself whether they're joking or not. Yeah. And it's even Steve Albini has comments on it. And but it's like free jazz. It's like they never quite get there. They never reveal a melody. They never let you have it ever. And free jazz is very much like that. They withhold.
Sometimes, but not necessarily. I mean, like all this Ken Vandermark stuff, he plays some really wild shit, but there's still stuff there that I can connect with, man. You know, he has lyricism and shit. Like even if there's not like a defined melody.
Sure, but like the slider goes back and forth, right? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like I agree with you, I'm sure. And like plenty of free jazz has melodic elements and stuff, but it never quite delivers all the way. As soon as you feel like you're going to get something, it's gone, and like some weird thing is happening, and that's how US Maple is. And but they do it. They actually, the lead singer for US Maple had a cameo in High Fidelity, right? Remember when he comes in and starts bothering Jack Black about whether he has the Captain Beefheart record? That's him. That's the singer for US Maple. Singer is loose. You've not seen High Fidelity?
No, I've not. What's that other record store movie from the late 90s that I love so much, though?
Empire.
The one with Liv Tyler?
Yeah. Yes, Empire Records. I cannot believe you have not seen High Fidelity.
Yeah, I'm not. I just told you.
I've seen it like sort of once a long time ago, but I've seen clips from it.
I've seen half of it on TikTok.
It's so good. Oh my God. Yeah, that actually does kind of count, doesn't it, nowadays?
I only saw Say Anything for the first time this month.
Yeah.
So
catch up on that, John. Well, anyway, it's midnight. You guys want to call it a day or what?
Yeah, I do. I
might try to listen to one of these records.
Dude, listen to Basra. Seriously.
Basra, for sure. Listen to Basra.
Listen to Basra. Yeah.
Turn them shits up.
And then I feel guilty that I haven't like the ones that I have opened that I haven't like listened to them enough before I move on to another one.
Yeah, you should feel guilty.
You should not feel guilty. This is like I don't know, kind of a condition that you could probably talk to a therapist about.
No, the guilt will make you listen to it.
You have to be guilty.
At some point.
Well, I definitely don't. Now, I won't put a record up if I haven't listened, like in my collection, if I haven't listened to it at least twice. Okay, yeah, right. We're only 3 minutes away from 5 hours. We have to wait. We have to stay for at least 5 hours.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
A few minutes after that. But yeah. So I've got, well, shit. Let me turn on my light. I'll show you.
We get to see the inner workings of his staging area. Let's see it.
Yeah. So like all these, it's hard to do. So all that shit right there, that's 5 crates of records that's underneath my cleaning station. Those are all jazz records that I've listened to like once, maybe twice, that I haven't filed away in my collection yet.
You said it's 5 underneath that table?
Yeah, there's 5.
That's probably like what I have in total of LPs.
And then over here to my right, I've got like, 2 more crates down there with shit in them. And then all this, that whole cube of shit is all stuff that's like listened to once or twice that hasn't been filed away. So I got a bunch of like 500-600 records usually I have that are kind of just in motion in these boxes. And then I'll listen, then I'll pull out 2 or 3 of them and listen to them and put them in my collection and, whatever.
That sounds like a fucking blast, actually. It sounds like a great time.
It is fun, but then like I also have a bunch of shit. Yeah, see, Ryan's got a point. It's only 10 o'clock in California, though.
I mean, everything that's on this counter here is just like CDs that either haven't been listened to yet, need to be cleaned. I got like some cleaning stuff to clean up the jewel cases and all that, or it's just like my this is a CD from like that I've had for 10, 15 years, but I pulled it out to listen to it once and haven't put it back yet.
Well, let's talk about that lamp. That lamp is stellar.
That's a nice lamp.
Did you get that lamp from a fascist too?
No, I bought that from a mom and pop antique shop.
Right,
yeah, hell yeah.
This was also Craigslist. That little thing. That's my. These are all CDs. That whole thing there.
Chest of drawers there.
Yeah.
Chest of drawers, Louis.
Yep. I dig it.
Well, yeah, but also
these are also.
I also want to get a couple of crates of shit I want to sell again going because I did that.
These are.
Why don't you just give me those records?
I want money so I can buy new shit.
Come on.
I've shown these before, but most of these are still in the wrap too.
What are those?
These are.
I
showed all the seller stuff that I picked up. Yeah. I just haven't opened stuff yet.
Yeah.
Gotta get to it.
1 a.m. that is. All right, let's go watch the Beverly Hillbillies, Lee. Let's start a podcast where we discuss in detail every episode of the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, as if it were like in like a serious tone, like we really need to get these to get these details right.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm totally into that. Actually, dude, that dumb idea sounds like an absolutely great. Like, that would be so funny and so fun to do. Yeah. I would take that very seriously.
Yeah, I have to get a mic set up though.
I've never seen it, but I actually started watching The Munsters recently.
Oh, so good, so good.
Once you get through the Munsters, you got to check out the Addams Family. It's higher
the Addams
level.
Family is better, yes.
Yes. I love Munsters though.
Yeah,
love Munsters. Some of those old shows are kick ass. I watched a lot of that crap. Remember Nick at Night back in the day?
Yeah, it was so
Nickelodeon, the kids channel would have all those old shows on. It's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, where you could push buttons and watch an endless amount of TV and
then the Disney Channel back in the 80s had lots of old Disney shows and like live action movies and stuff that I loved big time. Like, you ever seen Escape from Witch Mountain?
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah.
With
the twins, right?
No, they're not twins. That's a brother and a sister. Yeah,
or brother and sister. They got like the purple light.
Yeah,
comes up.
They're aliens basically, and they're trying to escape to be back with their alien family. And like this evil dude figured out they had telepathy powers, so he's going to try to get them to predict like the stock market future and shit. And so that's what they were running from.
I don't know why I have a lot of quotes in my head all the time from The Indian in the Cupboard.
Yeah,
I read that in school.
I've never seen that.
I just remember it came with like, that Disney style, like the big, really poofy VHS box. And it had like a fake key. There was like a keyhole cut out, and it would come with like a little key and a little action figure.
Oh, that's cool. That's super cool.
Yeah.
What about Where the Red Fern Grows? Did y'all ever read that or see the movie?
Yep. And the Red Badge of Courage. While we're talking about things with red in them.
Red, yeah. All right. Well, it's officially been 5 hours now.
Chris, I'll bother you tomorrow. You can tell me no, but I'll bother you and see if you say yes.
Okay, that's fine. Cool. Well, thanks for hanging out, Jacob. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Bye.
Jazz Bums After Dark. Bye, guys.